G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the 2023 season start of the Shadowverse Open West season here for the February Cup. Thanks for tuning in this weekend for all of this amazing top 8 action heading your way. Going to be an explosive series, an explosive set of players here, both new and old, to join the fray. And of course, a brand new look, new team behind here for the West region of things. I'm Baz. I'll be your host and play-by-play caster here for all of today's action coming through, and be with you for the rest of the year coming through for the West scene, which I'm very excited to be about here with these lads joining me here, of course, for the February Cup. First of all, one Dawnbreakers Trickster. Of course, we saw you, my man, back in the November Cup where we wrapped things up for the end of the 2022 season. Dragged you back here for the beginning of the 2023 season. How are you, man?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I'm really excited for another year of Shadowverse, especially having these monthly cups. That just means we're going to have more action and more opportunities for these great players to just show what they're made of out here. Thanks for having me back on the show again. It's good to be with you, and it's good to be with Namian this time as well.
Yeah, we went through alternate dimensions this time to bring you like a very, very special guest. You know, we went looking around everywhere, left, right, and center. We thought, why not a VTuber? Let's, we had Chris stolen from us from the West region here to SVO, so let's just do Namian, even though he's West region based. Anyway, ignore that. That's fine. Namian, how are you, my man? Here, joining us at the beginning of the West season.
I'm good. I've arrived from the different dimension, also known as the West, man. Happy to be here. Happy to come back after a showing in SVO East, and I'm here to prove that I can still kill it with you guys. So hoping we have a great day today and see some great plays from some great players.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, we've got a lot to show and prove right after last weekend's SCAO Cup, right? It was an absolutely insane way to start the 2023 season, right? With Ryzen coming out of nowhere, a 7-0 player, brand new players showing up, really taking it to a lot of the pro players that SCAO had to offer and really starting things off for our guys for the 2023 season. Of course, we'll show you who's a part of our top 8 in a little bit later on. But first off, Trick, we're going to talk about the format, right? How these guys got here from some of that day 1 action and how they made it here to day 2.
Yeah, that's right. For those of you who are familiar with SVO, you're definitely going to be used to this. We have the same format as before. For day 1, we're playing 7 rounds of Swiss. And then all of the X1 players, they make it into this top 16 or top 32, where there's a playoff to make it into top 8. So after that extra round, that brings us to today. We're in this top 8. It's single elimination now, and we're going to be finding the one best in the West. So looking at the rest of the format as well, it's rotation, what we're familiar with, 3 decks, 1 ban, and then we're ended up playing a best of 3.
Good old classic, right? Coming in, and good to see, the return of the regular season stuff right here for 2023. And it's not just that, Namian, of course, right? It's the prizing, right? Big money on the line here for a lot of these players.
That's right. I get to talk about the fun stuff. Everything here is in USD. First place gets $1,000. Second place, $600. Third to fourth get $400, and fifth through eighth get $200. And just for putting your webcam on, you get an extra bonus $100 just for showing up. Isn't that great?
That's some big money, right, for all these guys coming in. Easy money for some of these players. And you know, we all tried to be a part of that. We all tried to sneak and get some of that. Unfortunately, we don't. So that's very unfortunate for us. We'll have to try and find some other guys to try and sneak in some prizes later on. But that's also really cool for the players coming up here. And as we said, right, that regular season also returning here for 2023. So expect this to be here all year long, of course, leading up to Contenders Cup at the end of the year. Very, very excited, of course, to see the return of that here for the 2023 season. But guys, like we mentioned, right, the top 8 players that we had come through from day number 1 was very, very exciting to see. I believe we'll be able to see the brackets now coming up for you guys. And as we said, a lot of big names that were returning, big names that maybe kind of half expecting to kind of show back up here, and a lot of brand new names here as well to check things out.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting seeing some of these players. A lot of them, they've played in the Shadowverse Open before, but they haven't maybe like broken through into that top 8. And so it's interesting, a lot of them getting that opportunity today. We can see what they're made of and really enjoy a lot of great Shadowverse play. So in the first match, we got KTZN and Melon. Melon, pretty interesting. He was actually 18th in points last season. So definitely a high achieving player. Gonna be interesting to see that. And other than that, we also have Hishiro and Yo playing in their first round. It's kind of crazy. These two players, same team, and they have that team kill first round. So I guess we're not going to see an all-rev finals, but we do get to see it in this first match. And it's actually the match that we're going to be starting with once we're done looking at this bracket.
And in the second half of the bracket, we have Meme Legends versus Vez from Team Vision. Meme Legends is actually one of our 7-0 participants in the top 8, and I don't think we're really familiar with this player, so I'm very interested to see how they perform in the rest of this top 8. And in our last match for quarterfinals, we have Ice Caliber versus Nautilus.
As I said, right, stacked names and new names. And don't worry, we're not doing things entirely differently just because we're a new West region, right? We're not just choosing random matches in the bracket to have at random round intervals. We do have a bit of a player weight happening for the first round, which is why we'll have Hishiro taking on Yo to kick things off. But what a way to kick off the West region, right, guys? 2 awesome players from Team Rev, and maybe breaking news for a lot of you guys as well. Of course, knowing that Hishiro was retired, right? I think we all saw the post, and you know, for such a veteran that we've had in our scene, probably one of the best English players we've had, period, honestly, right, for a number of years now in Shadowverse, to kind of look like he's going to hang up the gloves, come out of nowhere, not only return, but come back to his roots in Team Revelations. That's such an awesome thing to see here.
Yeah, it's great to see it. He was the first place points earner last year, and so he's just such a strong player. And I guess, you know, it's like with all of like the free packs and things you get in games, just hard to get out of Shadowverse. Like you can try and quit and they just get you back in. And here we see Hishiro, he's back again, and he's not just back, but he's back at full power. And so I'm excited to see play from him today.
And obviously now as well, we're going to look towards, you know, other ways for you guys to be involved in that Shadowverse action, right, with the community support program still going nice and strong here for everything Shadowverse. If you want to make any sort of awesome content, you know, whether it be live streams, whether it be content on YouTube, or even writing up articles, there's a lot of players, right, that are jumping into more of that deck breakdown scene and articles. You can do so. Send it over, obviously, to the guys here at SVO.gg. And you can receive some awesome rewards. You know, there's awesome card packs where you can, you know, be cool, hand them out, you know, to your fellow Shadowverse players, maybe make something out of it. Or, you know, you can be that guy and you can all hog them for yourselves and not give them out to anyone and not be a friendly player, right? It's up to you what you want to do with it. But obviously make sure to be a part of this awesome program and obviously make this awesome content that we love to see. And I mean, guys, maybe I'll go to you here for this one, actually. I mean, fellow Shadowverse streamer, you know, what's some of the awesome things you can do, right, being a part of this?
It's easy. Just make some streams on Twitch or YouTube, make some highlights, make some memes, submit it onto the website, and just get some packs. And at the end, you get even packs for the just for your friends, or like you said, keep it to yourself. Get even more OP, get those shiny legendaries, show off, and then show up in maybe in SVO and show off your fully blinged out deck and be in the top 8.
Yeah, because you don't just want full meta decks, you want them animated. You want them all ready to go. You don't even need to use the globes. You've got the card packs to do it. So there you go. Make sure to check out that program, of course, over at SVO.gg. But guys, as we mentioned, we're getting ready for that first match here of the day or the night, depending on where you are, between Hishiro and Yo. We talked about Hishiro a little bit. What about Yo coming into this one as well? The other representative here for Team Revelations, another top player. We even talked about it a little bit, right, just off before we were on stream here for the beginning of the series. And we we saw him actually come out last year, do very, very well. Got a second place matchup and just losing out to Payne in the, I believe it was one of the recent cups, the Azure Paradise Cup, where that one came through, Trick. And we also saw he actually got quite high in the points. He just missed shy with he beat into that bracket and getting to All-Stars. But maybe this year might be his opportunity to make it to contenders.
Yeah, definitely. I think all of these players here, even if we don't know them as well, they're used to playing in these Shadowverse Opens, going through the 7 rounds of Swiss. Like, that's no joke. And getting a 6-0 record, this player definitely knows what he's doing. And like you said, he's been in Top Cut before. Like, we've seen him on the stream. So I think, like, today, it's not going to be like jitters. We're going to see him playing against, like, a friend, someone he knows, maybe someone he knows the play style of, and he can, like, bring in some of that experience and really know, like, a fellow teammate, like, what to do in these interactions. Like, maybe a not as renowned player, but definitely I think we're going to see, like, just a strong play and, like, a lot to take note of in this match.
And then we talk about Hishira as well, coming back in, right? Like you said, right? Top player coming in. We knew what was said before. It looks like he was hanging up the gloves, but coming back here. I mean, even Trick said he looks like he's coming back full power, right? Coming in here straight away into the top eight. Is that something that Yo has to worry about? Because sure, right, he does have that experience, right? He is still part on Team Rev, but you're going up against, like we said, right, arguably one of the best players ever in the English Shadowverse scene. That's going to add a lot of pressure, especially when it's only the first quarterfinal.
It's a lot of pressure, but you know, pressure makes diamonds, and that's how it is. Especially if you're playing against a teammate, maybe he knows something that we don't know, and maybe he has the answer to the puzzle that other players haven't been able to figure out. Or maybe Hishiro playing a teammate might take it easy and it could slip and make a misplay. Like Trickster said yesterday, us playing all the Swiss rounds, it doesn't matter how experienced you are. A long day of Swiss can tire everybody out, especially going with a 6-win record. So who knows? Maybe we can see a slip up and Yo can take advantage.
And that's an awesome point to bring up as well. You know, having the scrim opportunity, right, between the 2 team members. So they're going to know maybe, you know, Yo knows something that no one else knows that could be going up against Hishiro here today, right? Maybe having some of that practice. I believe we're ready to jump and look at some of the decks now coming into the first match of the day. We'll get those up for you guys. I'm about to see what these guys are bringing to the table. And if you're expecting anything different, just hold on. We'll get there eventually. Because first up, it's going to be the one, the only, it's the Disarmed Dragon. Thank you, I'll just say one of my Trick for giving us that, or blessing us with that name for this new deck here. What is Hishiro bringing to the table with this deck?
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting deck for sure. I mean, who knew you could run all of these cards in Loot Swordcraft? Oh, no, we just got a little bit of an error there on the screen, but yeah, just looking at this deck, Discard Dragon and Armed Dragon Disarm, you have like all of the power of both decks. You can play Lumiore and really just like discard your hand, dig for your strong armed followers, and just do so much damage. I remember in Ladder, I posted a screenshot on my Twitter recently. I had a turn where I was able to do 20 damage in one turn, and like the cap of this deck, it's really like infinite. Like, you have some problem maybe in the early game if you like get half of each package, but like other than that, when things get going, the amount of like damage and like ward and healing you can put out with this deck is incredible.
Cool. Is that a name update I just saw then that comes through? That's interesting. They're listening to us. It's coming through now. But Navian, what are some of these key cards, right, that's coming through? Because I want to say first off, right, probably that Levantine Dragon, right? The Shadowverse Flame main card coming in here, right? We know a lot of people kind of memed on it when it first came out, but of course, when they started getting those extra forms coming in, it gives you quite an array of options, right, that you can bring to the table in any duel that you have with this card.
That's right, with Levantine Dragon, with the introduction of new forms, like you said, the Blast form right now is probably the most seen one. Out of nowhere, you just get hit for at least 7 damage to the face at the end of the turn. I've probably gotten hit by this for like 11 yesterday when I was streaming, and I was just so angry that I got hit for free for 11 damage right to the face. So that's going to be a very scary card to look out for.
Very, very scary. And obviously Prestigious Gold as well, right, which is kind of that key card to set up that discard damage rate, guys, coming through, where that discard part does come in, and you're able to cycle through basically 95% of your deck, right, and get a lot of that burn damage come out. So it is cool to see, you know, the disarm deck coming through. You get to see Prestigious Gold effect there now. And Trick, you know, kind of to wrap up looking at this deck here as well, like we mentioned, right, the discard stuff we do for a fact, right, was always something that even had its own separate strong deck for quite some time. But is there any other of the key arm stuff that maybe some of these players have to watch out for, besides, I want to say, the obvious in Levantine Dragon?
Yeah, something that's interesting to me is just the armed followers that Hishiro chooses to play in this deck. You usually can't max out on all of them because you are running a hybrid deck, but it is interesting seeing Draconic Armor. We have a way to search our deck and possibly get that Leviathan Dragon more often. And so I think that's like a pretty interesting choice that we don't see a lot. I think we see Hishiro here choosing to really try and consistently pull the specific armed followers he wants instead of just running more of the names in his list. And so that's going to be interesting to see if that consistency can really help him out in this match.
And let's go to his next deck now and see what else Hishiro is bringing to the table. And ladies and gentlemen, shock horror, it's Sephi Rune. Okay, I didn't expect this one at all, absolutely not coming out from the players, right? I would say definitely like one of the other big three decks is part of that group for a reason. So much it brings to the table, whether it be board control, whether it be healing, whether it be OTKs. And it's got a little bit of everything that a lot of decks can both struggle to go against and players can struggle to go against here. But Namien, what are some of these key cards that make up the current Test Subject Rune deck?
Well, it has to be Volunteer Test Subject, which is the whole basis of the card. For anyone unfamiliar with this deck, this is a 2 for a 2/2 when it comes into play, and it gains Rush if 3 copies have played this game, and if at least 5 have played, it becomes a 5/5 with Rush, and on last words, it can draw a card. Everything about this deck is just simply based on summoning as many copies of this as possible, and we have Sephi, who comes in at the end and can potentially give them Storm on play. So you have a lot of big Volunteer Test Subjects running at you late game for a lot of damage, and the board can go really wide with this deck, and it can overwhelm you very easily if you leave all the Test Subjects unchecked.
Yeah, and not only that as well, but you can kind of use Sephi, to fuse in some of those extra cards, right, if you're going to overdraw, because this deck has, I would say, probably the strongest draw power out of any deck currently, right? It's absolutely insane how strong the draw power is here for Sephi Rune. And Trick, what about some of these other key cards? Because at the moment, I'm seeing this looks like more of that standard Sephi lineup we're seeing. Not too many tech choices, but cool to see, obviously, that Yukishima coming in and kind of got added in, just as an added option, right, to go for that win if the Sephi option isn't really working out too well.
Definitely. Like you're saying, this deck has insane draw power, and so Rune can just capitalize on things like Yukishima so easily. He'll always be doing 20 when he comes down on 9, so you can find a different way to kill your opponent if you maybe didn't get enough of the condemned cards. And I think it's just really interesting to see how our players are going to choose what they fuse, because you get to run all of these tech cards, and in some situations they're useless, you make them a test subject, but in other situations maybe you do need the Yukishima to win on 9 and you have to hold on to it. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players make that priority throughout their games.
Exactly right. Being on your toes, right, is so very important with this deck. You really need to be paying attention to the play style that's coming out, because each player plays this deck differently, as you mentioned, right? There's so many cool ways to win with this deck, and that's the reason why it is a part of that awesome big three. But let's look towards Hishiro's final deck coming in here. The final deck he is bringing here to the table, making it here to day number 2. It is going to be that Loot Sword coming out again. As to be expected, right? A very, very powerful deck. I mean, Sword's been in a very good place, I want to say, for the past couple of months now. Loot Sword kind of leading that charge at the moment here. And luckily for us, yeah, sure, Chris is gone, but we still have Namien, our sword expert here on the West deck here. Namien, Loot Sword, tell us all about it, man. Why is this deck so hot?
There's so many great things about this deck, but as the name suggests, Loot Swordcraft uses a bunch of loot cards in order to enhance and play its full game throughout the game. Obviously, the newest card, Barbaros Briny Convict, one of the new condemned commanders out here. If you fuse him, he gains the ability to, if you fuse a loot card with it, he gains the ability to evolve for 0, which is instantly amazing. Free evolves are always great in this game. And on play, he gets a Dread Pirate's Flag, which is a spell card, that loot card that does 3 damage to a random enemy on board and then 3 to the face. On evolve, it can also kill an enemy follower, and it gains Storm if you play for enhanced 7, which means on 7, if you evolve and use the flag with the play point recovery, you can deal 10 damage on turn 7, and you can just do it back and forth because you can play multiple copies of Barbaros back to back. It's really crazy because once it hits 7, it's a countdown.
The amount of times I've lost to this card, man, and to the flag combo, annoys me to no end. It sucks so much. You always end up being that one turn off and you're down by 1 health, or you just miss your own way to win the match. Loose comes out of nowhere, cleans you up, and you're done. You're done playing Shadow Verse for the day. You try and come back the next day and see if you can take it out. But kind of similar to the Sephi Rune deck, and I want to send this to you, Trick, with this as well. There's a couple variations of this deck, right, for comfort more than anything. Is there anything on this particular lineup on Hishiro's bringing that stands out a little bit more, say, to maybe other standard variations of this deck?
Yeah, one of the things that I think is pretty interesting is no Gilnelise. It's definitely not something we haven't seen before, but a lot of players really like to maybe rely on Gilnelise to keep their health up. But without that option, we're going to have to see more creative play, maybe like when we're going second and things, to keep our health total up so that we don't die to our opponent's big damage combos. So we'll definitely be seeing things like Chivalrous Bandit and Metatron maybe being a little bit more important for Opulent Strategists as well, to be ways of healing that this deck does still have. Yeah, and here we see the Chivalrous Bandit. It has on Strike that you can get the loot into your hand, which can be a little tricky if you're going first, but going second, you can clear that follower and get it right into your hand.
And of course, Metatron, right? That staple neutral card, I feel like, is maybe not as powerful as Gilnelise. That might be controversial to be saying that, but definitely something we see in quite a few decks, right? That we do tend to see all throughout. And of course, even having that evolve, getting an extra play point can also be a big thing, especially with a lot of these decks that are looking towards OTKs at the moment. But even the Bandit was a cool pick up there, Trick, as well. I remember during the SEO talk last weekend, it was brought up as being an awesome card, and maybe some of the loot mirror matches they might be seeing later on throughout the day to kind of have that extra rush card and have that Goblet. But those are Hishiro's decks. Looking towards Yo's decks here. Of course, a reminder, it is that Revelations team kill matchup here to kick off the day. And this is where that West spice is coming in here. Crystallize Haven. We didn't see this at all last weekend. We're bringing it here to the West thing. Handing this to you, Trick, now as well. Why are we seeing Crystallize Haven here today?
Yeah, this is a really fun deck. I've been playing it some in the Grand Prix. In the second round, I even got 1-5-0, and like this deck, it's really strong. The only problem is consistency. And so I think sometimes like the players are like, you know what? It's worth the risk. I'm going to bring this deck because like with my best hands, I'm going to be doing 21 damage on turn 6, destroy your whole board. Like, what are you going to do? And so I definitely think like people bring this deck thinking that like it has good matchups against things like maybe Sephi. Now I have a bunch of wards. What are they going to do? Like they can't go face with their test subjects, or like the destruction. Maybe that's going to be good. And so I think we just see here like a choice where like this is a deck this player is comfortable on. They know it's strong and they're going to work around like maybe its challenges, but here we're going to see it today.
And I mean, you were talking about diamonds before for Yo, that he's going to need to maybe come out with this win. Do you maybe take it a little bit literally, being Crystallized Haven?
Diamond Master is always going to be the card that ruined my life when I came back to the game. It's just to have such a free and consistent board clear. All you need is to give it Storm and Ward, and once it swings, your whole board is gone. Maybe this will be very good against any potential test subject matchups where the board can get extra wide, and a Diamond Master is all you need to clear everything. I also see that they put a copy of Olivia in there. Again, more board clear, probably a pretty like meta call on top of things like Skull Fame that will come out and also clear the board. It seems like this is a pretty good answer to what's going on right now in the meta.
Let's see what else Yo is bringing to the table here. He thought he'd bring a little bit of spice to mix things up, and clearly it's worked for him here, right? Making it here today too, going 6-1. It is going to be that test subject rune. I don't think my eyes deceive me. I'm pretty sure that's even 1-for-1 exactly the same that Hishiro is bringing here. So we might see a mirror match between these two decks at the moment. Of course, we talked about it just a little bit before. Almost exactly the same, of course, like we said, right? Obviously playing around the volunteer test subject, the Gilnelise being there as well, throw that comfort option, and Yukishima as an option right to help with the OTKs. But what are some other base things that help with some of this draw power trick coming in here? Because, I mean, I'm seeing Thunder God, right, at the end that we don't really see too much of towards the end of its lifespan here, right, from one of the older expansions, but it works so well here in test subject.
Yeah, that's true. Thunder God is a great card. If you get it early, you can just throw it into your curve, maybe fit it in on like 1 or 3 and draw another card, help you get you deeper to like the cards you actually want. And I've even seen people play this on turn 7 to like set up a lethal on turn 8 or just like steal a game. And in the Shadow matchup as well, this card can really shine. It's a way to destroy your opponent's amulets, and then you can kill their kernels before they are intending you to. And so I think that this is a card that definitely came in to fight Shadow originally, but with only one of it in the top 8. We might not get to see that interaction today, but still there just in case.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting discussion about the Shadow discussion, I'll say, that we've had throughout the past week, especially since SEA Cup has been very interesting from a lot of different players and other commentators, I want to say as well, having one opinion or the other about this deck. But now, I mean, is there anything else that really stands out here for you for this test subject rune coming in as well? I mean, seeing the likes of about healing, right? You know, you got Bird of Wisdom, Giant Happy Pick, and even Uranus to help not only keep health up, but really even control the board.
Yeah, having in this meta, I feel like having a little more hit points to make sure you're more padded to stop stuff like the 10 damage from Barbaros and Loot Sword, or even just maybe have 1 HP left after the opponent test subject rune comes at you with all of their test subjects. Like, any little bit of healing matters, and if you're even short by like a little bit, anything just kills you like unexpectedly.
And let's look towards Yo's last deck that he's bringing here to the table before we're ready to see who the bands are and get underway for this first match. It's Loot Sword. We'll see it again. And once again, if I'm not mistaken, 1 for 1, exactly the same that Hishiro brought. So the Rev guys definitely, you know, they had that sword deck, they had that rune deck locked in, ready to go. All the Rev guys seem to be behind it here. And not too surprised, that was kind of the main duo we saw even in the most recent JCG a couple days ago. But Trick coming into this one again here with Loot Sword. What are some of more of these, I would say, iconic cards that we see here in Loot Sword?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of nice cards in this. We definitely see like the pirate theme smashing with the swordcraft traditional themes in this deck. A card I really like is Tidal Gunner. It's really strong going first on curve, kind of gets like a Kasim type of feel where you can clear your opponent's follower and really just hold on to your lead. But it's also great in the late game. You can get that flag as well, go face for 3. And with 2 of these on turn 8, you can also kill your opponent from full health, even without some of your strong cards like Barbaros. And I would like to point out one other small change. This might be the difference today. This deck has 3 Bumpkin Recruit and 2 General Maximus, and then his opponent switches those ratios. So, you know, maybe there's something there. Like, we're going aggro with like the extra Bumpkin or something. Like, it's the whole strategy is different here.
That 1 play point difference potentially, right? And I mean, Sword Expert, do you think that's going to be enough for him to maybe sneak a win here?
Hey man, I always max out on my my cost ones because I love to play aggro. I need my Quick Blader Black in the meta. I need that soon. But what I love here actually is just Arsene Lupin, because the evolve effect for the Clash to remove all enemy effects is actually going to be really relevant in this meta. You can get rid of some test subject bonuses against Shadow. You get rid of some of their last words so that to make their count lower. So I think Arsene Lupin just being part of the Loot Sword craft package also just makes this deck incredibly strong. And there's just a lot of random tech that gets added into the deck just by playing what you need to play.
And let's not forget the most important one, guys. Gillenlease. Losing that drain effect right into Arsene. The amount of sad moments we've seen where that happens, not good. Hopefully we don't see that here today in West Cup. Remember to hit that F in the chat, of course, if that does end up happening. But those are the decks for the players coming in here for our first quarterfinal of the series. We'll get the bands up in just a short moment as well, gentlemen. But if we're leaning towards one way or the other, I mean, obviously we're seeing 2 very, very similar decks come out here now as well. You know what? We're just going to go to bands. We'll see that now as well and see what's coming through. Maybe this might help with the discussion a bit more here about where we might lean up here with that's 1 Dragon band and 1 Rune band, I believe we're seeing here.
Dang, I'm definitely sad to see that Dragon band as one of the decks that I feel is like the most fun and interesting. Like, it's sad to not see that here, but I guess, you know, Yo respects it so much. Like, he doesn't want to let it through, and so he's going to be playing against the decks he's been playing against all tournament. Sword, Rune, that's what they're comfortable fighting. And then for his opponent, going to be playing against Sword and Haven, so.
But that's the thing, right? It's that Haven deck, which you're going to see straight away, which we love to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally back. We're finally here for the 2023 season start. Shadowverse Open February Cup for the West region. It's Yo taking on Hishiro, the battle of the revelations, guys, from the viewpoint of Yo with Haven against Rune. I'm so excited, lads, to get this one on the way. I hope you guys are at home as well. Let us know in the chat who you think will take this one out, and this is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, we see some great hands from both players early on. Both of them getting the cards that they need to get their main strategies online. We're going to have lots of test subjects up top, and we're going to get that 5 crystallized count in no time. Yo's hand looks amazing. He kept everything. Just all of these amulets, get them going, and then all of your cards will be full power soon.
I'm actually really happy that Yo decided to take Crystal first, because I think Crystal being the little underrated deck right now, I think they want the most chances they can with Crystal to take a win. So even if Rune does take a win against Crystal, he has another chance for it to go against Sword, rather than maybe taking a win with Sword right away and then leaving Crystal in a bad position.
And that's the thing I was talking about, comfort for a lot of these players, right? And what they can bring to the table. And could Haven maybe be that trick, right? That, you know, no puns there, trick, right? For coming through for Yo to maybe give him the extra advantage, because we're talking about even before, right? Having that scrim advantage between these two players, right? And maybe knowing a little bit more than some of these players. This may be why you think, I mean, obviously Yo wasn't expecting to verse Hishiro here in top 8, but could it be something where I think he's being to try and trip up some of these players when we have that ban format here?
Yeah, he maybe wasn't expecting to face Hishiro, but I'm sure he was expecting to face lots of test subject Rune. And this is definitely the matchup you want to be running your Haven into. You'll be able to make those big boards of wards and really like make it hard for them to kill you in the late game. And you also aren't going to be seeing that many wards from your opponent. Like we saw Metatron come down, but like in the late game, outside of Olivia, there's not a lot you can do to block the unending storm damage that we're going to see from Yo.
So right now, I think what Yo is looking for is trying to dig for that Skull Feign so they can start abusing that Lightning Bird combo that we've all grown to love. And I think, I'm not sure. I feel like they're going to have a little trouble clearing this early board. Is that little bit of damage really going to rack up and go against Yo at the end of the day?
Yeah, damage is definitely something to be worried about, especially when test subject Rune is pretty limited to specific amounts of damage on specific turns. We can see like 15 with 3 test subjects, or 20 like not coming out till turn 8. And so yeah, definitely chip damage is good, but hopefully we can see like maybe like 1 Gilnally just to like reset everything down the line. I think that all of this draw, like you're saying, we're still looking for like maybe some of the key pieces, but we've got 4 draw on the board, and like the chirpies for the 2 drops, they're going to be active now with 5 crystallized played, and so we'll see our own storm damage coming in and a lot of draw. Like I don't think that Yo's in a bad spot, even taking some of this damage early.
It's just Demon Birds, right? In Haven. I hate to see them come out and really mess up, but I mean, that's like kind of, I want to say Sephi Rune can maybe match, right? Obviously having such a wide board, and can be a bit of an issue for maybe, I'd say most decks like to deal with, but Crystallized Haven obviously having a lot of, we'll say, random single target spell damage. I have to obviously hope that Yo can hit the correct targets potentially while he's setting up for, you know, that Diamond Master game plan for this one. And now he's going to have a moment to really think about where he's going to go from here, because there's a lot of followers to deal with there. But at the same time, they're also kind of on a slightly board lock. You know, there's a 1/1 Goblin stuck there, right? You know, there's the 0/1 there. Sure, they can give Bane to a fellow test subject, but it's only going to be an extra 2 attack, and maybe you can somehow work that towards his advantage.
Yeah, interesting. Looking at the hand and the draws, like we do see that Diamond Master coming down, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it even come down this turn. We can get a lot of storm damage this phase while clearing the board. Like this is a great spot for Yo.
Behold,
all of these followers are going to be getting +1, +3 in stats, and leave his opponent with less health and staring down a big board, even with like non-destruction and things he has to deal with.
Peace, my friend. Pray with me.
So we just see the board clear come out from Diamond Master, and and Hishiro's already at half health. It looks like that 5/7 Diamond Master is going to be a pretty big deal to get around.
especially with its max protection, right? And Hishiro really has to think about what's going on here, because he doesn't have those evos you kind of expect out of Olivia that would help, right? You just get that free evo, do all that AoE damage and kind of deal with what's there on the board. But you know, he does have a couple of test subjects he could work towards if he needs to. You know, he's unfortunately one turn away from the giant happy pig, right? That could maybe help to not only gain some health back, but maybe regain some board space here. But I think it might have to rely on, right, maybe some of these test subjects, and maybe in combination with the Drain and Bane effects to really kind of deal with this. But then at the same time, he's dealt with the board, but then he's got to worry about the next turn, right? And the next turn, and kind of get stuck in that loop of kind of just reacting, right, rather than playing towards your game plan.
Yeah, and we did see Hishiro hovering over that researcher for a while. Definitely, the scholar. Yeah, definitely considering the healing. At this point, like, he doesn't know his opponent's hand, but we see there's lots of storm there. Very much possible that like 10 more storm damage could be coming out next turn. And so we're gonna have to see maybe like some combination of healing or at least wards to really stop our opponent's game plan. And we see Hishiro choosing to go with the ward instead, missing out on maybe some potential play point gain and healing, but just thinking that that's his best option in the moment. But I don't think it's going to be enough going into this turn. It might just be over here.
Yeah, Hishiro being forced to drop the Olivia early. The AoE damage doesn't ramp up because it's based on how many evolves has done during the game. So it was forced to just leave the 6-1 on the board and it keeps this, the Sapphire Priestess. This is a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, it's actually going to be GG done and there, right, coming through after the buffs coming out. And there we go, guys. Yo's going to be the first one to take the round here against Hishiro with that Crystallized Haven, get that round advantage and have a bit of a buffer for himself to potentially look towards getting the first semi-final spot of the day. And what a win coming out there with the Crystallized Haven is all really shaking things up. Not really deck, right, that maybe a lot of players have, I want to say, the most experience going up against at the moment, right? Especially when it's the big three left, right, and center, right? A lot of time, whether they're be on ladder or even in practice for a lot of these guys here. So you're going to be quite happy taking that first round here. And only has to win one more with that loot sword here against Hishiro to potentially look towards a 2-0-1 into the semi-finals. Have to see how Hishiro will respond. It's going to be that loot sword mirror match here. So we'll have to see which one's stronger, right? It's that, well, I think it was looking at one different general, was it? And one different bumpkin. So we'll have to see what one's better.
Yeah, are you team Bumpkin or team Maximus, you know?
I'm team Bumpkin. Turn 1 Bumpkin's the scariest thing. What do you mean?
I'm gonna go team
Maximus, general, man. I'm gonna go Maximus.
Maximus brings out Bumpkin, so you get the best of both worlds, right?
Also, Maximus is just cool. Look at him. Look at that artwork. It's absolutely fantastic. First time we got summoned in Shadowverse Flame as well. That animation quality, brilliant. Absolutely perfect. What does the Bumpkin do? Nothing. Only one cost.
Turn 1 Bumpkin's gonna win this. If either of them get turn 1 Bumpkin, I'm supporting them.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, right, where this ends up going, because there's no turn 1 Bumpkin, so obviously means that you're going to win, right? That's 2-0. You can take that, you can clip that, and use that when we're wrong, and then something probably 1-1 or something like that. But Metatron will be first to go down, of course. That can be a bit of an issue, I want to say, for some of these early decks, right, that have to deal, because 4 health to deal with at the start, right? It's a huge health cap here. But luckily, there's a certain Rush Bandit with 3 attack. Maybe may not take it out straight away, but you know, you get a free loot card out of it, do a ton of damage to it. That might be able to help him out.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice, choosing to go with Metatron there or Tidal Gunner. It's kind of nice saving the Tidal Gunner, because then you can surprise your opponent with that out-of-hand damage to clear, and so they don't really know it's coming. We do see, though, Hishiro getting creative, finding a way to deal with the 4 health with his 2 play points, and yeah, definitely a strong play from Hishiro and a good response.
I personally like going Metatron second if I'm first to go, because sometimes you just don't have enough room to use the Metatron later and it gets stuck in your hand. Tidal Gunner is being saved for good trade situations here. You don't need to do too much to get that 2-1 off the board. So I think it was a good decision. And like Baz said, that 4-butt on Metatron is just way too big to get over sometimes.
Yeah. But and also a good point too then. I mean, it's all like Metatron can be a card later to the game, right? Where I don't want to say it becomes a brick as such, much, but it definitely leans towards that scale end, right? Of all cards to have. Why Metatron now? Why not early at the start of the game, or even around that turn 4-5 if you're a second player coming in, right? So easy to get it off straight away, get that ping damage to start things off. And now, again, kind of in that situation, yeah, it's the early game, but Yo's quite comfortable to be able to play out what he'd like here, or at least that would be the case if he didn't have that unfortunate hand, right, that he has to deal with here, where Hishiro's kind of, I want to say, starting to be in a similar boat, but there's a Metatron turn 4 Evo ready to go there. That's going to give him that extra advantage, and Yo's kind of stuck, with those Octruses, with Maximus, that are just like, yeah, what cool to have 3-4 turns from now where we can actually use them and be more useful.
Yeah, like you said, like he's free to play whatever he wants if he had what he wants. And it's kind of interesting. We did see that Yo kept Maximus in his starting hand. He had the option to throw it back, but he decided to hold on to it for that like turn 5 or turn 6 play. And we see like here kind of being punished, drawing a lot of other great Evo targets. Like normally you'd be fine Evoing Octrus on 5. So maybe in this situation, like Maximus wasn't the best keep because you'd probably draw into something for 5 anyway. We'll see though how this plays out. Maybe it's going to be huge. We'll see the Stormrack first Maiden and here it come out on the same turn or something. Who knows?
I can understand holding Maximus, especially with Yo's list, because he's the one running only 2. You don't want to see the Maximus on like turn 20, and then he's just like, yeah, I'm going to bring out one friend, I guess, and not do much with it. So I respect the decision to keep. It was just an unfortunate mulligan to draw back. Just what he got, and got stuck with 2 Octuses.
It's kind of tragic, but at the end of the day, you got to work with what you got, right? And he's managing to make things work slightly at the moment. Of course, there's Bumpkin number 1. There we go, Namian, first Bumpkin. We only got 5 play points in, but we got there. We got there eventually now that we're touching mid-game, which obviously helping with the draw, but Max was going to come down, and that's a big board, gentlemen. That's very difficult, I think, for you to try and get over here.
Yeah, I'm happy to see both of these players saving their Maximus for turn 6. It can definitely be strong on 5 as well, but something I found is it's often been nice for me to play that Maximus on 6 and have the 1 play point left so that I can play spells and things that interact with the followers that get summoned. And so then you can get a little bit extra value out of them, and maybe in like that mirror match, it can give you like the edge you need. We'll probably see a free Evo here from the Opulent, and things like that can really just like make your board annoying for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah, Opulent has probably been one of my favorite cards to enter the game, and just the synergy it has with Loot Sword is crazy. On play, you can grab the spell that gives you 2 loot cards and an evil point, basically, just for playing it. There's just so much like great synergy with Opulent in this Loot Sword craft deck.
I feel like as soon as she came out, right, she just showed up big time for every sword deck, right? And obviously just loot fits in perfectly. And it's such a pain, I want to say, for a lot of the other decks to not only try and get over, but survive against sometimes, depending on what spell gets chosen right out of that selection. There's a lot of very, very powerful spells and token spells that can come out there from Opulent's choices. And Yo, once again now, is kind of just chilling in a, well, this is the situation I'm stuck in moment. And I mean, there's a lot of big followers, right? The 5-6 Opulent, 4-4 Thief, and gonna come out with his own Maximus and try and see what he can pull out.
My heart.
I'd say not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, if Yo was playing a different game, he'd be doing great right now with like 2 of everything. He gets 2 Ultimate Hollow, 2 Octrus, like he's just drawing all the pairs. But we're not maybe seeing some of the things he'd want, but I think he's definitely finding a way to use his hand to the full advantage. And with all that late game, like in no time, he's gonna have like the healing and the storm he needs to really like turn this game in his favor. While Hishiro, like, he does have some good like healing and draw and gas in his hand, but we're not seeing Barbaros yet. And so like next turn on 7, like that's not something to worry about. He doesn't have the Octrus spell in hand. So with like these 2 different positions, our players are gonna really have to like take advantage of what they have going and maybe like play around what they don't.
I'm actually really surprised that when he evolved the Stormwreck first mate, that he reduced the cost on the Octrus spell as opposed to reducing the cost on another loot spell, just to try and generate another 2-1 potentially to help clear the board. I wonder if that this Maximus just standing there. Oh, why is this about Maximus again? Just like standing there, like menacingly. And look, another Maximus. All right, you know what? I should just shut up about Maximus.
That's right. We are a Maximus Pride cast here. Get your bumpkins out. Maximus only. And he's coming back because he hasn't had enough fun. Setting up the board once again here for Ishiro to kind of go over. And you know, it kind of sucks, right? Because Joe having first made out would have been really awesome, right? Maybe a couple turns now, he can kind of start spamming some of those loot spells, right? And really start getting the board clear and getting that damage in. But unfortunately, not the case. And Hishiro once again gets complete board control. Going to have Remnant almost ready to go to just drop an 8 damage nuke onto his opponent's face here, right? Very, very soon. And Yo's starting to look like he's in big trouble.
Yeah, that board is threatening. We do have a lot of removal in our hand. Barbaros, like Evo Destroy, 1 play point hollow, heal 4, deal 4. So not maybe like the worst spot to be in. And also like that one cost, the discount that we saw, you know, to be able to on the Octa spell, like it means that we can play that, maybe clear the board for 1 play point or save it and potentially in the future be able to have like cheat the play point system and get a little bit more damage in a turn than people expect from Sword.
Treasure belongs in a special place.
Oh, they decide to go with the arson player. I wonder what's the thought here. I guess they're not looking for the... I'm actually not sure. This is a very interesting play. I think they're not looking for the storm on Barbaros.
Yeah, we might just be seeing like a really strong setup for like a guaranteed turn 8 kill. Get some flags in hand, set up damage, set up some ambush, and we'll be able to go face with that as well if our opponent doesn't deal with it. We also have like a lot of damage in hand with spells. Maybe this is just like, oh, I've got Barbaros for next turn, but now with all of this, like they're definitely gonna die.
I like that they didn't use the flag and decided to commit their own 2-2 ambush. I wonder if that arson is going to come back and haunt him, but I don't think so because he's back at 20 health. That 2-2 probably will be pretty irrelevant. But yeah, we'll see how that flag holds up. Maybe he's waiting to combo it with some more like title gunners for just a little extra damage. Any little bit of damage counts when it comes to this mirror match right now.
And you remember it's all like, Yo burnt through a lot, but he's got himself still a board, he's got resources in hand, he's back to full health, which is obviously probably the most important thing. I'll just add all that as well. So keeping himself in the game and giving himself a bit of breathing room, right, which is very, very important when it comes to any form, right, of competitive Shadowverse or a competitive game in general. So gonna have that, but that's a double strategist, so that's gonna be a double Evo off of the spells coming out now with Graceful Maneuver. And this is where Ishiro can kind of play some of his cards out for free and again just wrestle control and leave it up to Yo to be like, well, you thought you had me backed into a corner, right, towards the starting in game 1. You thought it might be a bit more easy, but now I'm coming back full force and in control here, and now you're the one that really has to try and deal with what I'm bringing to the board.
Yeah, really seeing the power of Opulent here, clearing those ambush followers easily and leaving these big bodies that are going to make it like near impossible.
Oh, man.
That's 21 damage on board, boys.
777.
Just lucky 7s across the board, guys.
So pretty sure that's a win condition in some other games that we may or may not know. So that's Yo being like, well, now I've got to try. I have to deal with all this and try and heal up so I don't get OTK'd potentially next turn, and also have to try and make sure I have enough resources to not only win myself, but make sure I can go to a turn 9 or a turn 10 if need be. And yeah, I can see there's a couple options there available, but if he kind of burns through a lot of that, he's kind of stuck, right, for the next couple turns where he might not be able to come back either. So this is going to be a really, really tough turn here for him, trying to bring things back. He's going to start with the Octress. Of course, going to be able to steal away and get that free Evo, which is going to be huge.
Yeah, it's definitely huge. Just like a sad position to be in. We've already committed one Barbaros, and so now it's like if we play that, we're starting to run out of win conditions. So we're gonna get like put in an awkward position, you know, where we're like having to like both try and save our resources to actually be able to kill our opponent while also trying to deal with like what we're staring down. And we see Yo perfectly navigating that, leaving like a semi-weak board, but like that's amazing considering what he was staring down before and like the amount of health he's been able to return to and things, and the gas he still has in his hand. Like, I feel like we couldn't have seen a better play from Yo that turn. Yeah,
Octra's taking the AoE effect was a really big deal here. and it allowed Yo to save their Barbaros, like Trickster said, because the more you commit your Barbaroses early, the less chance you just have to finish towards the end, and you have to start scrapping for like just any little bits of damage you can. While Hishiro still just has Barbaroses live if he's able to draw them. We haven't seen them show up in his hand right now.
Yeah, and that can kind of be more positive towards him, right? Because now he knows they're in the back, they're ready to go at some point, and because of the extended match, it's like the one time where it's like bottom 20, bottom 10, that's fine, I can deal with that. I'm still controlling the match, and I'm more than happy to drag this out, right, and really take it to my opponent, especially when if Hishiro wins, right, there's still one more match that's going to be played. They're going to be quite taxing on you, right, coming off a win, being put in such a long, strenuous match to then have to then play into another one potentially, right? That could be really huge, huge hit on him coming into a potential final match here. And he's going to go for the first mate, starting to finally see these guys come out because the loot spell is being spammed to regain control of the board as the Octus Evo will come out as well. And I'm definitely sure that Hishiro, there's a lot of cards being built up there that I'm seeing that can really hurt Yo here in the long run very, very soon. That once again is up to Yo to try and respond back to. There's flag number 1 coming out for him there, and once again Hishiro's got a big extended board that Yo has to deal with.
Yeah, but I think that there's a very good chance that we'll see Yo maybe taking it this turn. He's going to have so much damage in his hand, and with the discounts that he's done, he'll be able to play both flags and both Octus spells potentially this turn. Like, this could be huge. There's going to be lots of storm damage and effect damage going face. We'll just see if the fuses and things have been enough for Yo.
You can
That's the bumpkin buff, potentially.
The bumpkin. Well, you can see Yo trying to do the math in his head, hovering between Barbaros and the Octus spell. 2 flags and 2 Octus. I think this is a lot of damage coming on.
Yeah, I think there's no way that this isn't what Yo needs to finish the game. Using the bumpkin buff to get a little bit of that health off the board so he can go face for more.
At last.
It's going to be Title Gunner picked up as well, so he's going to be able to run in so much damage, and it's going to be enough to get the OTK. I don't even think Hishiro was expecting it. After that one there, ladies and gentlemen, the upset here of the day already coming out. Yo from Team Revelations 2-0 against Hishiro after that one. Wow, I want to say coming out from there. I know we had a feeling it was there, but I don't think we actually knew it was there. Luckily Yo did, as able to come away with such a huge victory.
Yeah, that was great. We really saw Yo do everything he needed to plan ahead and have the diligence to hold on to important resources so that he was able to have that damage, that 20 damage combo on his end turn, while still being able to clear everything throughout the game. Like, there was a lot of planning there and a lot of restraint, and we saw it pay off for him.
Yeah, very disciplined play coming from Yo there. Like I brought up earlier, the discount on the random hollowness spell from Octus was pivotal in securing that game. I would normally think more in the moment, but Yo knew that that would be the decision-making play that would win him the game and give him that 2-0 victory against his teammate.
Yeah, and again, like we said, what a win, what a player to win up against as well. So I was a big congratulations for making it into the top 8. Sounds weird saying that because I think it's kind of expected, right, to see him there. But again, going 2-0 down, maybe they might spark that 5 back under him, right, to keep him going forward for the 2023 season now that he has rejoined Team Revelations. But only one of them had to make it through. Yo will be our first player to make it to the semi-finals in the 2023 season now. And we'll, of course, we'll be looking towards KTZN versus Melon in just a short moment. Of course, that was meant to be the first match. They're now, I believe, ready to go in just a short moment. So we'll see them very, very soon. But Trick, final thoughts on this match and also going forward with KTZN versus Melon before we kick you out of here and get you off the card for a bit.
Yeah, it was a great match. I mean, it's a handoff of the torch, you know, from Rev, like one player to the other. Hishiro's like, last season, that was my season. Here it's time for you, Yo, you know, moving forward. And I hope he can carry it all the way through to the end.
Well, you know what, Trick? Get out of here. We've had enough of you now. We'll see you later on after the break when you come back for quarterfinal 3. It's going to be a nice time now. All right, it's our duo time to take this one forward for KTZN and Melon. And this is going to be an exciting one here, I think, Nami, right, coming through when we see some of these decks coming out. And already, I mean, that's a lot to live up to, I want to say, after that 2-0.
Yeah, that was a great match, and you see probably some very high level Shadowverse there. That maneuvering of the sword mirror was great, and just seeing that crystallized Haven deck, it shows the power of it. You can see why you hated it in the last expansion, and now it's gonna come back. Maybe if you're having trouble with some rune or shadow decks, bring out the crystallized Haven again, dust it off, and then like he didn't even need Skullfane there. He would just blew you up with Diamond Master, and you couldn't get around it. It's a very good matchup so far. I'm loving it.
Man, as a blood player, it's in my blood to always hate Haven. It's just something we have to do, and I still hate it now, but obviously you clear-cut evidence, right, showing that it's still a very powerful deck in the right hands and in the right format, right, as well. You know, ladder's one thing, competition's another, and I know there's always a discussion of not only trying to play meta, but trying to play comfort and even trying to play upset stuff, right? Having that band to play around with and playing decks that can really upset maybe some of these big decks like we call rogue decks, right? That could potentially sneak their way in. Speaking of decks, let's have a look and see what's on offer for our second grand final. I'm getting well out of myself.
Wow,
coming forward here. Looks like it's going to be Meme Legends actually here for this one. So I'm not sure if we'll maybe move on to quarterfinal 3 there. So probably looks like it will be Meme Legends against Vez Vision here for our next matchup, which is going to be very interesting. We'll show you why in just a short moment, but it's going to be first off with that test subject rune, and already seeing a big difference right in that Leo.
Yeah, that Leo is very interesting. This is probably just to get more discounted plays for I don't even know. I personally don't know what this Leo is going to be for. I can only see the targets for Happy Pig and the Gilnalese. What's the important thing here? What's the inclusion of this one Leo card? Or is it just because you can use it as some fodder for Sephia at the end if you don't get it early for early advantage?
Yeah, so that was going to be that thing, you know, that we talked about it a little bit during, well, I was like, we talked about it, other cast talked about it last weekend, trying to figure out how Leo could fit in for Freya, right, as being an option to get that free search and be off for that. And there's also Story of a Lifetime, is that other tech coming in, right, that Meme Legends is bringing into this one that works with the Yukishima, right? We talked about the Yukishima OTK being a potential option for some of these players if we can't get the test subject strategy off 100%, and it's still such a very strong card in a multitude of Runecraft decks.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see the Story of a Lifetime, as most of the other Runecraft decks are literally just all followers with no spells. So I'm really interested to see how this can help build up to Yukishima, which I don't know. With this format so far, the Yukishima, how often will you get to that late game like we see that happen between the two sword decks? If Sephi Rune maybe gets overwhelmed early as well, maybe they won't even get to see the Yukishima be used. It gets stuck in their hand. I'm just wondering how it'll do well in this format right now.
Yeah, well, we're going to remember as well, there's also Yukishima's Evo effect that could be a potential to help buff up certain followers. And if there's a certain test subject that maybe gets an extra buff it doesn't need for Storm, right? There's so many cool antics that Yukishima can bring to the table. And just us in, coming from Trickster, because he can't leave us alone, even though we already kicked him off the cast here. Apparently, the likes of Leah can be used for an OTK cheese with Olivia and Yukishima. So that could be very interesting to see if that comes out. That would obviously be a very specific thing, which I've not seen personally, but definitely makes a lot of sense to see. So it could be an early game thing, could be a late game thing. And that's why we're talking about these tech choices being such an important factor for these decks. Let's see what else Meme Legends is bringing to the table here. Of course, Meme Legends being only one of two players to go 7-0 in day one competition. It is going to be that Loot Swordcraft coming into this one. And again, looking here, and I mean, looks to be pretty standard across the board.
Yes, this is another 3 Maximus build. And I guess the 3 Maximus build maybe wasn't enough, but who knows? Maximus definitely was the big mid-game fight. Hishiro definitely had more Maximuses there and made it a big struggle for Yo in the previous matchup to just constantly deal with the board. I think in any other circumstance, the Maximus would have been able to get wide enough to be a bother for a lot of our other in normal situations.
You know, we challenged the Sword VTuber You know, we were saying Maximus more the bumpkin. It didn't work. You know, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? You know, I'm sorry. I challenged you and I lost. So it is what it is. I got to listen to you 100% from now on when it comes to all of these sword options. But of course, those who mentioned out Loot Sword being such a huge, consistent deck, a very powerful deck all across the board. I do want to bring up, you know, one of those cards we didn't talk about a little bit before, that Stormwracked First Mate, right? That 3-cost gold coming into this one. Such a powerful card in this deck at the moment, right? Being able to spam out, of course, the Pirate's Flag combination is one thing, but being able to spam out, you know, those Marine Raiders, right? And being able to spawn out so many big followers. You know, 2-2, you know, it might not sound like big followers when there's about 50 of them on the board, right? I mean, it can be a really tough challenge for these players to deal with, not only with that, but also being used to clear out opponents' followers.
Yeah, the evolve effect to reduce the cost of a loot card by 1 obviously was pivotal in the last match. This is probably one of my favorite loot cards simply because of the multiple ways you can choose to time and summon which follower you want to do. Because on the evolve, it summons the 2-1 rush, but on the non-evolve, it summons the 2-2. But the 2-1 rush also gives you a loot card that gives it rush. So there's a lot of little plays you can do with this one card. And I just love cards like this with so much variance in how you can use it.
And let's look towards Meme Legends' final deck here that he's bringing. And we're talking about spice. We're talking about the good stuff. Hoseby Forest coming out. Yeah, I know it's not spice. Yeah, it's a top 5 meta or whatever, but it's not something that we saw last weekend, right, in the SAO competition. Seeing it here for West on this weekend. It's going to be one of 2 Forest decks we'll be seeing here today, Damian. And such an awesome deck. One of these decks like Haven Knight we're talking about that players can bring to really, I would say, mess with, right, the big 3.
Yeah, so in my play, I honestly haven't seen too much Hosumi on ladder, but I understand the core concept of it, and Seraphic Leo here is definitely the key card here. And it's to reduce the cost on the Goblin Mage to hope to find, or any of your other neutrals, so you can find more copies of like Leo, and then it's just to use the Hosumi. I can't really explain it. I need to see this in action because this deck can go really crazy, and you're just gonna see a lot of windmills on the board and Cosmos Fangs just ruining your life. And I just want to see this happen to someone because I don't want it to happen to me.
And I mean, there's a reason why Leo's being hit, right, in a certain update that might be happening in just a short amount of time, right? There's a reason why it's being hit from onto the decks, and this, of course, is one of them. But of course, there's also Hosumi, right? The name of the deck, right? There's a reason why she was one of the top decks in Crosscraft a couple months ago. There's a reason why they got banned a couple months ago. We've seen it back here as well in rotation. Such a strong file, right? Being able to just spam out so many high cost, big name Forest followers, and of course lead into Windmail, right? That we said, who apparently you just can't remove ever. They're just there forever, and you're stuck with that. You thought Mordecai was bad. This is that on steroids. It's such a pain. But of course, there's Hoseby coming out there, of course, with the 4 other cards effect to summon those X cards. Of course, being the big followers out of the deck, very, very important, and can really just turn a game on its head, and can even give you the big W if you're not careful as the opponent. So those are Meme Legends decks coming out. Hoseby Fires, again, such a cool deck to see here in the top 8. But let's look towards Visions decks here for Team Vez coming out here. It is going to be the Discard Dragon coming out. It's not going to be the Disarm Dragon, of course, that we've talked about before, the Hishiro was bringing here. This is going to be pure Discard Dragon that we saw straight away right now. I mean, I want to say at the beginning of the expansion, even just before it, they've been playing for quite some time now, and seems to be back on that resurgence for the players now towards the beginning of the mini expansion.
Yeah, Discard Dragon at the beginning of the expansion, just cards like Prestigious Gold as your late game, any discard leads to double damage. Like, that's just so much damage in your face. You can discard, and the late game power on this is crazy because out of nowhere you're gonna have copies of Noir and Blanc just evolve and just be big dudes slapping you, and you just can't deal with it. It's a lot of board. It's a lot of board that doesn't die, especially with the new Draziel, who just so many cards late game that can't be destroyed by effects, and they all just come out so easily through this engine. So I can't wait to see some big dragons stick onto the board.
Yeah, and of course, look towards Draziel, right? Probably one of my favorite cards, I want to say, out of the Condemned. Just such a pain. It's just, no crap. It just comes down, you own the board, you gain 1 billion health, can't be destroyed by effect. Sometimes most players like to evolve the Enforcer as well. So now you've just got a 7-10 just sitting there, you're looking at it, and you don't know what to do with your life. And that's kind of the end of it, right? And such a cool card for discard to have, not only for that, but of course on Accelerate 1 to draw a card as well to help that draw engine going. Of course, we're talking about, how the current rune, Sephi Rune, is probably the best draw power deck currently. Discard Dragon is probably number 2, right? It's still up there. It's still very, very powerful and very easy to rotate cards out. The only other card I want to bring up here in this deck here is Feline coming out as well. Such a staple Dragon card, especially the new Feline now, and having that increased cost, right, to increase your opponent's cards into the next turn. This can make or break certain decks and certain OTK setups, and having this as a potential option to not only control that, but then go next turn into the discard combo of just burning your opponent out of the game here at Nemian can be disastrous, and your opponent, they can't react to it.
I can't tell you how many times yesterday I've yelled at the screen when a Feline came out, ruining my loot combos, my flags and loot suddenly costing 2 mana. How am I gonna play with that? That's impossible. I just can't deal with that card. It's one of my hated cards. If I could ban a card, I'd ban that card just so I stop ruining my combos.
Good, get those flags out of here, man. We're sick of that. I don't want to see another flag for the rest of the day, all right? Keep playing those Felines, guys. Do it for me. Don't do it for Namian. Let's see what else that Vision is bringing here to the table besides this pure discard dragon. It is going to be that test subject rune or Sephi Rune. You're going to go by that. We won't stick around on this one for too much longer. You know the things coming into this one. The only thing I want to point out is that Freya Ride coming through, which is, we're literally just talking about it because of the previous tech discussion about it being that option for quick and easy search. I know East brought that up during the SCAO cast last weekend of being one of those early game potential options you could use with Leo if need be. So there is that, of course, an option, and of course the recovered play point if you have more Evo points. Anyway, similar to the Metatron situation. But you guys know how this works with, of course, Vonti test subject being the main cards to play around. Of course, having that Yukishima as a potential OTK option if need be as well. If you need to know more, go check out Zip. Go check out Zip's Master website later on throughout the day to find out more info, or watch the rest of the VOD here as you go forward. But finally, our last deck here that Vision is bringing to the table, it's going to be Forest v Forest, boys. It's going to be Control Forest coming out here from Vision. Hose v Forest is one thing, Namian. Control Forest? Now? Touching mini expansion? What's this man doing?
Yeah, I was very happy to see this, to be honest, because I loved playing this deck before. I just love being a menace with the Yggdrasil free evolve into the Blossoming Lunarian. Up, right? That's all you love hearing back then with Forestcraft. And I just really like this decision. We saw how some decks take a little bit to ramp up early. This literally puts all the blocks in the way with the big wards that are just self-healing. You have the one copy of Erosive Annihilation for early game. And I feel like it just has all the tools to just stop some early game pressure, and then it just comes in with a Bahamut and then puts you on that timer. So it's like, what can you do against these big walls and then this big dragon follow-up?
Yeah, and you look towards Erosive Annihilation here as well, right? Being one of those key cards to control the board. And you think about, if you think about it, realistically, right, Control Forest should be in a really good spot right now, right? You think about how it deals with Luke Sword, how it deals with Sephi Rune, right? You talk about how it controls that early mid game where some of those decks are more than happy to not only finish early, but also to drag things out a little bit if need be, because they have those multiple win conditions, and that's where Bahamut can come through, right? That's where the Gillenese win condition can come out as well for a lot of these decks. So a lot of these players will have to be careful of, and Vision bring in this cool tech. I really hope we get to see it later on throughout the match. There's Gillenese, of course, if you don't know about that invocation effect, right? Getting Ravenous Sweetness out, doing big damage, removing your opponent's hand entirely, just adding insult to injury, Bahamut coming out and deleting the deck. That's GG, right, at the end of it. So those are Vision's decks coming into this one. We are going to see the bans just a short moment and get into our next quarter final action in Namian. But how are you feeling? Where are the chips lining up for you here between these two players with these deck choices? Because at the moment, there's some really cool pickups both these players are bringing.
Yeah, I'm really liking these matchups, but I really hope that we get to see Forest versus Forest, just so I can see how that plays out. Let's see. Let's see.
Drum roll. Let's see what happens. Both Forest is available.
We
Let's
can have
go.
Forest, baby.
We get
Oh my God.
Forest v Forest. Hopefully we get the mirror match. But it's awesome to see both Forest decks being available. Of course, it will be the Loot Sword taken away from Meme Legends and the Pure Discard Dragon being taken away for Vision. Surprising actually, because that also leaves up Sephi Rune for Vision there. So maybe Meme Legends are not wanting to deal, but potentially can Discard Dragon, and Troll Forest doesn't want to run into that Discard Dragon. So that'll be that, guys. We're getting ready to jump into our second quarterfinal match of the February Cup here for the SVO West 2023 season here. That's tuning in here for this continued action all out the day. It's Meme Legends against Best Vision from the viewpoint of Vision. Let's get things underway.
I'm actually very happy with this. It's Forest and Rune versus Forest and Rune. This will really just come down to the Forest decks, and we see Vision bring out theirs right away. And this will be the control Forest. So we'll see if it can keep test subjects under control.
And this is literally like the perfect situation. So that's about before Nami is alright coming through. Why Control Forest is being picked, it's a perfect option to go up against Sephi Rune. Sure, Yukishima is going to be that issue that Vision will have to worry about, but the main game plan here, the Memes Legends bring, Vision should be able to answer quite well with this Control Forest deck. So we'll have to see if he'll be able to do so. It's going to be about these next few draws, right? And see what he can bring out. Double Gilnelise? That ain't Chief. That ain't Chief. That's it. Not happening for me.
My heart just hurt a little just seeing the two Gilnelise. I'm just like, you don't want to put those down early. You want to be able to hold them in case you need to heal a little in the mid game after eating a lot of damage. And it looks like you're about to eat a lot of damage from these test subjects. We see the Obsessive Scholar that's about to be fused. They're really thinking about if they need the Yukishima late game. They want to hold on to those two Uranuses just to, I guess, for some little hard removal. That Yukishima is just the decision that's like haunting him right now. He's really just thinking about this one.
Yeah, and ironically enough, both very strong options that he's going to need to be here. He's going to get rid of the Yukishima, surprisingly. Of course, still got one more in the deck, so isn't going to run out. It's not going to be too much of an issue just yet. I mean, personally, I probably would have got rid of one of the Uranuses, maybe having the Yukishima, because we don't want to have a bottom 20 or a bottom 10 situation against Control Forest right coming out. So we'll have to wait and see what will happen here. Vision, though, gonna leave the board as is here. There's nothing he can really do with what's up and available. Of course, Elf will be there soon to come out and deal with that board. But, I mean, we got double test subjects here ready to go. We could potentially see, obviously, another set come out, a big 5-stack board come out for Meme Legends. But there's an answer in Vision's hand to deal with this.
That's right. The benevolent elf will be able to banish the test subjects on turn 4 with the evolution. So that'll set back Meme Legends quite a bit with the terms of draw power. So I'm I'm so happy to see this right now. This is just the anti test subjects like lineup right now, and it's my favorite.
Oh,
okay. I guess you can tell how much I hate test subject after.
I will say though, very good read from Meme Legends to be like, hang on a minute. He didn't play a card. He's got to turn 4. There's an elf coming for sure, right? There's absolutely going to be a thing. So making sure to not lose out on all those followers. We'll be able to run elf in, but he's going to have to play his other test subject here to clear it, because otherwise she's going to heal up again nice and easily. So we'll clear the elf. We did get to see the banished elf, which is funny to see. But I believe we're actually touching, if not we're exactly on that Sephi 5-5 ready to go in storm damage now. So Vision's really going to have to take this one very carefully on how he's going to react to that being on 17 health already, and what he's going to be able to do over the next couple turns. I mean, he's not going to use Elf, obviously, right? He's one off being able to get up Happy Pick, but even getting out Happy Pick, he's not healing off of that at all, right? Straight away. And, you know, Uranus doesn't do anything. There's no 20. He's not getting health back. Gilnelise, do you want to burn an Evo to get 3 health back? You might have to, which is really rough, right? So it's a really tough decision here for Vision to see what he's going to have to go for a play to deal with the next 1 to 3 turns where Meme Legends are quite easily set up for a win. Metatron is going to be used out of hand. The only one he had in hand. It's going to get a bit of extra health and a bit of ward protection, which he definitely needs right now, but it's what can he do after this right now, Namian, to stay in it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vision's hand, Vest's hand is just not great. 2 copies of the Gil Nillies. Just the Metatron was the only playable card. You definitely don't want to commit your Uranuses early, especially if you can use them to get rid of even more copies of Test Subject without giving your opponent the draw. The cards I brought up earlier, Yggdrasil, Lunarian, like, where are they? They're just like stuck on the bottom parts of the deck, and it's just not fun. You don't even have like Pierce Eye or anything to draw here. This is just a really weird situation for Vest.
As at one time, right, we see the perfect deck. My man's been cooking it in the kitchen. You know, he's been in the lab. He's been rocking hard. It's like, right, what can I bring back from the dead to deal with this big 3 nonsense? Bam, gets it straight away. Control Forest. Gets to top 8. Gets to stream. Why are you bricking now? Oh, guys, why do you start bricking now? And because really hurtful here. For him to deal with. And Meme Legends now, he gets to chill, gets to use the maximum amount of time in his turn, right? Gets to see what he can do here. It looks like he's actually one off, I believe now. Sorry, the Sephi Storm game plan here. But he's got double Uranus. He's got his own Metatron, right? He can fuse in if he'd like. He's got the other Yukishima in hand, which he's definitely holding on to. He's not going to get rid of that right now after already fusing away one earlier. He's going to go with the Devoted Researcher here to get out the Volunteer Test Subjects. Is absolutely going to activate Sephi's effect from now on. And actually going to see the Evo on Obsessive to get the drain onto the likes of one of the test subjects say. He doesn't need it, but having it later on will be nice to have. I'm actually surprised he didn't evolve the Bane one. I mean, yeah, he gets some face damage in, but I don't know if the drain was the better choice over the Bane. You'll have to wait and see, because at the same time, right, Namian, there's another elf there that's ready to go for a potential clear. The only problem is that is the health count, right, of Vision.
Yeah, Vez's health count is very low right now. I think that was the point of evolving the Scholar, just to get a little bit more face damage in. You don't know, because, well, you know you're running into Control Forest Craft. You don't know if potentially your board's just going to get cleared at any moment. You don't know if they're holding like that Bahamut or anything for like little snipes. So you just go as wide as possible. Throw out that Metatron with the 1/4 butt again, like just to absorb any like random damage that will be coming in. Keep your board big and clear, and just try to go for game. That extra 2 damage off the evolve is probably just to put them on even a harder timer than they expected to be in. This is just a hard situation to get out of for Vest. The pigs probably won't be enough to do much. The Gilnelly's heal 6 probably won't be enough. Oh, they decide to go with the pig.
Giant Happy Pig number 1, ladies and gentlemen, here for the West Cup. Do want to say probably expecting to see a bit more throughout the day, but gonna go for it. I mean, I think kind of a little bit expected right here. I mean, trying to get the max health increase, heal a bit by clearing the drain test subject, and just try and get back as much health and board space back as possible. But the problem is, Mimo just doesn't care. There's already 8 damage. Sephi Fusion is definitely coming in alongside probably Sephi herself in just a short moment. And that is probably going to do it there. NB Meme Legends running the deck into what should have been the counterplay. Unfortunately for Vision, doesn't turn out the way he'd planned. And Meme Legends will take game number 1 here for our second quarterfinal.
It's funny, that 2 damage from the Scholar did matter here. It was exactly enough. Otherwise, he would have been left with 1 hit point. I'm pretty sure that was a good evolve there for that. I'm very happy for that. And just, yeah, it's hard. Maybe that Gilnelly's evolve was the play to stay alive. Who knows? I don't think he was in a great position there with the hand he was given.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate, right? That was just the cards that were dealt to him. Of course, you know, no puns or memes aside there. And we are going to see that Forest mirror match, though, come out that we were hyping up here. So love to see this one. Control Forest against Hosemi Forest, right? For our second match in the second quarterfinals. Meme Legends 1 win away to potentially get his semi-final spot locked in. A reminder, this is technically the 3rd quarterfinal round being played, but it's the second one being played here today. The first quarterfinal will be played a little bit later on into the day after we do get some player stuff cleared up there. But jumping still into the rest of this one here, Vision's got a lot to try and deal with here right now. I mean, already down 1 round. He's going to try and do the run back with Control Forest again. Some of those cards are looking, I'll say, somewhat better long term, but at the moment still struggling and looking to get things started.
Yeah, I'm surprised at some of the cards that Vest sent back. They sent back the Lunarian along with something else that I didn't quite catch before it got thrown back. But it's I guess they were just going for like more answers long game, because this game will take a bit to ramp up, because it's a control deck versus like a combo deck that needs a little bit to set up on both sides. So this will probably be a few turns of pass until we see like the crazy things come out, and I'm all here for the craziness.
I'm all here for the past turns.
You're here for the past turns.
When in Pro League do you get to see the two players just stare each other down? It's like, you play a card. No, you play a card. No, you play a card. It's that back and forth.
This doesn't feel like Shadowverse right now.
I dare you to play a card in this card game. I dare you right now to do that. Like that feels like the situation we're currently in, but at the same time, it's kind of where we're stuck. The thing is though, Meme Legends is in a better spot, right, to play out these cards early on. He does have some of those, the Goblin Elves to banish some cards, get that extra draw later on if he needs it, and keep things going. I mean, Hosami is already in hand, so that's all ready to go. But this is the situation we're in now, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we have in the Forest Mirror. We get the second mirror because, of course, the players can't one-up each other in terms of style, at least. Although, if we're saying that, I mean, Meme Legends didn't take card sleeves, but Vision did. So maybe up to you guys which one you prefer is better out of that one here. But Vision now is still stuck, and probably the worst situation being here, I mean, right, is being turn player 1 with control forest, right? You always want to be player 2 to get that first Evo, get that double Evo combo go off, and he's stuck playing Bad B on turn 4. No real heal, no one to buff. He gets a draw out of it, and he only gets Uranus.
I'm surprised they committed the Bad B instead of the Metatron. I normally would throw the Metatron here, especially, you know, like we said before, going first. That Metatron really won't serve much of a purpose here. That 1-4 butt isn't going to stop anything late game. Now that 2-2, I guess they're potentially trying to push a little bit of damage, but we see the Greater Will come out here, so that 2-2 won't even matter. Yeah, I think both players are just waiting to amass their stuff. That Bad B just might as well not be there at this point.
So it's just really unfortunate. It's become a 3-cost insight really at that point, right? And it's not really helped, and that really sucks there for Vision, because again, he's kind of just stuck here, just waiting for the right moment, right? Waiting to get to that mid-game state to be like, fine, I can start playing Shadowverse now, right? I can actually get my game plan going. But that's the thing, right? When it does get going, it can be very difficult to stop kind of that snowball effect, right, with Control Forest. So Meme Legends now is going to do the double Greater Will, because that's just how he's doing it. Apparently, just no respect at all. Just saying, no damage for the leader, no damage for the follower. Get out of here with that one. Ultimate Muhammad is going to be played. I do expect to see, you know, the Metatron come out here, evoed with the Blossoming Lunarian. Normally you do that with Ixodrill, right? But unfortunately, I don't believe I see Ixodrill in hand, so that option won't be there. But at least you'll be able to get that double Evo, right? You'll have 2 big ward followers up, you'll have your healing ready to go, and that forces Meme Legends to respond big time. So you have 3 big followers that he's going to have to deal with, but of course, he might want to back off and hold off still for now, because at the moment, it's still kind of that waiting game, right? It's still trying to bait each other out on trying to maybe overplay some of the stuff that they don't really need to at the moment. And that might be what determines this matchup.
Yeah, you don't want to, in this situation, you don't want to be the one that makes that first mistake, and then at this point, it'll just snowball into a bunch of, oh no, I made a mistake. You gotta keep trying to correct it, and then it'll just won't happen. And this is just how this matchup goes. This Bad B is just like the scariest. Whoa! We're just throwing down a Uranus with an Autumn Leaf Man. All right, and the evolve on the Bad B.
Okay,
This is a play.
I mean, understandable. I mean, the damage is going to be there, but I mean, Uranus is a big 3-3 follower. To be fair, Leafman's going to stop that spell damage. It's going to force Meme Legends, right, to respond the only way he can, right, with face damage. You're going to see PSI come out to be able to really affect any of that at all. And they're going to force Meme Legends to come out here. So Goblin Mage 1 will come down. He won't really do much else with that. And now this is Vision's time. Get a little bit of payback, right? Get a bit of face damage coming, get a bit of more board control come out. 6 play points here. I could, honestly, I could see him run Autumn Leaf into Goblin Mage and just chuck out an evolved, Giant Happy Pig here potentially be an option. So you've got that 4-4, a 3-3, a 6-6, a 4-4, and a 2-2, right? All there that anyone has to deal with. We'll have that extra health as well, right? that Vision will have, and it's going to be I won't be overly dangerous, but I won't be like Meme Legends going to be in a critical situation, but it's definitely going to start putting on the fire alarms, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably what they're going to do here. You want to go really wide now that you have this opportunity. You're running your Autumn Leafman into the Goblin. This is going to be 7 damage at minimum. Oh, they're going with a Pierce Eye instead of the Happy Pig. Are they just going for a little more face damage here? I don't know what to say, because they're going to evolve the Pierce. They could have, if they were going to play Pierce Eye, they could have just saved it and done an evolve here to clear the 2-1 Goblin, right?
I mean, I can understand this here with PSI. You play PSI, play Metatron, and do the Metatron combo, right? With Blossoming Area now, get a bunch of Evo damage in. You're getting more play points out for the Bahamut game plan and game plan as well. Just got to remember that Draw Forest is looking towards that. But he's actually going to evolve the PSI instead. Now run that one in, run face damage, and maybe hold on or still go for the Metatron. Could be Metatron Happy Pig, or decides to hold on there. So got all its resources. Also got to remember you don't want to overrun. You don't want to obviously like overplay what you have in hand as well. And still trying to maximize those play point counts for Vision there. So it might not be the biggest board that we could have had, but it's still a huge board nonetheless. It's more face damage, which is definitely in favor of Vision here. And Meme Legends now is really having to think this one through on how he's going to not only deal with this board, but he's almost down to half HP. It's going to be very easy for Vision soon to keep putting up these big boards that he can kind of just chill with and let them run into face on his own terms.
I wonder how interesting it was that they decided to commit the Uranus instead of something like the Gilnelis on the turn before, because their Uranus can't evolve. So evolving the Pierce Eye was like a little, I guess, suboptimal in a way. And if you were going to go for face damage, you probably could have squeezed it a lot more with the Gilnelis and put more of a timer on Meme Legends, which would have pressured them to maybe make a mistake at that point. This board, I guess, is a little bigger. The Gilnelis would have been a 6-2 at that point, but I don't know. We see the Pierce Eye now come out for Meme Legends, probably setting up a full board clear. Oh, they're using the Leo.
Yep, so definitely look towards getting the Mage out, just trying to get maximum play out they can, trying to maybe even look towards the 4 followers for Hosami if possible, but he's going to be one off, which is really unfortunate. He's going to have the board up. He's going to have time to evolve. Hosami's going to come out technically as the 4th follower, but it has to be 4 followers, then Hosami, not the other way around. No. Meme Legends realized that the misplay there will cost him that game. Vision will come back 1-1 here in the Forest Mirror match. It's going to be now that 1-1 battle final game here to make it to a potential semi-final spot for Vision and Meme Legends. It's going to be Hosami Forest now up against, I believe, yep, that Sephi rune coming out from Vision. And now this one's going to be tough because Hosami Forest we know can be a powerful deck, but Vision's playing arguably the top deck, right, in current competition. You can always toss that between that, right, and Loose Sword. And this might be difficult for me to try and get over, where technically, if we're going to count just Forest decks that we've seen played in general at Namian, 3 times now we've seen Forest decks, twice that last game, once the game before, right, where Forest is struggling to get its game plan going, and double Freya and Greater Will in the mulligan?
Yeah,
it's not looking good.
That's a weird moly there. So the thing with a deck like Hosami, from what I've seen so far, there's a lot of components there that you need to keep track of. And in a tournament setting, after playing many games of this yesterday, again, Meme Legends was one of our undefeateds, and we don't know how many times exactly he might have played Hosami, but I can wear on you mentally after a while, and you're just seeing things that maybe like worked before and it didn't, and then you're like, oh, it was this game where I had enough to use the Hosami, but now you're... A lot of things kind of blend together in long tournament days, and I think that's why decks like Sephi is much more popular, because it requires less strain to optimize. But if you're trying to optimize more forest decks and combo decks, after a while your brain just starts seeing things that aren't there.
And not to remember as well, not to forget as well, sorry, it's the consistency, right, of the deck itself. It's got multiple win conditions. It has multiple ways to heal. It's got the strongest draw power out of any deck currently, right? Any box you want to tick, it's essentially ticking, right, at the end of the day. And there's a reason why it is up there with the most played, right? There's a reason why it is that tier 1 deck as opposed to Hosemi Forest, which does take a little bit extra. So I'm going to see that. Vision's actually going to commit, I want to point out as well, that Sephi fusion with Metatron and the Angels there, right, which it's actually quite surprising. He's actually going to kind of commit that much to that play. Greater Will is going to be used, a very strong Greater Will, I want to say, to point out there, because Meme Legends needs to hold on for as much as possible. But I mean, it's going to be answered straight away with an easy Bad B fusion into Scholar and just keep this test subject gameplay going.
Yeah, they were likely planning to use the Bad B to power up either the test subject or the Goblin, whichever would have survived. But luckily they drew into the Scholar, and they're just now generating more and more test subjects. And the Scholar found another Scholar, so this is just going to keep on going. Every turn there's going to be at least one test subject on the board.
And I feel like every set, I know it's only the second quarterfinal of the day, Namian, technically, but I feel like every Sephi Rune game we've seen so far, they're pretty spot on, right? For a lot of these players. They're getting them out very quickly. They're being able to rotate through the test subjects very quickly and set up those wins nice and easy for the players as well. So this now, I mean, take your pick. I mean, at this point, you can just run everything in the face, just play a normal test subject and bang, 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 right? 4 easy hits coming down to 12 HP, 8 health damage done, and we're only at 4 play points.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage to have to deal with, and like you still need to find what you're looking for. We see 3 Freyas in hand. Something's not right here. They definitely can't feel great about this. Just a lot of follow-up here. Obsessive Scholar, it just makes the test subject deck so consistent, in my opinion. I believe when I played it, I never drew Scholar. I didn't understand what the deck does. The moment I drew one, it all fell apart. It all fell into place. I'm like, this card is OP. That's how I felt.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm in a similar boat. I was always like, trying to play Dragon the whole time. I'm like, what's up with this Sephi Rune? What's going on? I thought when it first got announced, people were memeing it, right? It's a big meme. Oh look, it's the Rune deck that's not a Rune deck, right? That we saw when it first came out. All of a sudden, tier 1, everyone can't stop singing its praises, right? Go ahead and make it. Oh, what could be, you know, the best thing about it? Just a deck, you know, plays a couple token cards. Oh, this deck's amazing. This is like the best thing since sliced bread, you know? It's just like absolutely insane. And you can see it here once again, down to 5 health in 1 turn. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be it, done and dusted. Meme Legends could be going down to Vision. A reminder that Meme Legends was one of 2 players to go 7-0 in day 1 competition. Is the first time, I believe. Of course, you guys in Twitch chat can correct me after when the delay catches up, right? If we know him being available in other competitions, if he's been a player or a big name in other competitions besides this one, SVO or otherwise. But for Vision as well, it's kind of the same for him, right? We know at least last year he was a very strong competitor trying to make it towards the All-Star competition, now fighting it out for Contenders Cup at the end of the year. Meme Legends is going to be able to get himself a nice board coming out. He's going to be able to build into the potential Hosemi. He's got the 4. Finally, we are seeing the Hosemi combo coming out. It was there, ready to go. And that Cosmos Fang is going to completely flip the board, change the game plan. Now the amount of health coming out is going to be insane. And I was ready to set up Vision as the way to hit Namian, but Meme Legends might have just turned this one around. 13 health healed back.
That looks so beautiful. Hold on, I need to play this before the deck goes away. That was so amazing. What just happened? Completely flipped the board. All test subjects back in hand. Now you have 3 4/4s and a 7/8 to deal with. That's gonna hit you for game, basically, on the next turn. If Vest can't find an answer, you see he's just looking at the board right now, trying to figure out how to deal with this massive board with only 6 play points, and your hand is just flooded with these test subjects that maybe can kill the... no, they can't even get rid of the 4/4 because it's just gonna come back, isn't it?
Yep, exactly right. And that's the main issue for him right here at the moment. I mean, he'll be able to deal with Fang potentially. Of course, gonna have to run through all those test subjects to be able to do that, but he's still gonna eat potential 12 with Evo, 16 damage to face right, just off of the Wimails alone that are on board. But this is also the thing. If Vision's able to clear Fang, somehow get the test subject plan going, there's a very small chance he might be able to make a comeback here. Of course, could be completely wrong because of Meme Legends board is already insane. He can drop more Wimels. There's other, he's got Tamlin as well in hand already to go, and this is going to be such a tough situation for Vision to come back from. I don't know if I agree here with the Scholar coming down, because that could have been a fused drain for next turn as a potential option, but it's going to come down anyway. He's going to run through the last couple test subjects to clear Fang out, and that means now this is the make it or break it next 2 turns on who's coming to the semifinals.
There's just something about staring at 3 Mordecais that just makes me wanna cry inside. I don't really know how I would handle with this situation right now, because the answers for this are very unclear. It's like, no wonder this deck is like feels so strong right now. I don't know what to say. And here comes another Cosmo Fang to just try and secure the game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to get all the extra health back, and all the followers come back in. There's that mystical 16 damage, right? We're just talking about. And now he's just, now he's going to be real stuck here and figuring out what to do, because Fang's going to sit there ready to win the game. The 4-4s are going to win the game regardless. It's just going to depend on what Vision kind of play out to try and survive here. Can the Cephis, is there enough here to go from 20 to 0? It's gonna be a big ask, but I mean, there's a lot of big flashing highlighter cards, and I mean, there is a slight possibility it could be possible.
And I still have, my mouth still hasn't closed from looking at these
Mordecai 2.0.
I'm just like, what's going on, man? I'm trying to, my brain is like trying to process this, and I'm like, I would just like click the top left right there. I'll be like, I'm done. But it looks like they're trying to figure this out and using the Obsessive Scholar, fusing, maybe trying to look for an answer in the deck. I'm trying to think of what answer could pop out.
Pursuit.
Knowledge. I don't know if that was the correct play. He's gonna go for the Evo drain anyway, right, to try and stay alive. But you gotta remember, Mal, he's there for good. That's it. We're done.
Yeah,
like, he ain't going nowhere now.
You
and
essentially
Fang
heal for 1.
is untouchable here. Metatron's gonna come out, get some extra health, be a ward follower there, and run some damage in. But unfortunately, there's no other reaction. There's nothing else you're gonna be able to do here. And that is going to do it, because I mean, Fang's even got that Evo ready to go if needed. Meme Legends has that Evo ready to go if need be. Tamlin's going to come out. We mentioned this was a possibility as well, and Meme Legends is going to do it here. He went 7-0 day 1 for a reason. That game 2, a little bit shaky, was able to come back from that one nice and easy with the Hosemi game plan. 2-1 to wrap that one up, coming through there. Vision unfortunately just missing out, but big congrats to Meme Legends there for getting to the second semifinals.
Yes, congratulations to Meme Legends for navigating that and just being able to pull it together when your opening hand was so bad. You essentially started with nothing and was able to find everything they needed to make that comeback. I'm still shocked that that's what the deck does and that's what the board looks like. I'm just gonna go to the corner and cry after seeing that. That was some crazy stuff, man. That was the fastest Tom Lin play too. You just see it the moment the turn started. Bah! Tom Lin came out, got rid of the Metatron, and was going face.
I mean, there's a reason why there was a lot of players that were maybe or maybe not complaining or maybe not complaining about a certain forest card in that deck, right? And it being such a pain to deal with once it's out and available. But it goes to show, I mean, we got our forest mirror match, which is fun to see. I mean, we didn't get to see Control Forest be Control Forest, unfortunately, but at least it got a win. So hooray for that. I hope, chat, you guys enjoyed that to as much of a degree as you could with that deck coming out. But it's still a fantastic matchup between these two guys. And as you mentioned right towards the start of the stream, it's cool to see, right, some of these newer players still make it through as we go towards that bracket, right, and see what's happening before we go to our first break in our third quarterfinals here. So as a quick reminder, if you are just joining us, the KTZN and Melon match is currently on standby. We'll look towards doing that as the final quarter-final match. We'll update you guys what's happening towards that one later on in the stream. So we started the day off with Hishiro and Yo from Team Rev taking that first win for Yo with a big upset going 2-0. And of course, that match you just saw there, Meme Legends taking down Best Vision 2-1, and a huge match there. So two guys already making it in to the semi-finals, semi-finals, but semi-finals nonetheless. And of course, our next matchup just around the corner before we go to break here. Namian, just before we do that, as we wrap things up here, any final thoughts on that last match we just saw?
I just want to see more Hozomi do some crazy combos. I want to see someone answer it so I can know what to do in the next, like, maybe 3 hours while the deck is still live. So I'm just looking forward to it. I want to see more Hozomi come out.
You got that timer, guys, so make sure you pay attention to that one. Then play for the Shadowverse on the side while you're enjoying the West Cup here. But after the break, we'll be coming through with our fourth quarterfinal, technically, but our third quarterfinal coming through with Ice Caliber taking on Nautilus, where you'll be joined by Trickster and Damian to kick that one off. As I kick back and relax a little bit, enjoy myself, have a nice drink of water and chill out and catch some games with you guys over at home. So thanks for tuning in here, guys. We'll see you after the short break for the Shadowverse Open 2023 season start, of course, for the West Region February Cup. Don't go anywhere.
At last, the time has come again. Thou hast been brought here to unleash the forces sealed away within. That which awaits thee is glory unimaginable and justice hitherto unknown. Darkness itself cowers before it, a violet flame to consume all of antiquity. Be not afraid of this great transformation. Hew away the shackles of convention's grip. Reach forth, grasp the light of a shattered order. In doing so, verily thou shalt discern fate's very design. Go now, forsake erstwhile fancy. Spread your wings and soar the skies of a new world. Celestial Dragon Blade. Take hold of fate's righteous blade.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment!
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me. While forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. I like it when you check. I like you when you're looking like that. Or shut your front, don't mind my reaction. I like you when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like you when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church, but it's how we'll end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, I bleed, I'm off the leash, go down on your knees, I got PhD, I'm all that you need, just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me, now you wanna stay the night, pretty how you work.
Back halfway through the bottom of the bracket. How are you feeling about these matches that we've seen so far, Namian?
Now I don't like no
Just watching that Hozumi one, I'm still shocked that that's how the deck works. I'm sorry. Maybe I just haven't seen it enough on ladder, but dealing with 3/4/4s that you can't get off the board, man, I don't want to play anymore. What happened there?
Yeah, it truly is like the ultimate surprise. They sit there and they just pass the turn and do nothing, and then all of a sudden, like 3 Mordecai, like you guys were saying on the board, from nowhere, and then no way to predict it either. Definitely an interesting deck. And we've got a lot of more interesting decks on the way too. Moving into our next quarterfinal match, we're going to be seeing Forest, Puppet, Discard Dragon, Sephi, like you name it. It's all going to be here. That's going to be with Ice Caliber and Nautilus. Still waiting on KTZN and Melon, but we'll hopefully be coming to them after this match.
Yeah, I love seeing a big variety of decks in tournaments, especially in the format where you can bring 3. And, we obviously know why the big 3 are the big 3 decks, but just to see some variety and some tech choices, I want to see how they interact with just the top, and maybe we'll see why they brought them and why they were so successful in being able to make it to day 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been hearing like 3-deck meta, Shadow's like so good, everyone plays it, but like with only 1 in the top 8, I'm like looking at these other decks and I'm like, Crystallize, 1 in top 8, Forest, 2 in top 8. Like, I don't know, maybe Forest is like the next big 3 deck, who knows? And I mean, with the mini coming, no one can prove me wrong, so there we go.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait to see for that. And I can't wait till we actually see the Shadow deck in action, if it even occurs. Hopefully that match goes through so we can see how Shadow does, and maybe it gets knocked down from the big 3, and like you said, could be replaced with Forest or Dragon, because we do see a lot of Dragon rep today, and this hybrid deck is making its way around, and I want to see that in action too, because we only saw the pure. We didn't even get to see any dragons today because they've been banned.
Yeah, I think we're about to jump into these deck lists, and then we can kind of see what these players are bringing. But like you're saying, like a lot of Dragon, not made it on stream, but here we see another deck from Ice Caliber. He's bringing it again. Maybe it's like ban bait and we won't see it come out. Maybe we will. What do you think of the choices that you see in this list here?
I'm very happy with the choices here. Again, this is the disarm Dragoncraft, as you would like to coin this. We're gonna make that a thing here. This feels very standard. A lot of just good cards. Can't complain about anything here. A lot of removal in the early game. All the ramping core that's necessary in Dragon, and then just the end game between Leviathan and Prestigious Gold, like just 2 big things that'll just hit you in the mid-late game. And it's just big tough things to deal with.
Yeah, and it's been interesting for me on ladder or like in the Grand Prix when I've been playing this deck. I have used the attack form sometimes for Leviathan Dragon. So like, I know people like are like, oh, blast form's like the only one, like the only way to go. But I mean, sometimes there's a big board and you need to clear it, and like having that flexibility is never bad. And it's interesting too, seeing these players, like this is a new deck. It's been around, but like no one's really played it, so it's not perfected. Like everyone's got a different build, and here we see like a new card that we haven't seen yet today, Warden of the Adamant Claw. Here we see Ice Caliber. He's trying to like bring in this card to maybe get some extra draw. Maybe it's the ward, like the removal. Like what do we think? What do you think about this card?
I actually ran into this a lot while on ladder the other day, and just when I thought that they discarded everything, their hand is down to 1, they drop the Warden of the Adamant Claw with the enhanced 5, refill their hand, and I just go back and I cry again because I'm pretty sure they drew the winning cards off of those 3 cards. Just drawing 3 and being a big 3/5 ward for 5, it's a big butt, and it draws. It's so crazy. It's such a strong card, and I think I really respect this choice.
Yeah. Now let's move on to the next deck and see what other kind of spice we have coming from Ice Caliber. All right, gonna be Sephi Rune. I don't know, is there anything different in this build? I guess we see the one of spell again. Maybe we're gonna be digging deeper into our story of a lifetime, but not a ton different going on here.
No, nothing in particular stands out to me. 2 Yukishimas, of course, so you don't feel bad about fusing one away in the early game if you're holding on to it, hoping you draw your second one when it matters. I really want to see a 20 damage Yukishima today, something like that. I need to see that today, but we'll see if it gets to that point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like because I'm not as good with the deck, but like when I'm playing it, like all the time, the games drag on and I get to turn 9. Maybe these players are just like so calculated that they can always find a way to win before then. But who knows? Maybe it'll come out once again on this stream as well. All right, let's jump to that next deck. So I think this next one gonna be Swordcraft. We got another one of the big 3, a popular deck. And it just looks like, is it just me, or I guess Gildenlease is a thing of the past. Like everyone's taken it out at this point. This deck too, like pretty similar to what we've been seeing so far. Another 2 of Bumpkin. What do you think about this deck, Mamian?
I honestly really like Gildenlease still, because sometimes we see it almost happen, I believe, with Yo earlier in the day. Sometimes you're forced to use your Barbarosses early, and then if you don't have an alternative like win condition for late game, there's a chance that you just accidentally commit a Barbaros to clear the board, and then suddenly you're struggling to find your finisher, and you gotta start scraping together damage. So, but all Loot Swordcrafts have been doing pretty well today, so maybe I'm the one that's wrong and Gildenlease doesn't deserve the spots anymore. We'll have to see how it goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, you do have a lot of other great Evo targets like Lupin. I could definitely see that being a reason like that you don't want to use your Evos on Gildenlease because you'd rather use Lupin to remove those critical last words effects we've seen. And like another cool interaction that actually won me a game was using Lupin to like get over like a Norin Blanc where you could remove that ward, or like on their other like big ward followers and things, and then go face with your Storm to win the game. And usually like you just use like Destruction to remove like the ward follower and go face with Barbaros, but Lupin's another way to get around those non-destruction ward followers.
Yeah, Lupin is a very sneaky card that just happens to be a tech card and provides you a loot card. I brought him up earlier, and I think Lupin is low-key probably one of the strongest cards in this deck. We like all the flashy cards like Tidal and Maximus summoning your whole army, but Lupin is just a low-key MVP in critical situations.
Oh, definitely. I'm sure we're going to see that come out in this next match. Now, looking at Ice Caliber's decks, like they're great, but let's jump to his opponent and see what we've got coming from the other person in this match. Nautilus. Look at that. That player picture there. Is that another VTuber? What is that?
Oh, if that thing starts moving, I'm leaving. That looks very terrifying. But
the VTuber eater.
Oh no, can we? No, that's not, I'm gone. But we see Puppet Portal Craft here. Very fun deck. I can't believe Puppet is still here, but you know what? I would hate to run into this on ladder. Just the constant pressure from Orcus summoning free puppets if she's in your hand early. Just a lot of things to keep the board clear and until you hit your end game. Is there any particular card here that stands out from normal Puppet, or just something you want to highlight here?
I definitely like Cutthroat. We've seen it before in the SCAO stream. It's an interesting card. People used to run Dandy as like a finisher. You could play it on 7 to get some extra damage, and I think we've just kind of like swapped in Cutthroat as this other card that when you play it on the enhanced, you can just deal some damage to face, have a different way to finish the game if like maybe you're one Orcus shy or like one of your other Storm followers shy killing, like this can do it as well.
I'm surprised I don't see like a jetpack guy running over here just to partner up with the enhanced, but I'm sure it's more for the on play and less for the evolve skill. I just Wielder of Cosmos here. I've seen a Wielder of Cosmos end a lot of games lately, just because you get it on your, you get it and it procs every single ability you need on the 10 play. Do you think games will get to the point where Wielder of Cosmos will be that relevant?
Oh, I'm hoping that like it's turn 7, we draw Wielder of Cosmos, it costs 7, and we play it and we get all the effects and win the game. Like talk that Cosmos for game, you're hearing it right here. And another interesting card too, Gunslinger Automaton, excuse me. That card is like Portal's version of Lupin, you know, you can play it and remove all X. That's another great card that I think is like a very smart choice at this time with all of the Sephi runes and things running around. Like you can remove critical effects, and I think Nautilus, he's probably got a plan. He's got certain decks he's targeting and he knew this is going to help. Let's jump to his other decks and see if that trend holds true. It's back, Sephi again. You know, something interesting about this deck, I feel like it takes the fusion mechanic and like uses it in like the best way I've ever seen, because it fits like the theme of the deck so well. You take all of these cards, all of these volunteers maybe, and you transform them into these test subjects, into these multi-headed monsters. Like how poetic is it that Sephi takes like 2 of your cards and fuses them together into like a multi-headed beast? I feel like this deck and fusion like have just gone together better than anything before.
Yeah, thematically, I think it's very interesting. It's basically that from the Asphalt expansion. It's that and like pirates. That's basically what we've all seen so far.
Yeah, not a lot of tech though. Looking at the cards, something that's really strong is Sacred Bird of Wisdom. I don't think we've had maybe a time to really highlight that yet today, but this card can be incredible. Going like first or second, if you play it on 2 and you don't have a test subject, you can just remove like your opponent's 1-drop and 2-drop at once. And that can be really strong in a lot of matchups to like kind of regain the board and like keep your health healthy, or you can just draw with it. So definitely a lot of perks from this card, and maybe we'll get to see it shine in the next match.
Definitely an underrated card that you just accept to be part of a rune deck. Very strong staple that I'm sure belongs in every single rune deck. So
oh yeah, like there's like 4 different like viable rune decks right now, and I think every one of them has 3 copies. All right, let's jump into the last deck. It's back, as you wished. Oh my, Hosemi's here again. Namian, how are you feeling?
I don't know. I feel like my mind's gonna break once I see it happen again. It's just like a really, really crazy magic trick. Suddenly things are on the board that are sticky. This Cosmo Fang is bouncing your board and healing for like 1,000,000 health. What are you gonna do to this thing once it's set up? I want to see someone answer this on board, and just so I can see it. It's so strong. Cosmos Fang on swing returns all allied to your hand, which generates more copies of the Windmail, because the moment Windmail disappears on the board, it summons another one to take its place. It's this loop from Forest, and I don't know, man. It's breaking my mind. I can't handle it.
Yeah, it definitely is a pretty strong deck when everything gets going. We saw like the first time it was played on stream, the player didn't really have the cards he needed, and he ended up just like conceding with like a hand that wasn't working for him. But then when everything's going good, it feels unstoppable. Maybe we'll get to see some like interesting counters to the Windmail today. I know when it's transformed that it doesn't count as leaving play. And so who knows, like maybe we're gonna play a Sephi early, transform the Windmail, and then that's what we need to like get rid of one of the Mordecais and keep our health high enough that we can like win the game or something. There's definitely ways to play around it, and we'll see how these players choose to tackle this deck. All right, well, I think that's enough for the decks. Let's start talking about the bans. Namian, what do you think these players are gonna choose to get rid of and not have to face in their opponent's lineups?
I definitely think that Sephi Rune is just one of the decks that you just accept. So I don't think I'd ever ban that. You just accept it, you gotta deal with it, and if you can win against it, great. I would ban something unfamiliar. So I'd probably ban the dragons, and I'd ban the puppet. Just cause I know I'm hurting your soul right now.
Say it ain't so, but not the dragon again.
Yeah, get rid of the dragons. Maybe we don't see any dragons today.
All right, it sounds like the bans are ready. Maybe you're right. Sephi's like a deck people are expecting to play, and they're teching for it. So we see it getting left up here again. I guess that makes sense. If you know you're going to play it, that's what you practice for, and so you want to leave it up. But Dragon. Oh, yes. It's going to show itself in this next match, making its way in. I'm happy about that one.
I know. Loot Sword is banned from Excalibur, and Nautilus has lost the Forest deck. Is that correct? The lighting is a little off in my room.
Yeah. From what I can tell, it looks like the Forest is the one that's gone. But here we're jumping in. Okay, so we're going to be seeing Portal and Dragon, it looks like, first. Dang, this is a matchup we have not seen today. I don't even know if we've seen this on stream in like a long time in SVO.
Not at all. We just haven't even seen Portal and Dragon today. So I'm very looking forward to seeing this. So Orcus early for Nautilus, which means those puppets are going to start coming out. But we'll see if it even has anything to trade into for the Scar Dragon, because their early game seems to be more about ramping and getting ready for the late game. Or mid to late game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I definitely love like keeping the discard cards in Dragon, so I'm glad to see that Dragon Newt's Might stuck around. It's so good because we were talking about like Dragon sometimes has hand problems where like they run out of gas, they discard everything, one card left. But Dragon Newt's Might just like fixes that where like you discard it, but it replaces itself, so you can keep that hand healthy. But without any good turn 2 plays, we might have to just throw that out right now on this turn, and things are kind of awkward for Excalibur. How are you feeling about the hand that he has right now?
It's definitely a weird hand. You definitely don't want to commit the Dragonute. The Dragonute's Might would be okay here, but do you really want to get rid of this 1/1? Is this really going to bother you late game? And when you potentially draw maybe like your Sea-Longs or anything? Oh wait, or they're not even playing Sea-Longs? Oh, they are. Great. Okay. I couldn't find it for a second. Yeah, like I wouldn't let this 1/1 bother me too much. Like I think if you played enough Ramp Dragon, you expect to be hit in the face a little bit. And we see it early.
Oh my!
For the
Did you see that?
Oh my god!
Oh no! The double draw on Wielder. You said, is this card gonna have like any impact in these matches? Well, I think drawing 2 cards for free and getting the 2/2 on 2. Oh, that's definitely like a swing, and Nautilus is happy about that.
What a big tempo change for this. I'm sure is that a 10 cost Wielder of Chaos too? In the corner?
We don't even care. Like that was one of the free cards we got anyway. Like it's whatever. Maybe we don't play that one, but the other one's already done its worth.
I want to see the 10 cost one dropped. Are you kidding?
Dang, at that point, like the 10 cost one on the same turn, Gilnelise gets invoked. It's gonna be huge.
I'll cry. Okay, but we see the Warden committed. That's good. Just refilling the hand. More options here. 3/5 butt against these little small guys. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, it is good, but I'm a little bit worried for Excalibur because he's going to be taking a lot of the damage this turn. Orcus is in hand. Like, the draws that he has now are great, but he wished he would have played these cards on like turns 1, 2, 3, 4 and like been setting up his game plan. Now he's just going to start like doing his discards, playing his armed followers on turn 6. But at this point, he also needs to be healing and stuff just to survive. I don't know if he's going to have time to get it all through. And his opponent's going to 6 play points next turn. Like, Orcus could come down next turn. Is he ready for it?
Yeah, this is going to be tough. There hasn't been any ramp. I haven't seen any Dragons, Oracles, or Sea-Long come out. You're playing a Dragon deck, and you're matching play point to play point with your opponent. This doesn't seem good. The 3/4 butt from Metatron is still huge in this situation, especially with the Puppeteer there potentially ruining anything you want to run into it. I think this is really hard for Excalibur to clear this board. It's small, but it's wide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is wide, and we see him hovering over a discard card. Maybe gonna try and like still stick to this game plan. If he gets enough discards, his Argente can draw more, and so I think that's kind of what he's aiming for at this point. Counting, it looks like if we do ramp, we could potentially get a Lumiorn down next turn. We could do the discard right now with Argente. That's 3 discards. If we play 1 more discard, maybe the Dragon Newt's Might, that'll be 4. But with no healing and not a lot of clearing on the board, like, we're going to be taking a bunch of damage to face. And with Orcus coming right down, like, are we going to even be able to survive this? We will have a ward, which is nice, and this 1/1 can trade into maybe like the 2/1 or something. But
let's hope the 1/1 doesn't die to the Puppeteer.
Oh no. No.
Oh no, what's gonna happen?
Follow the righteous
Does it?
path.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
Not
Okay,
cursed.
that was huge. We needed that. And
Oh, but
then
no ward now
hopefully
because
clear
he's gonna
one more
die.
follower with the might.
Thanks for the business. Cursed.
Okay, the situation
All
wasn't
right.
as bad as before as when it first started, but right now the Orcus is is Orcus live? Has there been 4
If it's
fusions
been,
into this?
I think I remember at least one fusion. I don't know if it's 3. I think that it would be lethal right now, and it would already be down. So since we're taking a second, it's probably only been 1 fusion or less. But still a scary board. We're gonna have the ward. When you start killing things, your stuff's gonna be losing stats, and Ice Caliber doesn't know this, but there is a lot more Storm in the puppet hand. So even if he deals with this, we're just going to be facing Kier's IL or maybe another Orcus or something just the next turn. So this is definitely a bad spot for Dragon.
And we saw Nautilus had top decked the Chasm earlier too. If the health is like stays as low as this, like Chasm might just finish you off and be, does what Chasm does.
True, Summon Divine Treasure can also do 1 damage. Like, take your pick. Nautilus got all of the tools he could use, and he's just praying right now that some crazy Norm Blanc board or like healing or something doesn't come out to turn things around. But like, aside from that, like, this is all but guaranteed. We do see the Lumior coming down, like gonna get some draws, maybe something to save us.
Looking at the options here, it doesn't look like
Turn the noise
it
into
seems he needs to find some healing, or else the Chasm will just be like the finisher without much thought
Yeah,
here.
with 1 play point. It's sad, like these Norin Blancs, they're great. They can like protect you and like all these things, but like you were saying, without the early ramp and without 10 play points, they're not going to be at full power. Like, they're not going to be evolving and gaining the stats. And so without like defense from that or even like the healing, like this is over.
Yeah, we literally see both Sealong and Dragon's Oracle get drawn on this last 2 cards, and definitely those would have been much better drawn on the first 2-3 turns. We see Excalibur
He
react
goes
to
with
the
the
Chasm.
Kassim. Like you said, that's just like, oh, like you could have played like Kier's IL or something crazy to do the damage. No, you got to do the Kassim. It's the coolest, the flashiest way to kill your opponent.
This was my decision to go with Kassim, and Excalibur reacted the moment it was played. He fell back. He's like, yeah, I'm getting hit by this Kassim. I hope Kassim gets rotated out. I hate to say.
Yeah, I mean, like Kassim, usually it's your early game, but no, it's your finisher today.
Yep.
All right, jumping into that next match. Oh, we have the Rune Mirror. We're going to see which of these players can pilot this Sephi deck to victory.
I wonder
In
why
some good
Excalibur.
hands, really.
I wonder why Excalibur decided not to rerun Dragon again. Maybe it's just taking a break because, until from the not grabbing any ramp early. Would you normally stick with the Dragon again, or do you think you'd switch to Rune at this point?
I feel like switching to Rune is definitely a good choice. Rune is a very consistent deck, and so if you're happy with your ability to pilot it, maybe you just feel like you want to like get that guaranteed win in now before you kind of roll the dice with Dragon again and like just like pray that you get the right draws. And looking at Ice Calibur's hand, he's definitely in a good spot. Like, he's got the 1-drop to match his opponent's 1-drop. He's got some test subjects in hand, and he's got Metatron to be able to switch the play points to put him in the leading position. So he'll be getting to those key turns first and be able to potentially use that to his advantage to get like a win 1 turn before Nautilus can.
I feel like I rarely see like a turn 2 using Sephi to create a test subject like that. Is it normal to commit 2 cards in your hand so early to make a test subject? Oh, they're doing it again and dropping in Olivia too.
Yeah, I'd say that this is definitely common. I feel like the best cards in your deck are the test subject cards and the condemned cards. So if you can fuse away like 2 neutrals to get another copy, like that's usually pretty good. And I think something that's also important is just that you really need to get the 5 test subjects online. And so sometimes it's like maybe playing a neutral card gives you more value in the short run. But when you get to like turn 7, if you don't have 5 test subjects played, then you'll be crippled and you like won't have the option to go for lethal and things like that. So I think these players just know there's kind of a clock, and they know that advancing their game plan is maybe more important than having like these strong cards in their hand, even like still in the game.
Of knowledge.
Good. So this is So the way I've been playing is more about the in the moment, but test subject requires a little more planning for the go ahead. So that's good to know. I'm surprised he's fusing Uranus with the Scholar, because doesn't Scholar just generate by itself because it's a condemned card, or am I incorrect there?
Yeah, the only reason I can usually see this happening is because when you play the Researcher now, then you'll get both buffed, right? And so he just did that because he needed to play the Condemned card to cheese that one play point and get the subject to come out at one cost. And something that's nice about these test subject cards is it normally needs 5 played to get the +5/+5, but when you play Devoted Researcher with 4 played, both of your test subjects come into play at the same time and they count the other one. And so that's why, like, even with 4 played, you can get the additional stats. So he was able to make this big board, even though at the cost of getting rid of a Scholar, by being able to cheat that play point and then getting these +5/+5s, essentially one test subject early.
Happy Oinky! Smile, Oinky!
But something interesting is
Happy?
he has been fusing cards left and right, like you said, Nautilus. Like, his hand might be a little smaller. He might not have what he needs going forward. And so this early game, while it was strong, as his opponent heals above 20 and continues to amass their own resources, like, he could be in a tough spot. But we see another pickup of Obsessive Scholar. So I guess that kind of is able to save him from that position.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised at the early commit of the Scholar to be fused, because I believe Scholar is probably the strongest card in the test subject. Outside of Sephi, of course, because it just nets you back the card that you would use on play and summons the test subject for you.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the hands of the players, we do see like that both of them have a good amount of gas right now. There is a Sephi on Nautilus' side, but not yet on Ice Caliber. So maybe some of these Scholars that he's drawn into hopefully can help him find that Sephi and secure the late game.
Do you think Nautilus right now is considering an evolve to potentially drop the Olivia next turn?
Knowledge.
I feel like an evolve is always good. The only way to be able to kill your opponent usually on 9 is if you've played 2 Olivias, and you also have to evolve every turn, or you're not going to be able to regain enough play points. So I feel like it's pretty smart to just constantly be evolving, unless you think like you're going to need that evo point next turn to go for a lethal. But if that's not the case, like, yeah, I think evolving every turn is usually pretty solid. And his opponent picks up another Olivia, or his first, and so that'll be good as well.
Has Ice Caliber reached the amount of test subjects needed to gain the 5/5s? Because I feel like we've mainly seen the test subjects come out of Nautilus and not Ice Caliber.
Yeah, I think you're right. While Nautilus has been aggressively like fusing all of his cards to get those subjects, I think Ice Caliber's been more focused on like Happy Pigs and things to like increase his health and like take advantage of other strengths. Now we finally see the test subject being lit up. Since it wasn't before, it must have been 2 played, and then I guess that puts us at 3 and 4 now at this point. Also, just want to point out, Nautilus does have the camera on, getting that extra $100. I guess he got the profile photo, show himself and his brand, but when it comes to the end of the day, we want to get that extra $100 and be on the stream.
If he animated the profile picture, I'm sure that would have been much more intimidating for the opponent as well.
Man, we don't need intimidation. We just need test subjects coming down right now. Like, that's the scariest thing in this mirror match.
It's very scary. I feel like Nautilus has just fused a test subject every single turn, and that's very aggressive.
And something interesting, too, to note, it looks like with the setup, with Bad Catha's spell and 2 of the Cephis in hand, that there is a 20 damage combo for Nautilus on turn 8. And so now we're going to see like how Ice Caliber takes his turn. If he can't get up a ward or some type of healing, like, this could be the end of the game. He definitely has the tools in his hand, but will he like predict that damage coming from Nautilus and play around it?
It looks like his priority is not getting any healing. He's just trying to get around that big Olivia and trying to set up their own kill, but it might be too late.
Doing the fuse here probably did not overdraw. I'd almost like to see the Sacred Bird come down, though, for the heal to get above 20.
Yeah, Ice Caliber had like a cap health of like 24. I think going above 20 is probably ideal here. There's another test subject just to get rid of the bad bee doesn't seem. They're really thinking about this. Oh wow, yeah, they just want to summon another test subject.
Maybe okay, that makes sense. We were just trying to empty the hand so that our gospel, when we drew, would get full value. So a good play from Ice Caliber. He knows to stay above 20. Definitely a good choice, and let's see what Nautilus is able to maybe push some damage to set up next turn lethal, or protect himself from like his opponent now being on the front and being able to do damage next turn.
Yeah, Nautilus was not able to evolve a pig, so keeping at 20 health is the max they can do. I'm surprised they used the gospel so early, but would you have saved the gospel yourself, or would you have used it on that turn as well?
I feel like in the position that Ice Caliber was in, he did need to heal, and so if it wasn't Sacred Bird, it had to be Gospel. I think what Ice Caliber is probably thinking is, with only one Sephi in hand, without Yukishima and like Olivia, they have no way to win the game. And so while the spell like is a combo piece to help you get damage, at this point it's Ice Caliber has no way to win. And so I think it was smart of him to be able to make this decision, to realize he doesn't have the tools he needs, and like at that point like drawing is more important than that combo piece.
We just see now Nautilus do the same thing with their gospel, use it to go over the 20 health after evolving the pig, just both literally at the same hit points, trying to stop each other from OTKing one another. So it's like a very high level play right here.
And looking at Ice Caliber's hand, Olivia secured. Let's see, we better not overdraw the Yukishima. Oh my goodness! God. I just said that! Oh my goodness! That would have won the game! What? Oh no! If Ice Caliber had fused 3 cards instead of 2 last turn, he would have won just now!
Caster's curse, Trickster. What are you doing to these people? I'm sure.
No.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Look at 16 cards in deck. If we had... Oh no, if we had played around overdrawing, that would have been it. Ice Caliber, I saw a little reaction on his face when he drew it. Now what do you even do in this spot? Maybe you play another pig or you fuse it. I guess your health is still high, so you're hoping not to die.
Wow, what an overdraw. It always happens, doesn't it, huh? The one card you need. I've lost too many key cards on just a random overdraw before, but that was a big one. That could cost him the tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure Ice Caliber's kicking himself right now. Like, he literally got rid of like those cards in his hand without drawing so that he wouldn't overdraw, but he missed it by 1. And I mean, he has Gospel now and 2 Cephis for next turn. So let's just hope that like his opponent doesn't have a way to finish him off. I don't think that an Olivia has Olivia been played for Nautilus so far or not?
Yeah. And I know one of the Yukishimas was also fused away too. Wow, they just fused everything.
Fuse for 4. Learned the lesson.
Wow, that was I'm not making that mistake again fuse. You can see him scratching his head. He's like, damn, I wish I did that earlier.
On prevailing wings.
Yeah, so if this Olivia, if the other one was played before and there has been 4 Evos, then this will just be the game. This is what Ice Caliber missed out on, and if Nautilus is here to be like, this is what you do. Yep, we're gonna see it. Come down. That's crazy. 24 health. Yukishima's like 20 health, 30 health. Doesn't matter to me.
25, just a little bit. Should
have played 2 pigs.
Oh,
should have played 2 pigs. Wow.
That was crazy. Look what you did to Ice Caliber. He's scratching his head because of you, man.
Dang, yeah. Like, that was what I was worried about. Like, I said it right before. I was like, that's the way to win. And dang, so close. Both of our players playing so well, and one mistake, not fusing an extra card into Sephi, is what decided that game.
Yeah, I've been preaching the whole time. Just long tournaments, man. Sometimes you forget the smallest details because of it, and that's cost you a tournament right there. One little move, just clicking one less card. That's it.
Yeah, it was sad to see, but I think that was a great learning experience. Like, anyone now, like, it's like, oh, like, take notes when you go play your Grand Prix. Try and like get that 5 win, or like when you're trying to get to Grandmaster on ladder. Like, you gotta be conscious of like all the little details with Sephi. And I think it's maybe why we don't see it very common like on ladder as much. Maybe we see a lot more dragon and things, but in the tournament it's doing so well. Like this deck is excellent when you pilot it perfectly.
Yeah, it's all about the micro plays, a lot of precision plays for these decks. All the like little 1 damages matter, all the 1 cards matter. So that's why these people are playing at a high level on day 2 of the SVO.
Yeah, so good to see that, and looks like we'll be moving on in a second. But for now, how are you feeling, Namian, about this bracket and like what we've seen so far?
Well, Dragon's 1 showing so far is like wasn't great, and I want to see more Dragon actually, because you know this deck has been hyped to me so far, and I ran into a lot of Dragon yesterday when I was just like trying to grind this out, and I'm sad to see that this is mainly just a lot of Tesserin. We can see why it's up there though, because everyone's carrying a Runecraft, and I'm not surprised it's here, but I want to see a little more variety. I want to see more crazy Forest Hozumi stuff. I just want to see everything happen on this bracket.
I was definitely happy to see Nautilus move on. From what I saw, I don't think he played at all last year. I didn't see his name in the standings, and so to be coming into this tournament new and then pushing your way all the way to like the semifinals, like or the semifinals, like that's got to feel good. And we'll be waiting on to see if KTZN and Melon are able to play their match. We'll be seeing that shortly. All right, it sounds like that's not going to be happening. Oh, just kidding. It sounds like they will be playing it. All right, we just found out. So we're going to be jumping into KTZN and Melon, and we are going to be seeing that shadow deck. It will make it into the tournament to day 2. So there will be representation.
You say that and watch it get banned, because we've been hyping up the shadow deck as well.
Dang. Why you gotta say that? I mean, like, it's true, it could get banned, but I feel like with so many players like not bringing it or having it underperform, like maybe that's the deck you want to leave up. Maybe like people have realized like there's a reason to leave it around. And I think for that next match, we're going to be switching the casters around, getting Baz back in here, and
I've had my relaxed time. I've seen that Trickster is doing the right thing and caster cursing matches left, right, and center. Absolutely fantastic. That Yukishima event, that is the definitely, you got pain in the dictionary. It's just like a 15-second clip of that, I think, from now on. That is absolutely insane. And that's how that match ended up that way. But I mean, sometimes this is what happens, right? You got to be careful when you feature as Yukishimas, and it's kind of funny because we're talking about it all day, right? A lot of players like, oh, it's fine. They got 2 of them. They're fusing one way. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. All well and good. The one time it doesn't, it costs the man the game. Oh.
I know, like, if like top decking the cards you need to win is the best feeling in the world, overdrawing the cards you need to win is the worst feeling. Like the 2 polar opposites right there.
It's like literally the one thing. I mean, I've have this mistake. I'm sure you made this mistake before, Trickster. Let me make the mistake with test subject, right? That last word, draw a card, right? Yeah, all you care about, I'm playing all these out, getting the buffs going. That's all you really care about. You kind of forget in the back of your mind you're drawing all these cards because it's just, it's just, there's a Sephi Rune deck. I've just got a billion cards in my hand at all times, right? It's fine. Don't worry about it. I always have just exactly 8 cards and never 9, right? But at the end of the day, that's not what happened. And that I guess how Queen crumbles. We're getting ready to jump into our next match now. Again, as you mentioned, right? This was going to be our first quarterfinal match. It's not going to be our last one instead coming through, but it's still cool to see that, KDZN was able to rock up here against Melon, because I'm excited for this one here. Trickster jumping in. I believe we'll get decks up in just a short moment. Yeah, we're harping on about last word shadow, and that was the thing. We're gonna go straight to it here. Let's be honest, let's address the elephant in the room here, Trick. Okay, we all know it. We all saw SCAO Cup last weekend, right? We know I think it was 6 or 7 out of 8 players brought it. We know he was only good against itself, so it's a little bit rough at the moment. We'll have to wait and see if it's still technically a part of the big 3. I mean, KTZN, of course, made it here for the day 2 action, top 8 action. So clearly it obviously still works here, all memes aside. And what are some of these key components here, Trick, that really make this deck work at the moment?
Yeah, like you're saying, like KTZN, he definitely believes in this deck. And I mean, being 7-0, that's no small feat. And so he definitely knows how to pilot it. I think the key cards in this deck, like surprisingly enough, like they're maybe not your finishers, but they're just like the cards that give you card advantage. When Shadow wins, it's because you're like getting those +1 effects in the early game that give you like the gas to still have tools in the late game. And so things like Asphalt, like they're actually like a silent like star in this deck. Asphalt is like a great card to get you your combo pieces +1, another card as well, while still triggering your last words. So this is doing like 3 things for you that are so key and important to your game plan. And similarly, other cards like Huan and Moonin or like Corral Souls, like a lot of these other cards that draw 2 as well are like maybe not super flashy, but like they're what you need to be holding on to in your mulligan.
Exactly right, because that was one of the issues we saw right during the SVO Cup was a lot of the players were playing the decks quite fine at early to mid game stage. You get towards mid to late game and they've completely ran out of juice, right? They're not really getting any of that draw power, and a lot of the draw power hit in this deck. Sure, you get like +2 or +1 for a lot of these cards, but you need to nuke one of your own followers, right, to get that going, to get not only the last words effect going, but to get some of these draw cards actually going at the end of the day. And unfortunately, they weren't able to keep up with Loot Sword. They weren't able to keep up with Sephiroth when it came to that sort of thing. So we'll have to see if that might be an issue here today. One other major thing I do want to point out, obviously we'll talk about the actual winning cards a part of the deck when we get into game. The thing I want to point out here, Trick, is definitely that Deathly Tyrant's Feast, right? I'd say probably the most controversial card I probably want to say in the deck currently. A lot of players are saying opting to only go with 1, but I keep seeing, we saw it a lot in SAA, we're seeing it here tonight with KTZN, that a lot of players are bringing 2 still, and that's kind of bricking players and making them lose matches because of that as well.
Yeah, and in my mind, I feel like Shadow is definitely a combo deck. Like people maybe play aggressively with the followers on the board, but when you play like your combos, you're doing 20 damage. So all of that early game didn't matter. And so in my mind, like I think 2 of Tyrant's Feast is good because it's a combo piece. When you play that with Cerberus and Krampus, those 3 cards are 20 damage. And so I think like while it can brick you, it's maybe something to play around and just to accept with the deck, because when you get that 10 extra damage going face, like it is so strong.
I'll say right now, Trick, you're the only caster so far that has said that 2 Deathly Tyrant's Feast is a good thing and not a bad thing. So well, I guess we'll have to see. Are we Team Trick or Team everyone else? We'll have to see after this game.
All I'm
see
saying
what's
is
better.
the Hound, like that 4-drop that people were playing last week, it didn't do anything either, okay? So like if you're going to be pro Hound, like don't even.
I like my Sears globes. I ain't getting into that. That's an East Digny thing. You guys can waste your globes. I like my globes. I gotta keep mine. I don't make those bets after that one. But let's see what else the KTZN is bringing here to the table. Gonna look towards that Spell Boost Runecraft coming in. Definitely the most controversial deck, I want to say, of the expansion when it first came out. I don't know a single player that wasn't, you know, kind of behind the nerf this deck, please. I want to play Shadowverse again, and I can't unless I'm playing this deck as well. Obviously got slightly hit. 24 hours later, people found a new workaround for it, and it's still just as strong as it was. But interesting to see the right trick, seeing the Spell Boost comes in, because yeah, we have a bit of a battle between Sephi Rune and Spell Boost Rune to come in on what players like to play. Do you think Spell Boost Rune might just be more of a comfort thing for a lot of players coming? Because obviously we know Sephi Rune is still big 3. We know Spell Boost is very strong, especially on ladder, but we don't really see it as much, right, compared to like Sephi Rune or even other decks.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw in that last match, like Sephi Rune, the mirror, it was pretty grueling. There was a lot to be paying attention to. I'm sure that a lot of players are just more comfortable on Spell Boost and kind of like that feel of, it's like a little bit more of like a solitaire. Like you're not as worried about maybe what your opponent's going to do, because as soon as you collect your combo and like you get everything to work, you're going to be doing 20 damage from hand regardless of what they have going on. And so I can definitely see, depending on like your bans and things, that just feeling like Spell Boost is a better fit for you or like a better fit for your lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at some of the key cards, right, obviously, you know, the Cleansing Enforcer, Samel, and I say obviously, why does it cost 12 play points? That's not allowed. That's not legal. You don't have 12 play points in Shadowverse. Obviously, Spell Boost to got someone down, right, and be such a menace to deal with. Storm, Bane, and Ward, already 4/6, got Evo to 6/8. There's still Raining Blades as well to buff it to no end. This card is such a pain, right? Part of the OTK combo that decks have to try and run around. Or this card can even be played to maybe clear a ward or 2 to set up the rest of the cards to go towards the OTK combo, right? So such a very strong card. It's the, want to say, one of the key cards for why this deck is so powerful, because there's obviously tons of other spells available here on board. The other fellow I want to look at real quick though is that Orchestral Mage that the players, of course, only bringing one of. We saw it a little bit more, I want to say towards the end of last year, right? Tricky used to be one of the key cards in Spell Boost more towards the end of last year. Seeing a one of here kind of being, you know, teched in as kind of a secondary option, right? To go for that win if need be. You know, sometimes with Yukishima, sometimes not without, but still a very cool card to have in the deck nonetheless.
Yeah, it's definitely a great card, and we really see it shine like when we're at low health, you can use it to recover, to like save yourself, or when like your opponent's at low health, then you kill them. So definitely having that flexibility is good, and having the stay in paradise means that even though you only have one copy, like you do have a way to fetch it. So I think we'll be seeing that definitely come out.
Yeah, a lot of cool tech and separate stuff here in Spell Bush Run. Let's look towards KTZN's final deck that he's bringing to the table here in our final quarterfinal match. It's Loot Sword. I kind of expected it, right? If it's not Sephi Rune, it's Loot Sword. We have to expect either or right here in that top 8. Fantastic lineup here. And tell you something to point out straight away is that Kagemitsu. I want to point out straight out, right? The big difference here in this lineup, where I feel that's probably one of the major cards that can change up the numbers on how decks are made for Loot Sword at the moment. Why is Kagemitsu kind of one of those cards where if you see it, it's at 3 and everything else is cut down to 1 or 2 costs?
Yeah, so this card is definitely interesting. I think it's been maybe getting less popular because everyone's running Uranus to banish it. But something I've always liked about Kagemitsu is when you play it early, if you can have it come back on turn 7, normally the most damage you can do is 18. But then when you have Kagemitsu, you can get that damage up and actually be able to kill your opponent earlier than normal, while he also like clears the board and makes way for your Octa spell to go face. This is definitely like one of those cards that increases your power. Maybe it's not helping you with the consistency, helping to like get your game plan online, but when everything's working, it just makes you stronger possibly than your opponent.
Yeah, and you said, right, the Uranus has brought kind of the respect pick, right, sometimes to deal with that Kagemitsu. But sometimes some can sneak through, and that can make or break not only mirror matches, but stronger matches against, you know, the top 3, the big 3, and maybe some of the other rogue decks as well, which is cool to see. But those are KTZN's decks. Let's have a look real quick at Melon's decks that he's bringing here to the table for the final quarterfinal matchup. We're going to start off with his Loot Sword coming in, also bringing the Kagemitsu, but is that only one of I'm seeing actually as opposed to KTZN's lineup?
Yeah, I guess it's a little different, but both of the players having respect for Kagemitsu. Something I want to see is I want to see someone like drop it on 3 and then their opponent can just respond with the Octress and just steal the effect. And then it's like, oh, you played your Kagemitsu. Well, I just played mine and the stats are higher and I got a loot. So I think that's maybe another reason people are afraid to play it, is that it's just so easy to respond to it potentially.
Man, the mirror matches with loot are always crazy, right? Because you got guys stealing effects from each other, your arson just canceling effects out entirely, and it's just a battle of board control. You love to see it here. Obviously, there's not too much different here in terms of Melon's Loot Sword here, so we'll move on to the next deck now. Of course, we're seeing Loot Sword all throughout the day. The next thing now will be the test subject Rune, of course, or Sephi Rune, coming out once more, looking to be the standard lineup. Nothing too different, too serious here that we've seen. But I mean, we talk about the Yukishima, right? The sadness that we saw in that last quarterfinal of Yukishima being skipped out. But outside of that, still waiting to see, you know, I want to say more of a pure Sephi play, or Thunder God come out and get a cheese win with him, right, to see through. Is there anything that you don't think we've covered here, Trick, throughout the day about Sephi Rune that some of the players actually haven't touched base on yet?
Yeah, just one interesting thing is noticing a little bit less respect for Happy Pig. There's only 2 copies and 3 copies of Thunder God, so that's been reversed. It kind of makes me wonder if, hopefully, I'm not like sure about this, but maybe Melon's like banning Sephi. Like maybe he doesn't want to play the mirror, and like Happy Pig is such an important card in the mirror. Maybe he just feels like he doesn't need it, and instead they're going with Thunder God to like take down Shadow, or to just have that extra draw and consistency for your other matchups.
Yeah, and it's definitely a safe ban, right, for a lot of players to go up again. So that could be it. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we'll find out in just a short moment. But the final deck here that Melon is bringing to the table is going to be another cheeky deck we've seen kind of rise up a little bit after a certain player won with it right during the SAO Cup last weekend. It is that Puppet Portal coming out. Still very similar to some of the decks that some of the lineups, that Portal used to bring over the past couple months, with a little bit of changes here and there. Of course, the main one, of course, being added from the Eightfold Abyss, it is the Killshot Enforcer in Carousel. Not only such a cool looking card, aesthetic card, but such a powerful card being added to the Portal collection.
Oh yeah, this card is incredible. I feel like this card kind of does what Wielder does, but it's guaranteed. In the past, we'd play Wielder to like clear our opponent's board, to heal, to get ward, to go face, and this card does all of that on like turn 7, which was your best Wielder turn anyway, but it always costs that much. And like, what do you know? We're gonna play Wielder too, just to have more options in the late game. I definitely see this deck being really strong, and like this card definitely improves the deck's consistency and like end game. And something extra to notice as well, I feel like there's like this secret 41st card in these Portal decks, and the 41st card just says like you're not ever gonna lose on stream, because like earlier today win, last week like wins. Like this Portal deck, like it seems like the stream is where it shines. Like what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. A Puppet Portal, and even I want to say that there's coming some of the other Portal decks around the time to get it last year, right? Those were the top decks. Those were a lot of decks that a lot of players were watching out for. We were watching out for, right? During November Cup, even towards the end of the year, some of these stronger decks. You still have Lashana, right? You've still got, the Treasure. You still got the Devil that is Kasim, right? Still running rampant around in this deck here. And it's still very, very strong. It's just, there's a bit of favoritism towards maybe some of the newer stuff. And now Portal's coming back, maybe similar situation to Discard Dragon, right? Those decks are still strong. Leave them alone for a little bit, come back. Turns out they're still very powerful against some of these top decks. So we'll have to wait and see if this will be that deck needed for Melon to take away the win, or if unfortunately it will get banned. We're looking towards the ban in just a short moment, but final wrap up here as we look at the decks now. Our final quarter-final match, guys. Of course, a reminder, whoever wins this will be going to the semi-finals, the first semi-finals technically, to take on Yo's from Team Revelation. Of course, one at the start of the day. He's waited a very long time throughout the day right now to get to that semi-final, so he'll definitely have eyes on this match here at the end of the day. But yeah, looking at how tricky, do you think we should lean towards one player more than the other? I mean, we know the likes of KT Zen, right, came in 7-0. Then the other 7-0 player, right, during day one, so he's got that behind him. But Melon's got a ton of experience, right? Like we said at the beginning of the day, we saw him even last year get a second place finish during the Roar of Godworm Cup, and only lost out against Pain, one of the best and well-known West players in the region, right? So I think it might be safe to bet on either player.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, I'm really hoping that Melon goes for that Sephi Rune ban. I feel like if he makes the Sephi Rune ban and plays against Shadow and Sword, that he'll be in a great spot. And so if that's the way it goes, like, I'm Melon all the way. But I don't know, if he makes a different ban, I might have to reassess. I'm going to have to think about it. Something interesting, too, I did notice both of these players playing Gilnelise in their sword decks, so I don't know what that means, but like we haven't seen it all day, and now here it is on both sides. I guess that they're just trying to go to turn 10 or something. Maybe this will be the biggest grind we've seen today.
Or maybe it's the Namin effect. When Namin's here, the Gilnelise, when he's gone, Gilnelise comes back. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe we just cracked the theory. We'll have to wait and have to ask him.
Gilnelise is scared of VTubers? Is that?
So I believe we are going to get the bans up now, ready to go for you guys to see who, I guess, we'll find out where the quick crumbles are, where the chips will land for both of these players. And let's see, we're hanging out, ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Drum roll. Both swords are banned.
Double sword ban?
So the rune wasn't banned? What does that mean? Oh no, you say you have to see if the rune gets banned?
I guess Gilnelise doesn't make it on the stream after all.
Well, there's always semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe we might see one of them. At least there'll be a Gilnelise sword in semi-finals. But if it gets banned again, well, then that's another story, right? We'll have to wait and see who ends up winning out after that one. But I believe we are getting ready to jump into our final quarter-final match now. The players, I believe, are ready to go. Time to see what will happen in this final quarter-final match. The first cup of the 2023 season of the West Region Shadowverse Open. It's Melon against KTZ, and the viewpoint of Melon, it's going to be Puppet Portal against Sephi Rune to start us off.
This world is brutal.
Oh, and Puppet's going first. You definitely don't like to see that. If they get like early Kasim or double Kasim, they can really take advantage of that going
That's
first.
one.
And one in the hand. Oh, that hand is so good for Puppet. But there are the late game cards that KTZN needs and some boosting cards. So I think both of our players are feeling pretty set moving forward.
Yeah, the thing is that KTZN, the cards are good, but he needs to pull some earlier cost cards, right? Some earlier cost spell boost, because at the moment he's not looking too good for the early game. That's the last thing you want for spell boost, right? So
yeah, and is it just me, or I thought Swordcraft was banned? What is that card in the bottom right of my screen that I'm looking at?
That's a weird looking leaf icon. I remember that being an icon for Sword or Puppet. That's oh wait, hold on, it's gone. Wait, hang on. That's weird. That's strange. I don't know what that's about. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Choosing to take the forged weaponry though, an interesting point. I guess that the Puppet player just knows that their game plan is aggression and early damage is what they want in this match. And that was like a very confident and quick pick from Melon. I think that he has the double Kasim we were worried about, and he knows exactly how he's going to play this match, and he knew exactly which cards he has to take to do it. I'm excited to see Melon pilot this deck in like such a strong fashion and such confidence.
He's complete.
I love that Portal just stole Forge Weaponry as well. Like, it's just such a big card in Puppet now. And there you go. Gonna come out. I'm gonna 4/4 because why not? Let's just go ahead. Do 6 damage straight away. And KTZN still can't really respond to it at the moment. Of course, Evo isn't gonna be for another turn here. Gonna burn out Insight, trying to see what he can pull. Angel's Blessing's nice. Gonna be able to heal at least some of that damage back in the following turn. And good he's able to start rotating out some of these draw spells, getting this draw power underway. But man, that Kasim already been there. Gonna drop a second one just because, you know what, let's just keep that pain train going on the side of Puppet Portal. It's very scary for KTZN to deal with out of the gates. Game one, you're down so much health, almost half, probably actually more than half health. And you're 4 turns in.
You know, and what's better than Kasims besides like putting them behind a Metatron so you can't even get to them, right? And look at these stats, like 4 health on all of these followers, even if their opponent had like Chakram Wizard to be able to like clear the board, like it doesn't work here. Like it's not good into this board. I feel like Melon has really been putting like a lot of pressure on KTZN and like playing around his outs by buffing the Kasim on turn 3. Like you can't play Uranus to remove it now. Like everything he's been doing has been making this so awkward for KTZN.
He's gonna get a banish. We gotta remember with Dolphina, right? And she banishes herself to remove it. So it's a 1-for-1. You gotta remove your own card to do with your opponents. And the problem is there's still 2 more there. There's a potential Evo and Kasim again, right? So towards at least 5 damage minimum. That's not even counting, you know, rotating through resonance and getting more of that 1 damage. But I'll say burn. It's like little cuts, right, for Kasim, right, that he does to take out his opponent here. And Melon's gonna go for it, because why not? I mean, your opponent's already at 8 health. You're doing 5 more here, getting so much control. There's a forged weaponry there. Is that actually gonna be game?
No, I don't think we have enough followers come into play yet, but we're close. And wow, more 4 stats, more 4 health followers on the board. Like, what are we supposed to do to that? And while it looks like even if like this board is cleared right now and Melon like is left without like any followers to go face, we know that Freya can pull the Kyrzael from the deck and he'll just be able to have Storm for 7 to finish this. So like he has the follow-up in hand. This is looking really good for Melon.
This is
but
disgusting.
At the same time, KTZN, like if it wasn't, I'm pretty sure that Uranus is like glowing right now. Like he can get some health. He can put his own board out. So like sure, like Melon has the follow-up, but like is KTZN gonna be faster? I see a lot of like damage cards in his hand from spell effects, from storm followers. Like maybe he'll just do so much damage to his opponent, like clear the board on the way and like put on more pressure to be able to like sweep in and like undercut Melon.
Full of myself.
And that's the thing though, is alright, he's got to make sure he hits the correct target to make sure he plays out the cards in the right order. If he doesn't, it's game over, right? We're only a couple turns in, so gonna have to be careful with that one. Uranus will come out, so we'll be able to get a bit of extra health back Get up to at least back to 4 off this one here. He's going to take out, you know, the last words there. So no extra last word puppets coming out here. But we'll be able to deal with the rest of this board and crushing rain as well. Just a little bit of extra hurt, right? So much burn coming through. Good to see Katie's again. You know, it's like, fine. You want to go all this easy rush, you get easy damage. That's fine. I'm just going to return the favor in spades. And now it's up to Melon, right? Oh, not this time. So you did it before. All right, you can see we're not doing that again. All right, you can only curse. You can't be positive.
I was pretty surprised to see the It's Raining Blades not come out. I'm not sure if that was because of maybe like the KTZN was out of time. I did see like the timer clicking down and like maybe he was like just trying to get that 4 damage in before he ran out. But it is true that like if an Orcus was in hand right now, you could just evo it over the ward because there's not enough health and go for lethal. So lucky for KTZN, like the punish wasn't there, but gonna need to be able to pick up the pace to be able to make the optimal plays in this match.
Yeah, he's gonna get himself the treasure, which is a nice card to maybe help defend if there's a turn from now. Unfortunately, won't be the case here to go for the full spell effect. You might have to try and go for one of them though anyway, because I mean, the board alone is really difficult, right, for Melon right now. He really needs to get rid of it here. But as you mentioned, right, Raining Blades in hand, you just draw an easy follow from the top and deal with it there. He's gonna be able to hit the Uranus there, but there's still a 3-5 follower there ready to go. Raining Blades potentially ready to go here with a magic missile, and
that's it.
Just another one.
He was like, he was praying for that hit. He got the hit he needed, but KTZN still has the tools in the hand to finish this first game out and take the lead.
That is going to be so frustrating for Melon, right? He just controls the game from the start, right? Cool, just slaps KTZN around like no tomorrow at the start of that game for sure. And KTZN, right, just stays calm, gets the spell boost going. One turn, completely changes the board and is able to take the rug out from under Melon. The good news is, at least, then we'll spell boost rune for KTZN, right? He has to now rely on the last word Shadow, which doesn't exactly have a good reputation over the past week here. So hopefully Melon can kind of rely on some of that bad luck there for KTZN. But as you said, right, after being in control of a game that dominantly to lose it in the last turn or two and in that fashion, it's got to affect the mental thing of the bit here, right? Trick going into our second game.
Yeah, that's tough. It is one of the strengths of Spell Boost Rune that it can win on turn 6, which is pretty much like one turn earlier than most of the other top decks. And so we really saw there like why KTZN is bringing it. He can like do things that Sephi can't. Well, Sephi's consistent and has like a good early game. It doesn't matter if like Portal's taking advantage of your slow start if you still kill them on 6, right? And so we were able to see that, and I'm sure KTZN is feeling really confident now as he's bringing Shadow to face off against Portal yet again.
Yeah, so Melon's going to go for the run back with the pop-up Portal there. Of course, he has to play it again at some point, right? So why not do it now? It's like it's going to be his thought process here to come through. As a reminder, right, KTZN was 7-0 in day 1, looking to join his fellow 7-0 compatriot and meme legends, at least in the semi-final stage. Maybe even fight each other in the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see if maybe these 2 newer players will be able to do such a thing. Of course, Melon, very experienced player. Let's see what he can do in the semi-final stage. He gets some of those all-important points. What's it leading to Contenders Cup towards the end of the year. And already, hands are looking pretty good, I want to say, on both sides here. Check, I'm liking what I'm seeing here at the moment, because KTZN having a bit of the win condition in hand ready to go, and Melon is having a nice, I would say, rotation of cards here for himself ready to go. And Cassim's coming back. The Nightmare's back. A little bit of PTSD maybe if KTZN for the first next couple turns.
Wait, is it just me, or like, did the stream restart? We've got Kasim on 2 and Forge Revelry in hand again. But KTZN learned his lesson. We got to get that Kasim out of here. Like, whatever it takes, use the Death Cat now. We're not going to let you play that same path from the last game again.
Because this time he doesn't have a spell boost rune to rely on, right? He doesn't have all this burn damage on 0 cost, all this storm damage that he can bring out as well, and a back pocket Jupiter just to keep him healthy enough to stay in this one here. But I mean, already starting to build up those last words, build up the shadows. The 2 key cards he needs for the win condition are in hand. That is good to see. And the Deathly Tyrant as well, just for an extra positive in case he needs it. but still a little bit rough.
Oh, when you
here
said
at
the
moment.
two key cards, I thought that Deathly Tyrant was one of them, but I guess it's being put as like the third seed.
for
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I'll definitely agree with that one. Let's put a pin in that there.
Yeah.
But Abyssal Current will actually be dropped as an amulet to go with Thunder God, of course. Two more still, you know, in the deck ready to go, and a bit of an early play. We actually saw a fair bit of that in the SCAO Cup. So I wonder if KTCN is just trying to replicate that without the losing part, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure like it would have been nice for KTZN to have like Kyun and Moonin on the last turn or something, but playing Colonel early can be good. It'll start counting down, and it also let him play the Thunder God for one. So that's a good spot to be in, and picking up another copy of one of your endgame cards here in Istandet. Like maybe that means you can throw it out here now and get those last words up with an evolve.
Yeah, such a big shadow gain as well from it, right, that you're able to take there. But there's also the Cerberus in hand. That could be a potential option. I mean, have to bury right feels a bit rough with what's in hand and available. You might want to hold on to that for a little bit later. And of course, that Storm right can be so important a little bit later on, so you might want to hold on to that one there. But a couple options still for KTCN here. Gonna have to deal with some of these eventually, especially that the gold 1/1, right? The Puppeteer that's sitting there on board. The bane of many players' existence ever since she's come out, you know, a fair few expansions ago, and something that KTCN is gonna have to be wary of throughout the match.
Yeah, definitely an annoying card, the Puppeteer, especially when it's behind wards. The way it is now, you could trade into it first to avoid having to deal with some of that goofiness, but like maybe in another situation you leave it up and try and have your last word followers die just to activate the effect. I don't think we'll see that here, but potentially something that could come online in the future.
Gonna be able to get the Skullfish out, right? Everyone's favorite. To clear the board there nice and easily, and leave it back in the hands of Melon to try and deal with this. Cool to see. He's getting some of these puppets built up. Forged weaponry, of course, going to be in hand, ready to go soon. But a bit of an awkward turn here on turn 5. I mean, the Lashenna's there. I think it's probably
Lashenna does feel
probably
great.
the only opportunity, right?
Yep. I don't know how many followers are dead if we're like waiting to play Lashenna for her full effect.
Yeah.
Or having the puppets in hand though now makes it feel like to me like it's a good turn to just throw her out early, get those discounts going, and I mean you still have Storm followers and things to follow up later, so definitely a strong play. But with multiple options, I'm sure Melon will be considering everything that he can choose at this turn.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem there, right? I kind of feel like the Puppet Lashenna is really one of the only optimal plays. I mean, he's actually going to go for the Evo and possibly Flower Doll, or Clear Soul, or maybe even Puppet Treasure here. Go for.
Interesting. I guess choosing to push the most immediate damage and probably set up Lashenna to have 10 last words for the next turn as well. This is a strong board, and the ward can be pretty tricky.
It's so weird to me not seeing Legendary Treasure just play out on 7. Yeah, just for some reason, I always feel like every time we've seen it, especially recently, it's always max cost. You're getting, you know, all the legendary token followers out. You're getting the legendary spells coming out from it. So it'd be interesting to see the Melons having to, I don't want to say force play it early, but that was, I think, a very, very strong play for him to come out there. You know, a very strong board, as we mentioned, right? That the Lashenna is hold on to for now to use, but later. And KTZen's kind of just having a chill now. Like, okay, I got a Thunder God amulet to destroy against Melon's amulet here, but kind of feels like a little bit of a waste. Again, this is the Cerberus, but a little bit rough for that one too. But I kind of feel like there's what you either go for the Mino or go for the Cerberus and I guess bury right the Thunder God, right? It's a very tough spot for KTZN to choose one or the other. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's not really too much else. You got to deal with those followers.
Yeah, I'm sure that KTZN is not super happy here. Like, there were a lot of like cards that he could draw right now, maybe to like kind of refill his hand, but without those, like he's in a tricky position. It's tricky because like the Thunder God, you can't play it until you've played other cards, but you don't really want to play them. You just want to draw. And Cerberus, like you have to get rid of a card, but you don't even like have very many options in hand. You kind of need everything you have. So at least the 5/5 though can come down here for one play point and trade.
Exactly right. And now that that's kind of been a thing, you know, Puppet is still going to stay up though, so it's going to be a bit of damage. KTZN, I guess it's going to I don't want to say happily accept, but can hold on to some of his stronger resources right for a little bit later on. Olivia is going to come out actually a little bit early there. We're going to go for the Evo just to first we'll get another Evo and get some extra play points back. Get a huge 6-6 ward up on board at the end. Oh wow. That is a huge forge weaponry coming out, being dropped onto the Puppet, and I'm starting to click the timer, I think, here now. Trick that the death timer has started. I'll just wait to see if KTZN can beat it here.
Oh yeah, what a beautiful setup from Melon. Playing the Olivia to get that play point. Like you said, it's early, but now he still has the play point for next turn, which means when Kirzile comes down with the 7 health that he set, like that Evo, and the 2 followers being cleared, like unless there's some healing, like Melon set up everything perfectly at this point. We'll see if KTZN thinks to play Cerberus or something to try and play around it. But yeah, definitely oh, and like with so few play points left and such big followers on the opposite board, like he might not even be able to deal with it while he's staring down in the moment. We might have to see something like Cerberus and like, I don't know, Istandet together or something like that to deal with this.
Yeah, and is that even going to be able to really deal with the end game problem, right? Because at the moment, you kind of do that, you kind of waste it. Hugging the Munnen's going to come out here. But, as you said, right, Chick, that's going to be dusted here. Yeah, sure, you deal with the 6-4. Puppet alone is going to end the game. On 7 and 8, right? You're going to look towards ending it that way here. Gonna try and get some extra draw, but at the end of the day, it's not gonna matter too much here. And we're gonna even up our final quarterfinals here. Trick coming through. Melon's gonna make it 1-1, force that final game here, and a very, very big match for our final semi-final spot on offer.
Hey, we like having 1-1 matches, right? Going to game 3 means more Shadowverse, so like I'm not sad about it, and definitely both players getting a chance to like show their strength and like show their planning and like lethal setups. So I'm feeling really good about both players moving into this. Now the question is like, what's going to be better, Shadow or Test Subject Room?
The cosmic flower.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And well, we've got stats and past matches and history on stream to go by, Trick. I'd definitely say there's a certain rune deck that might have the favorable advantage here going into this one, at least going off of SCAO's regional games there. So KTZN is going to be, I would say, backed up in the corner a little bit here to start things off. Has the Colonel, which is nice, and Asphalt, which is awesome to see for that turn too, alongside Mino and Huggin and Munnen. So I'm saying a very strong hand to start with. But can you keep that going? Can you lead that into the mid game? Can you look towards taking it in the late game? Because that's where we're seeing a lot of the issues with Shadow at the moment. And it seems, I want to say, that play from the SCAO region has made its way here to the West region on stream for top 8 as well.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like, I'm sure like Shadow maybe hasn't had great stats into Room, but I'm sure those stats improve when you have Asphalt and Human and Moonin. So with a good hand going first, like, it might be easy for KTZN to keep a lot of cards in hand and hit that last word count really early and maybe push like a sneaky lethal. So if he's gonna win, like this is the hand to do it. But that being said, like Melon's hand is just as good. We'd really like to see some Test Subject Rune cards, and like we are missing them right now, but we had the 1-drop to answer their 1-drop, and we have Metatron for 4.
To wander among the clouds.
See what aggressive Uran is actually being forced to be played there. I say forced to be played. It does stop some of that draw power that's very much needed inside of KTZN. Chaotic Doom coming out. I don't think we're going to get random 2 or 3 in a row played Chaotic Doom RNG antics like we saw last weekend, but it is going to be in hand for KTZN, ready to use if need be. Got a fair few options to go for here at the moment. Gonna maybe even run Mugen first to get that extra draw and really optimize right what's available.
I'm going home.
Yeah, definitely sad to see your draw getting banished. So I'm sure Melon's happy about that. KTZN got to trade it in, make sure this one doesn't get banished too, I guess, and playing the Chaotic Doom first as well, just to make sure he doesn't draw anything before he makes the rest of his plays. Definitely see KTZN optimizing like this turn, like the order, and doing a good job to make sure he sees all of his options before he makes a decision.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, right? And especially now when it's 1-1, whoever wins is going to semi-finals. Every second counts. Every little inch of brain power counts when it comes down to this one. Every bit of luck counts, of course. with your deck coming into this one. Heart of the cards on maximum strength right now for both players coming in here, as Melon's going to decide what he's going to go for here next. I mean, again, there's that Evo Metatron, as we mentioned, right, as a potential option here. Get that play point advantage, get the ward advantage, because running the face, be quite comfortable, should be the obvious pick here. I might even have an argument to even go, you know, for Bird as well. Get 4 followers on board, run followers into face, and keep 3 followers nice and healthy. But it looks like he will hold on. Run 5 damage in, which is still huge, and hold on for those extra resources that he might need a little bit later.
Greed.
Or just play the guild list, because let's do it. Why not? Let's just get another one out there.
I'm coming for you.
It would be kind of funny to see like one of these Gilneys evolved face and just get like so much damage press, but playing the Metatron and increasing your play points, definitely the smarter play. So that's why these players are in the top 8, unlike me, who might be just going a little too boonga there with the
us being ladder heroes, right? Ranked heroes, so that's about it.
Absolutely works.
yeah, and you definitely I mean, pushing the first 10 damage is not that big a deal when you don't have your test subjects and the final 10 damage, because with just your neutral cards, even if they're at 10, you probably don't have a way to clear out the game, so it's definitely good to look ahead instead of playing in the moment there.
Yeah, gonna be able to respond to what's available here, but I think Melon is kind of a little bit chilling here for now at the moment. I mean, that's a nice top deck, nice giant happy pig. I mean, don't see a reason not to go straight for it. Push the Evo objective right, push that health objective still. Very important against a certain OTK shadow deck that can one-shot you literally 20-0, the actual definition of OTK coming out there. And Melon now, as you mentioned, right, it's been great responses, great board control, but still no play on test subject, and still no sign of Ikushima either. You know, kind of that secondary backup option to go for the win. But
not a
he's
single
been
test subject played.
Yeah, and KTZN, you know, is still struggling a little bit, right? Just against us alone. I mean, we're looking at the hand. There's a bit of a hand situation. Luckily, he's got Asvault to get a couple of draw cards off from Thunder God shortly. But the third Guild release, that's rough to see on Melon's side, because we're talking about those alternate win conditions. That's already one strikes at the board entirely.
Time to go the whole hog.
This Evo's good. Gonna set up the extra draw right now, get that spell into your hand, and then you can have Olivia next turn to regain the play points anyway. You could definitely see a turn 9 win with Uranus. I mean, not with Uranus, with Yukishima, and maybe even no test subjects played this whole match, but maybe we'll see one come out right now.
How about a win with Happy Pig? Just a 9-9
Happy Pig win. Just hit him this turn. They can't kill it. You do it again. Back to back. Yeah, I mean, if we're at 10 last words played, the Istandet might put a little bit of a cramp into that position, but who knows?
I mean, I'm just saying that's a lot of bacon trick. That's a lot of bacon. I'm just saying that's a big pig. So, yeah, that's
yeah. So if it's an 8/8, how much healing does it do when it dies? I'm pretty sure like the 8/8 version heals for like 6 or something, right?
Yeah, and have to. Can we get that change in Star Games? We just gave you, an option. If pig's been buffed, takes the health amount that you gain. I think that's how we do it, right? That's how it works in real world. So minus the cholesterol off the bacon. We don't talk about that. We just really like the bacon instead, right? So gonna see what KTZ can do in response here off some of the draw. Deathcat Reaper's nice, and he's definitely gonna have to play it. But all jokes aside, clear that pig, because that's just gonna end KTZ's February Cup career if not dealt with. But we'll come out with the soul, go for the Abyssal Colonel here. Kind of sucks to drop it out early on, but it does deal with the board. It will get a nice big 6/6 file on board that will insta-kill whatever Melons ever get out here, and will buy KTZ a little bit of time, which is the most important part.
I love this play here, using Krampus to activate your Tyrant's Feast. Like, it wasn't online, but those extra shadows are going to let you set up this 16/16. And if we saw a lot of bacon before in Happy Pig, like, this is like the biggest skeleton I've ever seen.
My man's been hitting the gym. He's just, just doing all the weights, everything. He's lifting the gym itself at this point. It doesn't even matter to him at the moment. And what was looking like Melon's game to win quite easily has just completely swapped, completely been turned on its head. Very similar to a certain Forest match we saw earlier today. But I say this one's a little bit worse, because at least with the Forest, with the Hosami, it's expected, right? You expect that, you expect Fang to come out, ruin your day, you're hitting those 3 lines in the top left-hand corner, right? You're out of there. But this one has got to hurt a little bit more, especially so, as you said, I'm coming again now, right, Trick? No test subjects. It's just not there. And they're in hand now, but we're well into the late game.
looking at this setup as well, like, are we gonna see Thunder God for lethal next turn when the follower on the board does 2 damage to face, 5 health? Like, if Olivia gets sniped when this follower dies, maybe we'll just have a Thunder God go to the face to seal this game.
I know there was something we were talking about at the start of the other day, right? I know, Tricky, you're definitely excited to see that one come out as well as a potential option here. But that time is ticking down. If Melon's going to deal with it, he's going to deal with it as soon as possible. He's still going to try and find 3 damage here. Luckily, Uranus will be there for the banish. We're going to hold on. Not going to have any overdraws come out. And a big 6/6 follow with Sacred Bird to get that extra bit of healing in to stay alive. Can KTZN find something in the back pocket to keep himself alive, to stay in it and win the semi-final match? Or is this going to head to Melon's way, potentially even next turn?
Yeah, drawing for the cards. Oh, is that Cerberus gonna? Let's see. We got 2 damage on the board, 2 from another Corral Souls, and like 7 from Cerberus if you kill her follower. So definitely a lot of damage in hand. But I think
Detestable.
I think we're just off. I think that was 11 damage. So that's tough. KTZN just shy of being able to kill his opponent this turn. Now he's trying to figure out the best thing to do without that option.
Yeah, looking to at least apply some of that pressure, right? And then have that opportunity to stay in the match and be able to go for that win condition. Cerberus coming out. Obviously, quite easy to see that. We'll see those ones run in, get some health back, and deal with the big Uranus there on board to deal with the test subject even. He has only 2 damage, but every bit of damage is counting here at the moment. Be able to run in the last pop in some Mimi. Be able to get some burn damage in 9-9, but it looks like it might be curtains very, very shortly. Again, we don't have the test subject play, but there is a Sephi there to get some fusions in. We might just reach that magic number.
Yeah, no Yukishima in hand means that Melon has to think a little harder. There are like definitely options here. Like you could always go like play your researcher first and get 2 test subjects into Sephi, but I don't know if that even gets us to the count because it's really been a while before we were able to start summoning those test subjects this match.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even have Rush at the moment, right? Let alone thinking about the 5/5 buff, let alone thinking about Storm off of Sephi here. We just know there's still quite a bit of cards in hand that can potentially set that up. There's a lot of fusions, of course, that Sephi could go for. There is the Thunder God. That is an option to come out, at least to have a big
Hovering
ward
the
up.
Thunder God. It does have ward.
I mean, potentially you could go, there's Thunder God, there's Goblin in hand to heal up a little bit here. What's that? That's the 8 play
Play a
points.
test subject.
Metatron as well, even if he feels like he needs to ward up big time against this one. Here's a couple of
Metatron strong, definitely as well. Get a second ward, a little bit of healing, a little bit of damage, but getting the test subject out is strong too to be able to set yourself up to have your normal win con online next turn. So definitely respect this play.
Yep, let's look at Goblin out here to get an extra bit of health. Luckily, Fusion can then follow, because remember, you get a play point back. You get 1 play point, cost not 2 if you're able to Fusion Condemn follower with Sephi for that test subject. So very important. Hagen Munn going to come out to try and deal with the Thunder God here. There's a Cerberus in hand. There's another Deathly Tyrant spell in hand, which apparently 2 is what we should be doing according to Trick. I'm not according to any other caster, but Trick himself is saying it. So we'll have to wait and see if that will be the correct option here. If that gets the win, I think all the casters, all the SEO guys for sure, and myself, we got to globe that card. I know I'm pretty sure Igni already done it. He's going to do it again, because at this point, I mean, it speaks for itself. I think, I don't know.
I mean, 2 seems great, but you only need 1. So drawing the second one here, like I'm sure you'd rather have like your convict or something to be able to clear the board and like summon your kernel. So maybe not what you want to see in the moment, but yeah, and this is rough. It's gonna be hard to even clear this board at this point, let alone like increase. Oh, there's some health increase. Like we do appreciate that, but
yeah, I mean, I was even hoping for an Evo killing these right to get a heal off that, but I mean, the 4 health's still good. You're gonna get a bit extra health still off the Cerberus. I mean, you essentially got 6 there anyway, right? And being able to deal with this, but again, it's still just struggling, surviving right at the moment. You're not pushing towards an end game plan, unfortunately, here, like Melon has been able to. The time is going to run out. Melon just needs 5, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a Thunder God that's gonna fill that one nice and easy. Melon is going to come out and upset one of the 7-0 players from day number 1. Melon being your final quarter-final contestant to make it into the semi-final stage. And what a 2-1 series you had there, Trick, as well, to get that one underway. An absolutely fantastic way to wrap up our quarter-final stage.
Man, I just hope some like new players are like watching the stream right now and they just see like both players playing Thunder God like left and right, going face with it, and they're just like, wow, that must be like the best card in like the deck. Like, is that like the legendary right there? Like Thunder God is the best card in the set. Like
Thunder God's actually the main card in that deck, just so you guys know. You know, test subjects is like the side option. Thunder God's the main option, just so you guys know. Make sure you play 3 of them. I want to play 3 of them in my one now. I'm going to change when I've got 3 of them. I think I've got like 1 or 2. So I guess I'm doing the wrong thing. You know, Melon's doing the right thing. You guys at home, make sure you follow him and see what he's doing well. But I mean, all jokes aside though, Trick, again, that series was still very, very close. That could have gone either way. It's just unfortunate. Again, that last word, Shadow, I mean, at this point, it's got to be cursed, right? There's got to be some curse behind it, because it's been literally game after game after game. Anytime it's appeared on stream, it just loses. And it's always very similar ways. It's always draw power, just missing out enough damage to get the win, and then basically you're just stuck on survival mode. So hopefully your opponent bricks or misplays to try and drag a win out of nowhere.
Yeah, it really does struggle on the stream. I guess we see there, like, you have certain key cards that you need, and when you have them, it's great, but when you don't, like, the deck really flounders. And on the other hand, like, Sephi Rune, we see it, and, like, it's like half the deck too, but then you throw in all these neutral cards, and they just carry themselves. Like, Happy Pig is strong, Thunder God's good, like, Bad Katha, like, I guess we're just really seeing that, like, Sephi, like, these neutral cards that support it, like, they're not actually, like, bad or filler. Like, they're strong as well, and, like, they can produce alternate win conditions and do things that, like, the extra shadow cards do not do and do not perform as well on.
And let's have a look at the brackets now as well, as we wrapped up that quarterfinals, to see where our players now stack up going into that semi-final stage. Now that we're back to the normal run of things and everything's back to normal in terms of bracket order here, Melon, of course, as we just saw, took out KTZN in a 2-1 matchup. If you missed out the first series of the day, please go back and check out the VOD after we're done here, because the Hishiro versus Yo Rev grudge match was absolutely fantastic. Of course, Yo getting away with it with a huge upset there, 2-0. Meme Legends, the only other 7-0 player, the only one now still surviving here in the semifinals, went 2-1 against Vez's own Vision. And of course, Nautilus taking out Ice Caliber 2-0 with the Yukushima Caster Curse. Trick, you're never going to live that one down for the rest of the season, I think, after that. But huge plays and big name plays to see. Both plays that we've been seeing, obviously putting in a ton of work right over the past few years, and SVOs finally making it here to top 8, and some brand new faces making it here as well.
Glad to see all of these players advancing. Like, all of them have been playing well on stream and bringing interesting decks, and I'm happy to see like so much variety even in top 4 now. And definitely sure, like, moving forward, we're going to see more interesting matches and more players just like making decisions that we wouldn't normally think of on ladder, and like teaching us like the way to pilot these decks, like not well, but like at like the top ultimate tier.
Yeah, not well, which sounds bad for a moment,
but
best,
amazing.
which fixes it. So there you go. But guys, that is our quarterfinals done and dusted. We're getting ready now, of course, for the semi-final stage after the break. 2 huge best of 3s around the corner. Of course, we'll be joined by Namin for the first semi-finals. When we come back to Trick and Go, relax now. You know, channeling in a curse energy, ready for the second semi-finals and of course the grand finals at the end of the day. So we'll see you guys after the short break when we return. Semi-finals 1 for the Shadowverse Open West region February Cup 2023. Don't go anywhere.
So was forced to just leave the 6-1 on the board, and it keeps this the Sapphire Priestess. It's a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, it's actually gonna be GG done and there, right, coming through after the buffs coming out. And there we go, guys. Yo's gonna be the first one to take the round here against Hishiro with that Crystallized Haven, get that round advantage and have a bit of a buffer for himself to potentially
I think this is a lot of damage coming on.
But proof of our patience.
Yeah, I think there's no way that this isn't what Yo needs to finish the game. Using the bumpkin buff to get a little bit of that health off the board so he can go face for more.
At last.
It's gonna be Title Gunner picked up as well, so he's gonna be able to run in so much damage, and it's gonna be enough to get the OTK. I don't even think Ishiro was expecting it. After that is, Mima just doesn't care. There's already 8 damage. Sephi Fusion is definitely coming in alongside probably Sephi herself in just a short moment. And that is probably going to do it there. NBK Meme Legends running the deck into what should have been the counterplay. Unfortunately for Vision, doesn't turn out the way he'd planned. And Meme Legends will take game number 1 here for our second quarterfinal.
It's funny, that 2 damage from
towards the All-Star competition, now fighting it out for Contenders Cup at the end of the year. Meme Legends is going to be able to get himself a nice board coming out. He's going to be able to build into the potential Hozumi. He's got the 4. Finally, we are seeing the Hozumi combo coming out. It was there, ready to go. And that Cosmos Fang is going to completely flip the board, change the game plan. Now the amount of health coming out is going to be insane. And I was ready to set up Vision as the way to hit Namian, but Meme Legends might have just turned this one around. 13 health healed back.
That looks so beautiful. Hold on, I need
that Evo ready to go if need. Meme Legends has that Evo ready to go if need be. 10 Lynn's going to come out. We mentioned this was a possibility as well, and Meme Legends is going to do it here. He went 7-0 day 1 for a reason. That game.
See, we better not overdraw the Yukishima. Oh my goodness! God. I just said that. Oh my goodness! That would have won the game. What? Oh no! If Ice Caliber had fused 3 cards instead of 2 last turn, he would have won just now.
Casters, curse trickster. What are you doing to these people?
Back to 4 off of this one here. Gonna take out, you know, the last words there. So no extra last word puppets coming out here, but we'll be able to deal with the rest of this board and Crushing Rain as well. Just a little bit of extra hurt, right? So much burn coming through. Good to see Katie's again. You know, it's like, fine, you want to go all this easy rush, you get easy damage, that's fine. I'm just going to return the favor in spade. Uranus there, but there's still a 3-5 follower there ready to go. Raining Blades potentially. Ready to go here with a Magic Missile, and
that's it.
Just another one.
He was
Why
like,
not?
he was praying for that hit. He got the hit he needed, but KTZN still has the tools in the hand to finish this.
Melon just needs 5, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a Thunder God that's gonna fill that one nice and easy. Melon is going to come out and upset.
When we get home, if you let me put it. When we get home, if you let me put it. If you let me put it.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open West February Cup for the 2023 season. Glad to have you guys still here with us for all the continued action. Still Baz, still Namian, still this Rangerman, still that VTuber over there. You know how it is, getting ready for our first semi-final series here. It's going to be Melon taking on Yo. from Team Revelation here. Going to be an exciting match between both these players. Super experienced players coming in here. Both pretty experienced girls playing in the SVO series, and both players really going to be duking it out to get their first ever win for an SVO Cup. We're looking at their decks coming into this matchup real quick on the sides here with Namian. And Namian, like we mentioned earlier today, right, in the quarterfinals, we had some banger decks here coming through as we're getting ready for the match reaction. So we're looking at the decks a bit later, but I guess we can spoil them now, right? Puppet Portal, Crystallized Haven as well coming out for some of these guys. Yeah, we got Loot Sword. Yeah, we got Safe Marine, which we expect to see, right? But it's those mix-up, right? Those comfort mix-ups that we can really determine who can take this one out, depending on bands, of course.
Yeah, I really feel like this tournament so far has been basically determined by third deck. Obviously, we expect to see Rune and Sword, and then whatever the third deck is, it's probably been what you comfort and what you like ladder with, or just what you play the most. And I think that really shows. And everyone's lineup is just the 2 ones you expect to bring, and then the third wild card that probably throws up the whole lineup and makes it really hard to ban out what you expect to see. So I'm looking forward to see how the third deck performs and how picks come in too.
Yeah, especially when it's, again, Crystallized Haven, right, and Puppet Portal. Obviously, Puppet Portal, I mean, we can't joke about that, right? We did see it a bit in SAO. There's a reason why it's still coming through. But Crystallized Haven's kind of been, I would say a bit of a sleeper pick, right, for a number of weeks now. Yes, it was very strong when it first came out, especially a couple months back, and was kind of a big deal. But it definitely did drop off. But to see it kind of return here into action is always exciting to see. I believe now we're going to have the bands up, ready to go here for these players. Let's see what is going to be taken away. It is going to be the Portal deck banned out, and I believe that's actually Haven that's going to be banned out as well. So here we are hyping up the road decks, and we don't get them. So
well,
sucked in idiots. You don't get to see the decks. You should have been watching quarterfinals, is what the players are saying, I guess, at this point. But all jokes aside here, we're at semifinals right here. It's not really a surprise to see more of the decks that might not have much experience going up against being banned out.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to this point, I would ban out whatever I'm not familiar with and just deal with the evil that you know rather than what you don't know. We saw what Yo's Havencraft deck did. Just took a win on like turn 5 or 6, and it was probably very surprising. I would ban that too after seeing it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump straight into the action. Semi-final one for the Shadowverse Open February Cup. Here, of course, for the West region 2023. Yo Rev against Melon here. It is going to be the Rune against Sword to kick things off. So that chance of a mirror match not going to happen. We are going to see a battle between the 2 current strongest decks in the meta.
Turn 1 bumpkin. You can't go wrong with turn 1 bumpkin. I'm for Melon right now.
I mean, that's true. That's true. I mean, already flexing over the fact, okay, we get it. Okay, Bumpkin was cool. It was cool in quarterfinals. Okay, he's cool here. I get it. Whatever. But Volunteer says test subjects, man. I mean, they're giant chimeras. I mean, I don't know. I think that's kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think it's kind of cool.
Well, Yo right now's curve is looking real good. Turn 3 gonna drop the Scholar. Already had a Chimera for turn 2. Turn 4 is gonna drop the double Chimeras, but we'll see how it responds to Melon's board going really wide right now. Looks like they're dropping Uranus to start answering cards instead of developing the test subjects.
I mean, at the moment, right, Yo's kind of stuck in a situation because we've seen multiple times from Melon now, even just today alone, right? Very, very aggressive player. More than happy to just run it in, has the followers available. More than happy to, I want to say, somewhat ignore some of what's on the board to get, I want to say, that health control, right? And maybe force the opponent to deal more with just the followers action and not really their own game plan. So maybe Melon trying to fit into that play, right? And get into the mindset of Yo a little bit and kind of suck him out here in that semi-final set. Whatever you can do, right, to get the slightest advantage when it comes to these at the end of the day. But now he's going to try and figure out what he's doing, because there's a big 3-3 Uranus there ready to go. Going to go for the Evo. 2-2 Evo to clear the test subject. But again, he leaves up Uranus there, and he's going to pay for it a little bit here, as Joe's going to be able to start setting up a lot more test subjects. And of course, that big turn 4 Metatron.
I like that Melon decided not to move the Arsene, even though we've seen Melon play very aggressively, probably hoping to hold it, to maybe evolve it and run and maybe ruin something. But there goes the bird, was able to take out the ambush because of the two-cost skill.
Yeah, that random ping damage being the death of ambush followers everywhere. But here's Maximus. The hero is here to save the day and bring out Octress and re-bring out, of course, another ambush follower. It's not Arson. It's going to be a thief, but you know, that's still okay to have. And of course, start fusing up that Remnant to really go for that big damage later on. And of course, being able to get out Maximus, obviously so easy to match these wide boards and regain control. Once again, Duran's going to stick around for a 3-3, but of course, Melon's probably kind of happy with that, you know, knowing that he's done his job, that Evo won't be there. 3 damage is still a big deal, but he might have to clear out that Octress, right, with that follower, and can kind of be healthy with health, and knowing that that's a follower dealt with until we have a giant heavy pick come flying out of nowhere.
Yeah, playing Maximus is on curve. It's just very strong to go so wide. That Uranus, I feel like, might stay here for the entire game. That'd be very exciting to see with 1 hit point left. But yeah, it looks like we're just trading back and forth now. Yo still hasn't really developed the test subjects yet, even though he can. Melon's just trying to find his game right now. I think he's just gonna clear the board with the Storm Wreck. Yep, deciding to reduce the cost on the Ultra spell. Apparently, I made a bad call there, but you know what? I don't like to play that way.
Well, you know, there's a reason why you're here, not that. Well, so there you go, maybe bonus up.
Probably.
See, now I get to shoot my shots from quarterfinal like 2 hours ago. I'd love to see it. I hold on to grudges. Absolutely fantastic. But Melon, of course, is going to be able to respond to that right nice and well, of course, with the captain mate there. And still building up a lot of his play, right? I mean, the flag's going to be ready to come out very, very soon. Kagemitsu is going to be a strong follower, and of course, we talked about a little bit earlier throughout the day, right? That Kagemitsu being such a key follower for some players, where it can really be a tech and a comfort option for some players, but for others, they're more than happy to cut it out. But this might be a situation here at Namian where Kagemitsu might just be a strong follower to show up here and really start taking it to Yo.
From the last play, I was actually wondering why he didn't decide to just drop the bumpkin to run into the last follower and decided to use the rush spell instead. I think I'd rather keep some loot cards in my hand at that point, unless he's just trying to increase the use count to set up a Barbaros. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of different options you're going to try and think through here, right? Because again, you know, reminder, semi-finals, right? You got to go through every scenario, right? Every little thing that you can think of to get through here. I mean, Olivier coming out while there were still Evo points coming through, right? We've seen a little bit of this happening before, happening again now. They're going to go for it just to get that free clear, just to get a big ward follower up, and look towards setting up at least one more test subject potentially here as well. Or could go for a Gospel, could go for a Thunder God to get a ton of draw coming through. Back up to 24 health now, and really sitting it to Melon, like, look at me, I've got a big 10-10 ward you got to deal with. I'm on 24 HP as well, so you're not going to look at OTKing me anytime soon, and you're going to have to commit so many resources, now strong resources, to deal with this, while I'm still ready to go for test subject in just a couple turns time. Or maybe even that Yukushima potentially being an option.
Well, I'm surprised Yo actually did set up this 10-10 because I'm guessing he was expecting Melon to not have a Barbaros, but my immediate thought is to be able to use the Barbaros evolve to kill the 10-10 and then flag up the Bad Bee and go face here. But maybe, well, I guess this is the issue. There's not enough loot cards in Barbaros in Melon's hand to potentially do the full play. The one rush boot was enough, but was Yo asking Melon to just commit the Barbaros early, and then they're thinking about healing up later, and we see the Gilnelis in the hand to go back to full health, maybe just forcing Melon to use all the kill cards and just win the late game.
Yeah, it's a potential option, right? Because you know, we talked about, you know, the Sephi game plan, and we talk about the likes of the Yukushima game plan, but there's also the Gilnelis game plan. Of course, if you know, draw 3 copies of it, right, still have that invocation available to go for the blessing to just completely destroy the opponent's hand as well, which is already going to be hurting if they're having to deal with max health, with huge followers, and having to commit a lot of your followers that you wouldn't want to be burning on say like a 10-10 Olivia, because why is there a 10-10 Olivia allowed to be on the board in the first place, having to clear them just to be able to survive here? So Yona is going to be chilling. You know, got plenty of cool options here. Double Metatron in hand is going to maybe slightly hurt a little bit, but of course can be used as fusion fodder for Sephi at the end of the day, so maybe won't hurt Yo's game plan too much. And of course still has plenty of the researchers available to get out some of his test followers, test subjects, and at this point now, me and probably expecting Yo to go for that because he really needs to start looking towards that game plan. Needs to get that 5 count going. I believe now it would have only just hit 3, and we were looking to hit 5 after the next test subject here. And Gillich is going to come out, just get that heal, get that 7-5, and go back into that max health range that Giant had to gave him a couple turns back. So nice turn, nice board setup, and once again leaving up to Melon to respond while Yo's again just advancing that game plan.
Yeah, we saw at the start of the turn before that Yo didn't even have the test subjects lit up before, so these are definitely the 2, 3, and 4s here. On the next turn, we can probably start using the Sephi and trying to have the chance to open up to push for game here. The Melon's hand right now has a few options to get rid of the board. Can start setting up more Octruses. Has another Barbaros, but probably saving it for like another big creature that might be coming down. I don't think with the 23 health, Melon's close to getting game yet, so we probably have to just play around still.
You're going to be waiting a little bit while, right, before he's going to be able to go towards anything like that, but as long as he's able to build it up, you know, build up the followers, build up the flags
Arson
here.
stealing the evolution point is really critical
really
here.
Huge, yep, and especially now Melon obviously taking that one away. Now Yo's going to have to rely, right, on one of those other Olivias to come through, but it's quite a few flags building up. You're going to see some of the other fusions come through. Going to cut the cost. I believe, was that on the flag or was that on the? Oh, it was on the Octopus spell.
So now it's a cost 0.
That is insane now. So he's just going to go for that 8 damage straight away, most likely here. Alongside Ultimate Holly, get that health up, get as much of spell burn damage out. And here we go now. Melon now pushing his game plan. Finally starting to get some big damage out.
Give me the signal, Captain!
Yeah, I think Yo here. Oh no, he decides not to use the spell, probably in case. I mean, it costs 0. It's not gonna stop him from using it any other time. Maybe potentially could use it for like a board clear if he's really desperate. But it's always good to do damage in big bursts in case Yo is able to completely overheal back from under 10 to back to like 20. So a burst amount of damage is much more preferred, especially when the spell is going to be free anyway. Maybe you can even fit in a Tidal Gunner for like 1 more extra damage off of the spell. So any little damage counts when it comes to when it reaches this point. They have 9 play points, and yeah, any amount of healing can just come out of nowhere.
And not to mention, right, even just having that 0 cost 8 damage there, it's just a finisher, right, ready to go whenever he wants, whenever he's ready to bring it out. And that threat of 8 damage is going to be there now for the rest of the game that he has to watch out for. I mean, already looking for the Metatron, looking for the Goblins, again, just trying to stay as healthy as he can here and still build up some of those test subjects now. Now, finally, at the 5 cost, I wonder now if you're is expecting the Yukushima, right? Because yeah, he's building the test subjects, yes, we're kind of responding, but that hand's starting to whittle down a bit. He still has the cards available to go for looking towards that OTK, but Melon's got, I was going to say, he's starting to get that advantage, right, on looking towards closing out the game.
You see a second Barbaros go to hand, so that means even if this turn isn't the lethal, there's another Barbaros to follow up soon. There's a lot of burst damage coming out. Looking at that Kagemitsu, looking for some free board clear here with the evolve there.
And that's what Trick was talking about as well, even earlier today, right? Having that extra bit of damage, and that's 8 that he needed. That's what we're saying. That finisher was always there in the back pocket, ready to come out, and that's when he needed it there. Melon getting the first round win now, first semi-final set here. 1 more win needed now to take him to the grand finals.
That Kagemitsu is so relevant, so clutch. You know what? Much respect to Kagemitsu. Anyone that didn't bring it before, now you see why they brought it here and they made it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the thing is though, definitely one of those situations where you can flex on it, but at the same time, very, very situational right now.
Very
very, very situational. But he did it. So you need to listen to Nami. Now you have to run it every deck. I want to see 3 Kagemitsus and Luke's Sword. If you don't, you're bad automatically. You just get that stamped on you. You just have to deal with that. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. Namian does, and that's what he said. So that's what has to happen. So you're just bad at the game now. And Melon's going to be 1-0 up. Yo now having to try and respond in that Sephi rune mirror. And this one I think is going to be interesting as well right here, Namian, because of, again, it's all going to come down to either who can get the test subjects going first or who can drag the game out the longest, right, to get Yukishima down and go for that OTK.
It's interesting that Yo here decided not to use the owl of the bird because probably saving it to reverse board clear if Melon's able to generate test subjects, holding it for the 2-cost usage to just clear the board rather than get that one early draw on the game. So that's probably going to be relevant here. They also have a Uranus open to just start banishing the test subjects, just to deny Melon any draw power to reach further into their deck.
And not to mention Metatron turn 4 play coming out here, more likely than not for Yo. I mean, pretty much always the optimal play if available, right? That play point 3/6, you get 1 ping each, both for damage and healing, and you still got that test subject lead slightly at the moment. But the problem is Melon is going to get that advantage, so Yo will have to kind of weigh up, right? Do we go for an extra test subject or 2? Or do I go for the Metatron, play a regular test subject, and, you know, kind of get more of that board control, rely on an extra play point that'll be available to me, right, going forward. So Melon's going to go for the easy researcher. Of course, going to go for the test subjects out, but it can only respond to 2 of 3 followers here if he decides to clear them out, or might even decide to leave them up and just go for face and quote-unquote lock him a little bit and force Yo to respond. It looks like he's going to trade them in, at least one of them in, and leave the test subjects up. So that is a big choice here now. Yo has a lot to consider, but I guess Namian doesn't care. He's going for that Metatron play straight away. It's probably expecting to see that 2-cost test subject coming out soon as well.
I really like that in these first few turns, it's just been a big game of chicken, like who's going to trade, who's going to go face. A lot of little measurements here in a mirror match is so important, where you're just like, who's going to be the first one to make the mistake. And you don't even know if it's a mistake, whether you're trading or like going aggressive, because, you know, it all depends on what's in the card on your opponent's hand, and you don't even know. It's just only look at the board and you're just playing chicken with each other.
And that's the thing though, right? Now that he left up the test subjects, now there's a 3/4 Metatron, right? Now there's a 2/2 bird as well that the Melon has to deal with. And yeah, of course he's got the resources, but it's still slightly annoying, right? That now he has to kind of run all that in. Feels like he's got a lot of fusion fodder here, so not going to be too worried. He's getting condemned in, going to get an easy kill on these hill. I mean, there's an argument to even just clear a follower, right? That he's going to do now. Don't even worry about the buff 6, and just worry about helping to clear out the board that Yo has up and available. So, going to run into the Metatron, run a test subject in. I mean, he can play his own Metatron as well to get back to 20 if he wants here, and will keep his colonies nice and healthy. And there's a Yukishima, and that's going to be a very important card and potentially in this mirror match. Could even be the card that determines who wins or loses.
The quality, like the difference in quality of hands right now is like very jarring. Like if you look at Yo's hands right now, they're like a lot of middling cards, and then you see Melon here with like 2 Olivias, the Yukishima, 2 Sephis. They're really set up to go into the late game right now. Hopefully Yo can draw something to contend with at the start of the next turn. Otherwise, the late game might just belong to Melon. Oh, just as I say that, Yo draws their Sephi and their own Olivia. Well, it looks like we're pretty even now, literally both at 19 health, just as I say it. All right.
And this is what I mean, right? It could go down to the wire, right, with a lot of these mirror matches, especially with these tier 1 decks that have just power in every single aspect, right? In-draw power, in-board control, in-board dominance, OTKs, EVOs, etc. It's all there here for the Sephi Rune deck right now. And Melon fusing out to get that other test subject is huge as well, to make sure that he's still keeping up. Because the problem is now, you know, all he's got is the Sephis. that could be a problem he might have to deal with the next couple turns if Yo can get an extra advantage, because he's fine. He's got voluntary test subjects playing out for free. He's got other Cephis. Yeah, sure, his hand's a little bit low, but he's the one with the big board right now. He's going to go back to full health and be able to get his test subjects destroyed to get extra draw. He's got his own Yukishima now as well, but that giant happy pig is actually a big pick there for Melon. I wonder if he'll just go straight for that, because that automatically, right? I know Trick and I was talking about it earlier on in the cast, right? That's the key card you need to survive the mirror match, because now the Yukishima pick can actually be rough. Might not even be able to get that big damage in, because the current health could just be too high.
Yeah, that pig was a great pickup for Melon, and now as long as Melon can like stay above the water a little bit, the Yukishima, it'll be almost irrelevant from the other side. But we're seeing so many big power cards being drawn for Yo. Both players' hands are at such a high power level. Anything can happen in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, Sephi online and available here for Yo, of course. Not going to use it yet, but just a key mark to make sure that it is there. Double Metatron. Probably expecting the Metatron and maybe the Olivia to be fused. Actually just features both of them to get out his own test subject there. So it's going to get the 5-5 set now to get another draw. A third Olivia is just going to force her out straight away, right? Get the Evos back, clear the board, get some play points back here as well. Won't play anything, we'll probably just hold on. But having those Evos available and Yo now knowing he is more than free to start free burning Evos left, right, and center. He's going to force Melon now as well to do something similar.
Yet our will be done.
Yeah, there's something really intimidating about just both holding triple Olivias and just being able to do whatever you want with the game. It's like breaking the rules of the game, basically. You can evo as much as you want. The board will constantly be like cleared back and forth due to Olivia's evolve effect. We're just throwing big things at each other back and forth with each turn.
I've got you. You're careless. As long as I
If
have
you're going to run
these
in the
wings.
Olivia into Olivia here to keep his 5-5 test subject, up there. So I wonder if Melon now, because of course has the gospel to get that big buff, maybe hoping to hit the test subject if he survives to look towards some big damage
On
and
prevailing
even
wings,
game-ending plays.
condemnation's blade.
There's the 2 Cephis, of course, in their hand ready to go. Probably not expecting a second Olivia so soon after the first one though to come through. And I'm just loving this Namian right now at the moment, right? Just constant back and forth between both players here at the moment. Of course, Yo still looking to try and even things up to make it and force that third game and get to grand finals. Melon looking to get that grand final spot locked in 2-0. Nice and easy for himself, of course, having to wait the majority of the day to play his final match, or for his first match, sorry, in the quarterfinals. And actually see Raiders come out now, not even for the health, but just for that 6-6 stat line, right? Which is huge, because now that's 17 damage that Melon has to worry about on board, not counting the Evos. Of course, still available he can use, not counting any other Cephis or test subjects that can come out.
I think Yo throwing big bodies onto the board is just to bait out more Olivias. It's like, he ends up saying, if you have another Olivia, you can throw it down, but it won't clear everybody because of the amount of evolves that you've been using. 6-6 and 5-5s are just huge bodies, and I don't think that Melon has had enough evolutions to just clear everything with just one Olivia.
Yeah, but I don't know if you think can that in, but that's 1, that's 2, that's 3 fusions coming in, and that's going to be Sephi as well coming out with the insta clear Evo to wrap this one up. 20 damage exactly. Melon is quite more than happy to take this one. 2-0 against Yo. Unfortunately, Team Revelations, all members who were here now eliminated out of the competition. Melon once again tasting that cup victory here, getting to a potential at least bare minimum second place spot now for the cup to kick off his 2023 season. What a way to do it against Rev as well, and what a series to start our semi-final league.
That was probably the cleanest finish we've seen on every test subject rune today we've seen so far. Everyone so far has been like scraping for like a victory, kind of sneaking it in. This one was just like, this is how test subject rune should look like, and it was just like a really big showing of it. I loved how clean that was. Exact lethal.
And not to mention, right, just the back and forth. Just a nice game of tennis, you know, between both players. Where it really was up in the air, the way they were both having great controlling turns. They were both building up their test subject turns. Never felt like one player fell behind, right? Behind the other. The Olivia turns are always funny and cool to see. But at the end of the day, right, it is Melon who's going to take that one away. But it wasn't even that. I mean, there's even the previous matches before, right? We look towards the bracket, we see Melon, of course, making it there. The first player to make it to our grand final spot. We'll talk about the second semi-finals in just a short moment, but just Nami, and any final thoughts, right, coming out of that first semi-final? Because again, your fantastic games from him earlier today, right? Like I said, taking out Hishiro, a big upset to make it into the semi-finals and just missing shy of that grand final spot.
I think at this point the ban is so critical because both of them got rid of decks that they just weren't familiar with, and then that probably decided the game, just leaving it up to just your belief in your ability to maneuver the deck better than your opponent, and just laying it all on the line at that point.
And we talk about the comfort, right? We talk about the abilities, right, to play on these decks. But then you get Dawnbreaker's Trickster come out of nowhere and curse your game, and it doesn't matter how much time, it doesn't matter how much practice, it doesn't matter how much effort you put into the deck, he says no. And now he's here to potentially do that to the second semi-final. So Chigoku back here, of course, in the second semi-final. It is going to be Meme Legends taking on Nautilus here. It's going to be a huge match. Both players are, both new players here coming into the fold. Going to be an exciting one.
Good luck, not just bad luck. I don't know. We'll see today. Maybe if I can turn that around for the end. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see this match. It looks like to me, Meme Legends still undefeated. So kind of like riding out these wins, like probably in a really good spot right now. And something else I'm noticing too. So it looks like one player is bringing Hosumi, and then the other player, bringing Hosumi too. So I guess that means Hosumi's going to be in the finals.
I mean, automatically we have a Forest deck, right, in finals. Who would have thought we'd been saying that, right, just before the expansion does get dropped? But let's have a look. The bans are in here for the players getting ready for semi-final 2. Would you look at that? Hosumi Forest has been banned twice. Didn't see that one coming at all for both of these players not wanting to deal with that one.
The nerf's not out yet, guys. Come on, we're still supposed to be able to play the deck. Like, what's going on? This is brutal.
I mean, I'm pretty sure even Twitch chat earlier was going on saying, yeah, it's Forest, but it's cool to see it before, you know, the mini expansion drops, you know, the nerf comes out, but now we're not even getting that. So I thought, guys, we don't do it, the players do it. It's not up to us. Complain to them. You got their Twitters, maybe, right? You can complain to them. They're about it afterwards. But this is going to be an exciting match, as you said, right? Meme Legends, of course, 7-0. The only other 7-0 player, of course, and the only one now surviving the semi-final stage here at the end of it. And of course, Nautilus, I mean, taking out Ziff's deck construction competition that he had, of course, just a couple days ago. And I mean, when you're rocking up with your own variant of Forest, your own variant of Portal, I believe, as well, I mean, not really surprised, right? And making that awesome Portal, I'll say, breakdown for you guys to see at home as well. But here we go, semi-final 2. Meme Legends against Nautilus here. It is going to be that Portal against, the Portal? Yeah, the Portal there against Sword to kick things off. And going to be exciting one here, like we said, right? Coming to this one, trick between both these players. A lot on the line here, because not only, of course, getting that grand final spot, getting that second place minimum spot, but going up against, you know, such strong player in Melon as well is going to be something to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely. It's really hard to track these decks, honestly, now with so many leader options. I'm like, what are we doing? We're playing like robots versus schoolgirls or something, I guess. But yeah, looking at this match, definitely excited to see Sword and Portal. And man, I feel like every single person we see, like Craftsman Pride into Kasim, like every time for Portal. Like, what is this luck right here with these great openers?
I'll be a royal knight someday.
We're definitely getting spoiled here, I want to say, right, for our first turns now for a lot of our top play competition. And Forge Weaponry again is going to come out from the North. And we saw this right back in the quarterfinals, coming out once again. Very happy to see that one back once more. Metatron, probably the MVP, I want to say, right? One of the MVPs of the day, all throughout, just showing up and doing so much work for so many players so far. But winner of the Cosmos. I didn't get to see it in my portal match before. I know you did with Namian, and he's just going to be chucked away straight away. He's like, no part of that. Give me that in about 6 turns. Don't want to see any of that here.
Yeah, we definitely love that interaction with Kasim and Wielder. Like, you draw the Wielder, oh, wrong cost, throw it back, we'll try again. So definitely enjoyable to have that consistency in the deck, and definitely good for meme legends. I saw he picked up that Metatron on turn 2, so without it, he probably would have just played like another bumpkin and been really behind when Kasim came down. But now having the 1/3 body, making it a little awkward for Nautilus. Maybe the next Kasim's going to come down, but we're not going to be able to really go face super easily right yet. Maybe the puppet will be committed to get the damage in, but yeah, just having to think a lot more because of the situation.
Yeah, but the problem at the moment, right, is I wasn't going to say a bit of a rough hand. Maybe not so much now having Illustrious Thief, which I guess can come down, even though it does only have ambush. But, you know, having the 2 Maximus in hand, the 2 Barbaros in hand, you don't really want to see them together like that too soon. Gonna force the Thief out, gonna force out the Hollow. So at least we'll be able to get it clear, right? Get a Guided Boots and just completely reset the board. Get rid of Kasim, get out of here. None of those antics. Doesn't want to deal with any of that. And of course, now we'll be more than happy to get that Maximus turn 5. But it's how does Nautilus respond to that? I mean, because I think you would know, right? Going to this, all of a sudden there's a clear board. It's turn 5. It's Loot Sword. What are the chances you're not going to see Maximus turn 5? Very little, right? So we're going to see the Lashana actually come out here kind of in response to that. And I actually haven't seen Lashana be played at all, I believe, so far here tonight. So cool to see her finally come out, bring Kasim back, because that's the world we live in currently, and start to build towards some of those amulets.
Man, Lashana and Maximus, I feel like they're like 2 versions of the same card, you know? Like, let's see, let's summon like 3 followers of different costs. Like, but honestly, Lashana looking pretty nice, getting that damage amulet into the hand. I guess that's strong. The alternate though, Maximus having the advantage of pulling from the deck. So definitely kind of interesting seeing like the counterplay here between 2 very similar cards. I was feeling a little bad for Meme Legends only having 4 cards in hand, but when 2 of them are Maximus, then I guess your whole turn 5 and 6 is secured. So not a lot to worry about for him there.
And that's the thing is, all right, it's the cards that were pulled in comparison, right? Sure, not all this got Kasim, which is cool. Sure, the puppets will be destroyed regardless if they're attacking to or not, right? Which will help out the amulet. But Meme Legends pulls against that, right? Strategist obviously is such an MVP to come out as well. But even Thief there, going to be more than happy to run that in, start clearing some of the board, keep board control, and get some of those big followers for later, right? So now Nautilus is like, okay, I played Lashana, yeah, that's cool. Now what? I guess, you know, that there's some artifacts I can chuck out and deal with the board. I guess that's cool. Can go for the Puppeteer though and start setting this up. And I think this is probably one of the major decks, right? Trick that Puppeteer is definitely going to be a lot stronger into. Shadow was one thing, but Sword is really gonna hate dealing with Puppeteer here.
Yeah, definitely. Puppeteer really helps Portal trade well, and that's good for them. And I think we see a really smart play from Nautilus. Like, it would have been easy to summon the artifact with Merciless Voiding, but instead choosing to set up the amulet, just getting that damage down earlier. That means that like we'll have like 2 more damage each turn, and it'll probably add up to hopefully set Nautilus up to do some, to be able to finish off his opponent. At least that's what he's shooting for. But with Octris being pulled from the deck, Meme Legends has his endgame pretty much secured as well. So both players now racing to pressure.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, we even saw that in semi-final 1. We saw, right, that back pocket Octospell come out, just hold on to for 1 or 2 turns, and that's what decided, you know, Melon coming out and winning that first round. And Meme Legends could be looking to do something very, very similar. You know, it looks like, you know, both players, you know, both sides of things, it's gonna be a little bit difficult on either end here for these guys at the moment. But you know, just having so many strong resources in both hands, it really still is up in the air, can go either way. Who will take this one out? I'm just well going to go for the clean on to Puppeteer, because again, Sword wants no part of that. And
definitely interesting. Every time I look at this board and I see like 5 followers, the first thing I think is like acceleration. should I try and board lock my opponent? But sword makes that all but impossible. Literally, like, every time I think about it, I'm like, well, I could leave up their 5 followers, but kind of interesting in this meta have.
I've got you. You're careless.
Back to the training grounds for me.
Yep, I definitely agree with everything that Trick just said. As we lost a different way. We'll have him back in just a short second there. But, you know, it is true. You know, having to deal with all those followers can be such a pain. And now, Nort's chilling though. Got a big 10-8 Olivia ready to go. Still getting that new destruction damage in. Of course, you know, having that I want to say in the back pocket, even though it's kind of right there, right, for Meme Legends has to worry about and deal with constantly knowing he's taken a bit of burn damage here and there. So far here, I'm going to see the likes, of course, of Meme Legends kind of fuse up more of the Remnant spell. They're looking towards that 8 damage because at the moment, you need to find as much damage as possible. Of course, there's the Evo, potentially 7 play coming out on Barbaros. I know it's going to be such a huge play here, but we're going to get the 3rd Maximus come out now. So all 3 being used. Strategy is going to be huge there. Arsene actually not a bad pull either there. Coming out both ways. For Meme Legends going to take a cheeky little Evo point there for himself and look towards removing some of those effects coming through. So going to have to run all those into Olivia. Going to lose out the ward. Going to have to burn in a ton of followers here though to clear that one out. The Legends able to steal an Evo point, I guess, away at the end of the day from Nautilus there. So I'm gonna get that one underway here. Nautilus still gonna get more damage in, but what a top deck coming out here. The kill shot enforcer finally coming out to play. Gonna get the exact 7 lethal damage. And Nautilus is gonna take that first round win for the second semifinals up against Meme Legends there. I don't think those top decks get any better than that. I believe we have Trick back on board with us now. And of course, you leave and the top deck is a good thing, not a bad thing. So I don't know. I don't know, man.
No, I knew that was going to happen. How did I see that coming? Hey, it was a great turn, you know, getting the amulet out early. His opponent was low enough that top deck was possible. So some great play from Nautilus to set that all up. And maybe some good luck for him that I bounced for just a minute. But...
I tell you, man, those cursed powers, you got to keep them under control. I mean, you know, we can only wait at the start of the season here, Trick, man. Come on, we gotta spread this out. You know,
start of the season. That means like you start the trends now, right? You know, you can't have a tradition if you don't start it early. So
on the SEO guys, they're chilling. They're all happy. They're like, oh yeah, we don't curse anyone. We're all happy. We just make jokes about each other. Not here in the West region. We just make fun of players and person because we think that's funny instead. So because we care about our talent team. But there we go at the end of the day. Going into our second round though, Meme Legends of course looking for his first round win here for the semi-finals to even things back up and go for a chance at the grand finals with Nautilus looking, of course, to make it the grand finals themselves with 2-0. Obviously quite interesting because Nautilus, like we said, right, brand new player coming into this one here. Well, technically both are. Meme Legends coming in 7-0 though, of course, Nautilus with that 6-1. So both looking for their first ever chance to make it to a grand final spot. And at the moment, you know, things seem to seem fairly even. You know, I can talk, I'm a caster. You know, it seems fairly even between the hands right now. But it's just mid-late game, right? Which has been such a big issue, I want to say, for quite a few players throughout the day.
Yeah, both of the players dealing with like medium level hands, maybe not everything they want, but definitely some of the pieces. I feel like we don't like to see the Happy Pig come out on 2 that often, but in this situation it made sense, and so hopefully Nautilus is going to be able to draw into something good with his Scholar next turn and kind of get his more normal game plan on the line. I like the trade that Meme Legends just made to try and draw into like a good 2-drop on this turn, and now looking at that 2-1 pig, I can definitely see it being tempting to play the Metatron and just have those stat lines clash so well.
Yeah, nice and easy, right, to deal with it. And Nautilus is, again, it's that awkward position, right, we talk about when you get one of those early Metatrons on online, and it's really difficult. It's like, okay, cool, this is a 4 health follower there. I guess I'm just not attacking face, right, and missing out an opportunity here. But Nautilus actually going to hold on. Not going to run at the pick and then just get the test subject out.
And I'd love to see if like Meme Legends could protect this Metatron until turn 4 and let it be evolved eventually. Because with the tools in hand, you know, you could get like a free Evo maybe, or like a spell removal. Looks like that's not going to be the choice, but there's still a chance here to, oh yeah, buffing up the Metatron. Guess that will let it die, so you won't get the Evo, but I guess just choosing to advance the game plan in other ways with the loot game plan instead of trying to really play around that potential extra play point gain.
But even still, I mean, you just made a problem that was already irritating even worse, right, for Nautilus to deal with here. I mean, 1-4 is one thing, 2-5, that is frustrating, because now not only is it one extra health, whatever's being run in, more than likely is going to die. You're going to have to run in multiple followers, right, just to get that to happen. So, going to get that extra draw, at least afterwards now. Can still go, you know, for the 4-play research to get the other test subjects out, or maybe even for a Seth, he can fuse Yukishima. We know that didn't work out too well last time, so fingers crossed Nautilus doesn't make the same mistake as the FNL competitors earlier in the day. But we'll be able to clear out the Metatron here while getting his own one online. Do a little bit extra health back as well to even things up.
Yeah, definitely happy to get rid of that Metatron right before 4, but what do you know? Meme Legends, he knew it was coming. He just threw it out like it wasn't important, and he's just like, yeah, I'll get another one, and he draws into it just in time. We'll see if that's the play, or if he decides something like Octrus is more important, but definitely nice having that option back now on turn 4 for the Evo turn.
I know we definitely say to bring it out, right, for sure, because I'm sure you get a draw off the Octrus, right, but do you want to burn an Octrus just for the 2-2 test subject at the moment? You know, you can use that a little bit later, maybe on a 5-5 one if you need a desperate clear or something like that. But of course, there's also the spell you can build towards building up here. So we'll be out here and going to Evo the Arsene, actually. So not going to go for the Evo onto the Metatron, which is going to open up quite a few different options here for Meme Legends to go and throw out. He's going to check out Metatron in the end. We're going to make sure we check out a couple spells, a couple Evos as well, kind of maximize those, as well as the followers left on board.
Yeah, definitely a really heads-up play from Meme Legends. He's realizing that like card advantage is a lot more important in this matchup than his play point advantage. And looking at his opponent's small hand of 3 cards, choosing to take away one of the card draws instead of gaining that extra play point, I think that's definitely a strong play that could definitely set him up well for the future. We've seen a lot of our Rune players like missing key cards and just barely drawing in to what they need to finish the game, and maybe now Nautilus is going to be 1 card away when it comes to the end of this match.
And now he's slowly getting them back right across, being able to draw over the test subjects here. Meme Legends just chilling. He's got plenty of resources in hand, ready to go. Of course, Octrus now potentially being an option because there's a Bane. So maybe he might be able to bait out with a different follower, right? If he's able to steal that one away. That'd be huge, actually, right? Having a big Evo Octrus, 5-5 with Bane just sitting there, that's going to be a disaster. And Nautilus has to try and deal with that if that ends up being the case here. Because Meme Legends still has Arsene that can come out and steal it as well. So plenty of options here for Meme Legends.
Yeah, definitely a lot to think about. Like you're saying, like the Bane's big and annoying, but then you have to figure out how to deal with the opponent's Bane as well, or playing Lupin. Like it was good last turn to deny a draw, but like at some point you need to set up key cards like Octrus, and maybe you could just even play like 2 ambush here or something. Like a lot to consider, and without Barbaros in hand too, it's like you're not in your optimal situation. So maybe it looks like just drawing with the Thief to try and get to like some of those key cards like Barbaros and things is what looks most important to Meme Legends right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to look forward to getting an ambush going, right? Getting the buffs forward, and towards doing maybe some old school Shadowverse play, right? Getting the ambush followers out, buffing them the Kingdom Come, and then just smacking 1-2 good hits to face, right? And just annoying your opponent to no end back in the classic era. So Meme Legends taking the page from a few years back here. Nautilus now also going to consider how he's going to get these test subjects out. Luckily, Yukishima's in hand. We can all be of sigh of relief. Not going to be overdrawn here. Probably not going to really see him do probably too much potentially in this game though, however. So, but the option is there, and that's obviously going to be really, really important as the game does progress. So Fusion come out as well, going to get that extra condemned follower out. And Nautilus now just, he can't deal with what's there. He's just going to have to run what he has in interface. So he's going to burn that Evo to get as maximum damage as possible. And this is where things start getting weird, right, Chick? Because now we just got players who are just ignoring the board. They're just buffing their own followers, chucking out, and now it's just a slugfest.
Yeah, definitely a weird spot to be in. Like, Octrus's spell, you could, like, fuse for this turn, I guess, and get 8 damage. You're staring down, like, kind of like followers with weird stat lines, and, like, you've got extra damage on the board. Definitely not a situation people are used to. It'll be interesting to see what like effects are done this turn. I think the Octrus didn't steal the Bane, it looks like, but just the last words.
Back where it belongs.
Even still going to get that clear, right? It's going to be an obvious clear to run that one in. And I think Meme Legends is potentially setting himself up for game-ending plays here soon, because those ambush guys are more than happy to chill right and just come out and do that damage when need be. The Octrus spell, of course, is going to be there ready to go as well. That is huge damage sitting there waiting to be used, waiting to be optimized here. That Nautilus now has to be careful of, right? He's got to worry about when are these cards going to come out? If they're coming out, have I just lost this match instantly? Am I being forced to a 1-1 situation here? So he's really going to have to try and play around that, keep his health up max, and just have that constant worry there that can really affect how we'll play out the rest of this game.
And we were talking before about how it's hard to board lock Sword, but it seems pretty easy here to just leave up these followers on the side of the Rune player. And then now, like, they can only play so many test subjects a turn with, like, limited spaces. If you play the 0-1, like, that takes up a space too. And so even if you have, like, the ability to get your lethal online, you might not even have the space to play it.
Of knowledge.
We are going to see it come through anyway. We're going to see Nautilus just try and rush out what he can. So I believe actually he's just going to be shy with that 2 damage here. But most important right here, check after all that is now Meme Legends. He's forced to respond. He has no choice now, right, than to respond to this board. He can't just keep doing what he's been doing and kind of just leaving him shy.
Yeah, and with no Barbaros in hand yet, I don't think we're going to be trying to kill our opponent this turn, more maybe like sustain, but definitely a heads up play from Meme Legends. Losing the 2 followers protected himself from dying last turn, and now let's see like if he can come up with another heads up play to maybe like heal the most this turn while also drawing for like win cons and dealing with the opposing board. Opulent, definitely a strong card here where it's like, all right, check. That's one thing I don't have to worry about. I'll be able to clear the board for sure, but now just trying to figure out the rest of his game plan.
Yeah, limited time, limited health available here as well, because Nord's about to run away with this game if Meme Legends isn't too careful. You know, he's done all right before. He's actually just missed out a token card there. He's going to start burning up heal cards, burning up Evo points, burning up everything he can to stay alive. I think he might just end up having enough to deal with what's available on board, but there's a certain discussion about a certain legendary follower in Nautilus's hand, right, that we might maybe not see much of. Is actually now quite a big option for him to win with that Yukishima, because if Nautilus can survive one extra turn, he can kind of drop that for game the way things go.
Man, this ended up in a weird spot, like barely being able to clear the board. We do have a lot of health, but lucky for Meme Legends at this point, no other Sephi in the hand of Nautilus.
The Meme Legends just running out of time as well, I think, to maximize.
So yeah, maybe he'll overdraw something key.
On prevailing
That's
wings.
to be huge now, because Nautilus is more than happy. Going to get the Evo now with Olivia to clear the board. Has that ward there now as well to run things in. Is going to be more than happy to just run some of these followers into face, left, right, and center here. So even has, you know, can run out some extra test subjects, run out, you know, Bird to make sure it gets the clear, gets the draw as well. And that's all the setup. This is game turn here, potentially coming out. If Meme Legends can't win this turn or do something to try and hold on, Nautilus is going to be going to the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely a strong play, knowing to play the Sacred Bird, even though it might discard a key card, just to be able to guarantee your opponent like can't kill you on their following turn. I like that play from Nautilus, and yeah, definitely Meme Legends in a tough spot. Like all his cards are glowing, they're active, so he definitely has a lot of like strong cards in his hand, but is it enough with so many followers on the board and so little health to really turn things around this turn?
You can see now, right, the gears turning as he tries to figure out how he survives into this one now with Loot Sword. There's going to be strategies coming out here. He's going to get the Grace Maneuver as well.
Reinforced.
And luckily able to choose that. And I do remember one cup a couple months ago where the player might have misclicked a different spell by accident and cost them the game. Luckily, not going to be the case here for Meme Legends. Going to stay calm, cool, and collected. To able to deal with what's on the board. But those player points are starting to dry up real fast. And those cards on hand are fairly expensive.
Yeah, definitely going to have to put a lot of stats on the board while also clearing if we don't want to die to Yukishima. So I think the Yukishima coming out next turn is going to do something like 18 or 19 damage. So we really need those stats. And
As long
with
as I have these
Opulent
wings.
dying just now, I don't think it's going to be there.
Yeah, and I wonder now because that Yukishima is ready to go. I wonder if he has enough points
it
to
is.
go through. And there it is, the Yukishima. The save play will come out. Nautilus 2-0 against Meme Legends to make it here to the grand finals. The Shadowverse Open February Cup for the West region here. Trick. I was expecting a 2-1 game to come out of those semi-finals. I am not going to lie off the caliber of the players there. But Nautilus, it's none of that. Wants that 2-0 to solidify, taking out the other 7-0 player right from day one to show up to grand finals and really make his mark here on the scene.
Yeah, definitely great gameplay from Nautilus. Really proud to see the decisions he made. And hey, Meme Legends, like, still respect to him. He was 7-0 like you were saying, and definitely a great player. I hope to see him back in top 8 later in the season.
And we'll see, of course, how we got to this point now. In the brackets, of course, getting ready for that grand final just around the corner. Melon, of course, your first grand finalist, took out KTZN and Yo from Team Revelations 2-1 and 2-0 respectively to get here. While Nautilus, the unstoppable machine here currently, 2-0, 2-0. To make it here to that grand final spot. So this is going to be an absolute knockout match here to wrap up the February Cup at the moment. Before we go to grand final Trick, any final words leading up into this grand final stage? Because both Melon and Nautilus are scary players. We know, of course, Melon is a historic player, right? Been putting in so much time and effort to make it here. His next opportunity to try and get that first place spot. While Nautilus, while we say he's a new player, at least here for the Pro League side of things, you can definitely tell he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, looking at both of these players, they're both warm now. They've been playing all day, and they've probably been able to stream snipe each other and get some insight into what their opponents are going to be doing. So it's really going to come down to their bans and like the order they queue their decks, and also just who can like beat the timer and just like keep the nerves off for the rest of today. I'm excited to see Hosemi. I hope some of these interesting decks do get to come through and maybe don't get banned out, but regardless, I know these players are going to be making the decisions that are best for them and making the decisions that are going to give us the best final of the season that we've had so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it could be. We never know.
I mean, one out of one, so...
Here we go, right? We're going to have a war on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, for this best of 3 grand finals around the corner. Don't go anywhere. Melon taking on Nautilus for the Shadowverse Open February Cup West Region 2023 season. Do not go anywhere. Back after this.
We see a second Barbaros go to hand, so that means even if this turn isn't the lethal, there's another Barbaros to follow up soon. There's a lot of burst damage coming out. Looking at that Kage looking for some free board clear with the evolve there.
And that's what Trick was talking about as well, even earlier today, right? Having that extra bit of damage, and that's 8 that he needed. That's what we're saying. That finisher was always there in the back pocket, ready to come out. I don't know if you think can him now in, but that's 1, that's 2, that's 3 fusions coming in, and that's going to be Sephi as well coming out with the insta clear Evo to wrap this one up. 20 damage exactly. Melon is quite more than happy to take this one. 2-0 against Yo. Unfortunately, Team Revelations, all members who were here now eliminated out of the competition. So I'm gonna get that one underway here. North's still gonna get more damage in, but what a top deck coming out here. The kill shot enforcer finally coming out to play. Gonna get the exact 7 lethal damage. And North is gonna take that first round win for the second semifinals up against Meme Legends there. I don't think
Online, you might not even have the space to play it.
Of knowledge.
we are gonna see it come through anyway. We're gonna see Nautilus just try and rush out what he can. So I believe actually he's just gonna be shy with that 2 damage here, but it's ready to go. I wonder if he has enough points to go through. And there it is, the Ikushima, the save play will come out. Nautilus 2-0 against Meme Legends to make it here to the grand finals. Looking towards closing out the game.
We see a second Barbaros go to hand, so that means even if this
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finals for the Shadowverse Open West February Cup 2023 season. Can't believe we're already here, guys, after such an awesome day of extended Shadowverse action. Melon will be taking on Nautilus for that coveted first place prize. Those big points heading their way as well, heading towards Contenders Cup. And of course, the bragging rights and the cool flair to go along with it. It's Baz, it's Trickster, it's Nemian to wrap this one up here for this best of 3, guys. We have decks to look over and get with underway here. We've got some spice, we've got some normal stuff, but a lot of fun to be had here for the grand finals.
Definitely. it's interesting. This is the one time where you can guarantee that you could be like the number one player for the whole season. If you don't win now, you're at least not going to be number one for a month. So these players really have a lot on the line here. They could take the lead and just start out the season and just like set the tone of where Shadowverse is going for this year. And so I'm definitely excited to see both of these strong players in what might be like the most important match they've ever played in.
Yeah, it's been a really long day, a lot of really fun plays. I don't think I've ever seen so many 10-10 evolved Olivias in my life in one sitting. So I want to see what other bombs will be coming out in the grand finals. Really looking forward to it.
And you get the crazy stuff during Pro Play, during the finals, especially here in the West region. I believe now we're ready to look at the decks for the players coming through. We're looking at Melon's decks to kick things off here. The grand finals. It's the tried and true tested Loot Swordcraft coming through with that Kagemitsu tech coming in as well. Trick. We saw Kagemitsu pop off and get Melon that big win here for the grand finals. Just touch upon again, why is he more of a tech option here for Loot Swordcraft?
Yeah, definitely a strong card. Maybe some people would say it's a win more card because it gives you extra damage, but it doesn't really help you like get your game plan online when you have an awkward hand. Also, maybe a little bit weak at times if people have good counters to it, but without swords in the opposing lineup, you don't have to worry about Octors coming down and stealing the effect. So I think it's going to be time for Kagemitsu to really shine in this match.
And I mean, you're the sword man, you're the sword VTuber taking over here right now as well. What are some other key important cards you think we should watch out for here for Loot Sword?
I think Deep Sea Scout is honestly very underrated right here. It gives Sword a lot of draw power that it has, and we haven't really seen it used optimally, probably because a lot of the other one drops are taking up like priority being played, Bumpkin, and Accurate, but Deep Sea Scout can really just pull out the cards you need if you just happen to be missing something. So I want to watch out for this one drop, and I want to see if it'll come in handy for any of our players that are searching for their Barbaroses or their end games and opulence, just to finish them off. So I'm looking forward to Deep Sea Scout.
Looking at the next deck that Melon is bringing to the table here, guys. It is going to be the test subject rune, the Sephi rune. Again, that tried and true one coming in. No spice in this one. This is that standard lineup. I've seen one or two numbers, maybe when some of the cards be adjusted, but this is the tried and true one. Nothing too different here. But real quick for the people maybe who are just tuning in or maybe checking out the VOD over, of course, on YouTube for the finals here. What makes this deck so special here, Trey?
I mean, guess we can just say that what's better, 2 pig or 3, but aside from that, what really just helps the deck in general is just really the consistency it has, where when you do get the condemned followers, they help you draw into more of them. And so it's just really like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and also just such a strong deck in that it can leave a strong board presence every turn that has to be answered, while also having the potential to push 20 damage from hand later in the game.
I think Melon was the only one that has shown me the clean 20 damage exact lethal with the test subjects. So I'm thinking Melon wants to just reproduce that again and just like go for an easy victory with the test subject rune.
Yeah, obviously, again, it's a top deck for a reason, right? Currently, we talked about it all day. The pure power, the draw power, the board presence, the OTK potential, multiple win conditions, Evos. It does everything. And that's why it is such a powerful deck here at the moment. But looking towards Melon's final deck, his third deck he is bringing to the table is going to be that Puppet Portal Craft coming into this one here. Again, such a powerful deck on the return, of course. We saw it towards the end of last year being a very, very powerful deck. Making its resurgence, we saw it in the finals of SCAA Cup, seeing it now here in the West Cup as well, Trick. And I mean, it goes to show, right, just all of the action this deck brings.
Yeah, definitely crazy that 2 players now have made it to the finals today with this deck and one last week, and it's just insane that people have maybe been making this deck so underrated. It's possible that it's just so much better in a 3-deck 1-band format, where maybe you can get rid of some of those decks that are your bad matchups and just really focus on the matchups where you shine, and these players have really been able to figure out what those are and how to navigate them to great success today.
I think the one card that has bothered me the most in Puppet Portal, just not even Killshot Enforcer, it's just Kasim. Time and time again, Kasim just gets thrown onto the board. He's annoying. He just keeps hurting you. You can't do anything about him. We've seen him being defended by the Metatrons and everything in everyone's deck. Kasim is just there to annoy you and kill you. So many games have ended fast with Portal just because Kasim was there to pick you early on.
All right, production, get Kasim out of here. He's had too much spotlight. All right, we're giving him too much over the months in both regions. Get him out of here. Let's get the next decks up here. Of course, on the side of Nautilus here, of course, Melon being a very strong lineup. But Nautilus also doing the same exact Puppet Portal thing of being a pain and being very, very strong. But there is some slight differences here. There's one I noticed straight away. One card there trick between Puppeteer and Metatron. That's a little bit interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So Gunslinger Automaton, we've seen it before. I don't think it's come out on the stream, but when we talked about it before, we talked about how it can remove a lot of critical effects from your opponent's followers. And so that definitely could be important this match. Definitely could see that being used to maybe even like take the effects away from like Kagamitsu or some of those other followers where you might not normally see that interaction.
I think the big one here too would be instead of the third copy of Killshot Enforcer, there's the Cutthroat here for another potential way to finish the game. And I want to see him just come out and deal that 10 to the face. That would be ridiculous. Puppet has so many ways to just finish you off.
I would have loved to have seen his evolve effect been made into a deck, right? When you have like the whole duplicates and see that come into play. Unfortunately, not the case. But Convi's still such an awesome card to help end the game. I know the SVO guys remarked last weekend. It's kind of like a mini Yukishima, right? That Portal has that they're able to use in the back pocket, kind of fulfilling a similar role here beside the Puppet Portal. Just one extra way, just in case Portal needed another card to do it. It's there for him, and especially on the side of Nautilus. Looking towards his second deck now, though, being chosen here. It is going to be the likes of, wow, Sephiroth. Didn't see that one coming here. All jokes aside, obviously, still such a powerful deck. Trick, he's a 3-pick man instead of a 2-pick man. So there you go, pointing that one out a few times throughout the stream. Probably one of the main changes, right, we normally see between some of the plays is normally what's the numbers on that, and only 2 kill nillies instead of 3 as well coming out. But at the end of the day, pretty stock standard.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see that. Every single player who's won a match today has won with Sephi Rune, because KTZN, he was the only player who didn't bring it and lost, but all of these players are bringing this deck and winning with it, but they're also all leaving it up. No one has banned it yet, if I am correct. And so it's just interesting that people think this is like such a strong deck and they all want to be playing it, but they also want their opponents to be playing it. So kind of interesting.
There was one Sephi Rune ban the whole day, and it was at the very start of the day where Hishiro banned Sephi Rune against Yo. So there you go. Which even still, you think about the amount of matches played today, and only been banned once when it's a tier 1 deck. I mean, that's pretty big.
I'd say Hishiro knows something that everyone else doesn't, but I guess it didn't work out for him. So maybe.
Trick already calling out one of the greatest players in West Region. Okay, I guess we've got a special match for Contenders Cup happening. I think that's being worked out right now. Rivalry already starting, and we're starting the year already. We've still got 8,000 cups to go, but good to see that one. Our final deck coming out though for Nautilus here. Very, very excited. We're all excited to see Hoseby Forest come out here. Such an awesome deck. Really happy to see Forest, of course, make, I guess, a final shot here right before the mini expansion. Some of the nerfs come out for this particular deck. The Trick, we're here with Hoseby Forest. I mean, it's in the name, but what's this one all about?
Yeah, so this deck, it's really about playing 4 followers early that you can use your Hosemi on to pull the only 4 options from your deck that it can be, which guarantees you Wamail and Cosmos Fang. And when you do that combo, you can re-heal all of the damage you've been taking throughout the game while also setting up some followers that can't die. And one of the interesting things about this deck is that you can play the Wamails from your hand as well, since so many cards are getting returned to the hand. And a lot of people, including this list, they run the One of Rain that gets bounced to your hand as well to get 1 more return follower. So between the 4 that you have and the Rain, that's 5 from your side. So anytime where your opponent plays 3 followers or more, you can play some free Wamails to get multiple on the board. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone is heads up enough today to like only have a 2 follower board or something to try and play around that.
and Namian, I know we obviously got to see the semi-final match, and obviously the quarterfinal match as well with some of this deck action. You were just brain leaking out your ears right after that one, just seeing some of the funny plays coming out and seeing the Mordecai 2.0 right coming out of this one. What are your final thoughts about the Hoseby Forest deck? Because it really did show up and put on quite a show for us right throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm really glad I was able to see this deck in like its most optimal situation on stream during the tournament. Just seeing 3 copies of Wamail on the board being backed up by a Cosmos Fang, bouncing your whole board back to the field, healing for 13, this whole combo of just like leaving these big bodies on the board. You can't clear it, and even if you do clear it, Wamail comes back and just haunts you forever. So I don't think there's a true answer here outside of Seppi maybe transforming one of them, but that leaves like the other 2 or in all the other Wamails in hand that you have to deal with. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Hosemi is dealt with, or if they just flat out ban it.
That'll be an interesting ban choice, right? Because on both sides, tons of strong decks, you know, both tier 1, both, I'll say rogue-ish. I mean, Hoseby Forest being definitely the most rogue out of everything we have here so far. And it'll be interesting to see what these players kind of want to run into in this grand final set. One final best of 3 to wrap up the day, to wrap up the February Cup action, both at SEAO and the West regions here. So strap in, lads. We're going to have ourselves an amazing best of 3 around the corner. We're getting the bands up now to see which decks were taken out of the equation between Melon and Nautilus. Let's have a look to see, did Forest survive? Did Portal survive? Portal probably survived, probably safe to say that one. Or am I wrong? I'm wrong. Portal actually being banned out here, and Sword and Forest, being banned here. I am right. Sword and Forest being banned out. So no Forest, unfortunately, in the grand final. It sucks to see that one, but probably an expected ban.
Yeah, who knew we'd be seeing a Portal and Rune mirror match. Both of these players having the same lineup now. I guess it's decks that they're comfortable playing, but also since they've been piloting them so long throughout this tournament, they're also decks that they know how to play against. So it'll be really interesting to see if like there are any like key decisions and things where people are able to take advantage of like the weaknesses of the decks that they know so well.
Yeah, I think the banning strategy here is just to deal with what you're familiar with. Both players bringing Rune and Puppet, I'm sure they know the decks inside out at this point. The ban on Forest, not surprised. It is one of the stronger decks of the format and it's getting hit. So we'll see what happens as we go into the grand finals.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the first game in our grand final set. You're going to be harping up that Twitch chat right now for who you think is going to take this one out between Nautilus or Melon. Both players, of course, have had a historic run for multiple years now, trying to chase and get that first ever first place win in a cup. Finally, one of them's going to be able to do it, but we'll have to wait and see which one or 2 it's going to be. It's going to be from the viewpoint of Nautilus, Rune versus Portal to kick things off. And already, gentlemen, I'm loving what I'm seeing in the hands.
Yeah, definitely glad for Melon. He was able to pick up a 1-drop and a 2-drop to kind of fix his curve. And with some of his late game already secured, like starting to be in a good position. Also great for Nautilus as well. Opening hand, 3 cards, 3 condemned cards. You love to see it.
And we see Melon just pick up that Metatron, so really looking forward to that first evolved Metatron there. Already has the Orcus, setting up the puppets to get good trades. And this will look like it's going to be a good back and forth.
Yeah, we're going to try and get rid of that. Get rid of that caster's curse, you know, only good hands for the final.
Right, you can't be the one saying that, all right? We just, I hope like we're just touching every sort of good luck item as we say that right now, okay? So if it happens, it's not our fault and it's not Trick's fault, okay? He tried, he put in a lot of effort to stop it this time, okay? So you can't blame him this time around, but already, like we said, right, awesome hands coming out from both players. Melon has Kasim in hand. I feel like this man's an absolute menace with this Portal deck all day. Kasim, of course, once again, going to be coming out nice and free. We just thought that Melon obviously is a very aggressive player. Seen all throughout the day as well. Very, very happy to, first of all, gain control of the board, gain control of the match quite easily, and also get that health lead advantage quite easily as well. to really get into the mind of the opponent and really be like, you know what? This is my match. I'm the one in control. You're just along for the ride. You're going to have to deal with it. We should see how Nautilus will be able to try and get out of that situation. Of course, plenty of resources available, but sometimes it just comes down to the mindset, right, Chick, when it comes to this. I mean, like we said, right, it's the grand finals and so many matches played for all of these guys now, and it really can just come down to it.
Full of myself.
Yeah, definitely. Both of these players taking their time to think. You see like both of them with the hands on the chin a lot of the time, just really like kind of thinking about like their next plays, not like getting too distracted. Loving this Metatron right now. Like that means an Orcus could come down with 3 fuse next turn, but at the same time, like seeing those rush test subjects already on 4 means that game plan is progressing and we were able to get rid of it to Sim. So just like a lot of strong plays from both players. Oh wow, yeah, being able to protect the Puppeteer there, definitely going to be annoying to deal with as well.
Yeah, the Puppeteer is going to cause a lot of trouble when Nautilus will be trying to trade their test subjects into the Metatron. There's potential play with the Uranus here too, if necessary, but it looks like they're just going to go with the Scholar, try to dig more into their deck to look for more test subject cards to throw onto the board.
I feel like it's interesting with the Rune deck where a lot of times you do want to trade your test subjects instead of like leaving them around like we just saw, even if you can have a better board presence, because so many of the cards in your hand are always like so important and you need to save them. And so like a lot of times you're like, well, what do I do? Like fuse these good cards? Nah, you just have to keep digging and try and like find something else to play so that you can like keep all the important gas in your hand.
And you can see already right between these guys. Or I mean, there's an Orcus flashing. You know, those fusions are already starting to sort of pay off here. But that's an option. There's a double Lashena. Of course, for Melon's coming. We've only seen Lashena once really throughout the day so far off top 8. And they've ended up working out quite well. So I believe that she was for Nautilus, right? If I remember correctly. So we know, obviously, that she can do some work here, especially against a test subject. It's just a matter of what Melon wants to bring in here, because yeah, Orcus is ready. You can play that one real early though to really deal with on the board. Sure, you'll be able to lock in them and get some big damage in, but I wonder if that was the play now, because now you're kind of just relying on those incentives. So you really got no choice throughout the next couple turns.
Yeah, locking followers is definitely annoying for Rune. Now it's like you play 1 follower, summon 2 test subjects, and like your spots are already full. So. Yeah. Definitely can be good to leave the followers up for a while, but it could be tricky. Like Sephi, both of them already online, and so like here you're gonna be able to turn one of these followers into a test subject, kill the other, and go face, and then like maybe just kind of not respecting your opponent's damage and instead setting up your own lethal the following turn. 2 Sephis in hand means that we could see 15 damage next turn. I guess the trade there is just because we are actually a little bit afraid of dying, and so instead of trying to set up a lethal, maybe just prioritizing more the long game where Nautilus feels like he's definitely going to win.
Yeah, with the big push from Orcus, Nautilus is probably wondering, Melon probably has a lot more direct damage coming into my face, so it's better to prepare here to build up and make sure they're not in like some sort of a kill range.
Also want to point out that Melon fusion then, sorry, the Nautilus fusion then, that was making me laugh. Just watching the hand count, making sure that he's just enough so doesn't overdraw here. I'm going to see Lashena Evo. It's going to come out here, so we'll be able to get quite a few followers back and regain control of the board right now. But as you mentioned, right, Nautilus already well into test subject play. Plenty of ways to be able to get them out and regain control and win the match quite easily quite soon. It's just something Melon's going to have to keep track of, as he does build towards some of those amulets though, which obviously might be able to give him that slight advantage to not only saying it, but be real annoying, right? Getting that continuous ping damage with new destruction to really annoy Nautilus and maybe even put him in an unexpected kill range. We've had that a couple times today where some players have actually been caught out.
What's this?
Yeah, and Nautilus is probably feeling pretty good with the Olivia into Bad Katha next turn. they can set up 20 damage for turn 8. So they might not be killing their opponent, but they're going to be leaving up wards, doing some healing, and setting themselves up for a one-turn kill if there are no wards on their opponent's board. So definitely a good spot for Nautilus, but also like kind of a daunting board to stare down.
By Condemnation's blade.
You see the Olivia come down now, getting back all the evolution points. The only thing is, it's just really counting down the amulets now. Like we were saying, Melon is probably looking to put Nautilus on more of a clock. And here we go, we see another big Olivia that's gonna come out and just be a big menace onto the board. We'll see if that gives Melon any trouble in just trying to get rid of something so huge.
Yeah, the problem is this hand situation again there, right? But he's going to try and evolve into the Sephi here. He's going to get 1 play point back at least if he does fuse in West test subjects. Of course, reminder, if you fuse in a condemned follower, you do get that.
Definitely interesting from Nautilus, really respecting his opponent's damage output. If he did fuse there, he'd be taking away like his lethal option for 8 because he wouldn't have that condemned follower anymore. And so it's interesting if he does choose to fuse a condemned follower. Okay, yeah, there we go. I like this decision more. Kind of pivoting and realizing that he needs some of those cards for next turn to be able to do 20 damage. So yeah, definitely a good play from Nautilus, assessing the situation and maybe making a slightly worse play this turn to set up a lethal for the following.
Continue.
You see the Puppeteer just got drawn. I'm pretty sure the second Lieutenant, is coming out, setting up a bunch more amulets, hoping to evolve here for a big board. Let's see what they get from the Resurrect.
I wonder if we'll see like a heads up. Oh, there's a ward, so that's definitely good. I was also wondering if we'd maybe see like a Wielder of the Cosmos come out to try and get some ward or something, but now maybe not necessary.
Again.
We're still waiting to see Cosmos, right? To really make an impact here today. So I personally would still love to see that come out. But I mean, again, very situational, right? To really see Cosmos come out, especially these days, I want to say in current meta competition. So the option is still there though for Melon if he's able to make use of it. You just got to hope those RNG rolls, right, on those effects, you're able to get the right ones. And maybe you might be wanting to rely on a higher cost one to have more of a higher chance, right, of stacking those effects up.
Interesting choices here. If you trade the puppet into the 6/1, then you're not going to be able to kill your enhanced puppet. So just kind of deciding what's more important. Do you want to kill another puppet, maybe play some amulets, or keep that space open? Maybe it looks like the health on Lieutenant isn't too important, and instead just keeping these 2 spots for amulets. I definitely like that play to be able to set up the big damage for the rest of the game.
The new combo, right?
And with that ward, this won't be GG. Gonna have to think of a way to like set up the lethal again for next turn while still dealing with this, and maybe trying to get a little healthier in case of like a top deck 6 damage, or only would have to be 2 at this point with the other amulet in hand.
It looks like they're using the Uranus to try and get rid of the Puppeteer, just to stop all the annoying little minus damages from across the board, and maybe trying to get some healing, because being at 10 health and you know that there have been 2 Lashinas, there's going to be 2 new destructions that are going to be pinging at you very soon for a lot of damage.
Yeah, lots of healing in hand. We do have the Goblin that could be 3 or Giln release for 6, so lots of options. Just maybe trying to choose the best way with the play points to gain the health, but also make a nice board.
Leave a bite for and devour everything.
The tribulations continue.
We'll probably see the Goblin come out along with another test subject. Oh, where he's going to fuse the Goblin.
I'd be very surprised if he uses it, right? Gonna go for the Gospel first and see what he pulls before he goes for the Evo. So making a maximum use. Getting a 9/8 Uranus now, so that's really huge. But we'll fuse that now. Get another test subject up, and that's a lot of health and a lot of damage now that Melon has to worry about. The thing is though, it's got some nice new amulets there, right? Already getting that burn damage, and he'll come back in. The problem is he's got some more amulets, right? He's not going to really work or do too much with. He does have the Freya to look for search. He's going to have to chuck that one out to really dig deep. Now, that's a great pull.
Nice.
But
Yeah, I think it's actually the only pull for the Freya, so guaranteed in the situation, and yeah, I guess just extra copies of it in the deck by running the Freya.
And that is a huge insta-kill as well. The RNG choice, making sure it ends up hitting Uranus there as well, because you got to remember, you get two of the Wardens out. You can get kills with both of them. Unfortunately, of course, isn't going to be able to get both, but will be huge either way. Going to have that big work. Get another one as well ready in hand for later on. And
yeah, and everything in hand needed for the damage, it looks like. Oh, but maybe one condemned follower shy.
Yeah. And that is like, that's got to be so close, right, for a lot of these followers. Or potentially, it might get that nice, crisp, clean, perfect 20, right? We might just be missed off by one number here. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, already having a 5/5 Storm up ready to go.
Yeah, with the other ward in play, it kind of negates that Storm. So if you trade here and draw a condemned follower, you will have the tools you need. But if it's not, still just trying to figure out what to do the best play.
It's a good gamble.
Definitely, I think a worthwhile choice to make that trade and just give a possibility of an easy victory. But now trying to work with the tools they have, this is good. Setting up Evos for the future and wards, like very important. Probably see the Goblin come down for 3 healing.
Yeah, the Olivia is relevant here. Having an extra Evo for the following turn is probably enough for them to have more to maneuver with, but it looks like they're trying to put in a little damage now to make the next turn much easier. And
yeah, and with
up.
this insane board, this much damage to phase and this healing, that's definitely a very strong turn.
But what's the RNG on kill shot going to be? Right? Because, you know, he's going to get 2 shots out, right, with the, I believe, the Warden triggers, right? That could potentially, if he's able to hit Olivia, he's either going to try and find a bit more, right? He's got 5 damage, obviously, off of kill shot.
Do you play the wielder first?
I was just gonna say play wielder.
Wielder to kill shot if it gets the play point regeneration.
There's a forged weaponry potentially coming out shortly as well. The man can look towards, so really you could see he's real struggling between, oh, do I risk it? Do I just chuck out kill shot now, get the guaranteed double kill with it, and hold on?
I feel like you have to go for like the crazy play, because if you don't win this turn, Gilnelise is gonna get invoked next turn.
Yep.
I mean, I don't remember if there's copies in the deck, but I'm pretty sure there are. And so at that point, like, there's no way you're not dying. So I feel like you just have to go for like any chance at killing your opponent this turn.
We'll have a look here. Yeah, he does have the 2 copies of Gilnelise, right? So I believe he might have used both then. I just went ahead and used one earlier. So yeah, I don't believe he'll actually
there's
have
only
that.
2, you're right.
Yeah, he only runs 2 here. So that is a huge bullet to dodge, though, I will say, because that would have guaranteed Nautilus the game there. So, but I mean,
Know your place.
that's Yukishima. I mean, that's pretty much just as good, I want to say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Olivia, there will be plenty of evolves this match to where she'll be able to clear the board and then go face with Yukishima for 20 plus. So a different way to kill the opponent, but just as effective.
Veiling wings.
Well, let's see, right? He's going to have the Evo. He's going to be able to run into 2 5/5s as well, if need be. And I'm going to say, it's probably safe to say, if he's gone ahead with that, it's going to be more than enough for Yukishima to get that big kill. Just a nice 28 damage, boys. 28 damage? That's
no big deal.
Dang.
Yeah, no way you
Even
would
to the
survive
finals
that.
to finally make it to a turn 10 win. Who knew that turn 10 still existed in Shadowverse? I thought like you got to like turn 9 and then you get kicked out of the game or something. Like, never make it that far.
It uninstalls the game if you go that far because it thinks you're trolling. It's just like, nah. Play properly or don't play at all, all right? That's it at the end of the day. But huge for Nautilus to get that first round win and put him on not only series point, but cup point to take out the February Cup here and be the first winner in the West 2023 season. Of course, Melon now has to try and find 2 wins back to back. Get the run back first with Portal by the looks of it, then run through with his own rune deck against Nautilus here. So we're going to get the Puppet Portal mirror match in this grand final, guys. I don't think this was a deck or a match we were expecting to see at all here today.
And how many times have we seen Metatron on 4 going second? These players have like a magnet in their hand and they keep pulling that card in, and I think it's been really nice to see that. Sometimes like going first feels like an advantage, but with all these Metatrons today, it's really been like making these games so close and like fun to watch.
Yeah, nothing makes me happier than going second and seeing Metatron in opening hand. I think the difference here, if this goes to as late as last game, would be the amount of kill shot enforcers in the deck. We know that Melon is holding 3, while Nautilus is only holding 2. Maybe that'll be like the big game changer for this matchup.
Yeah, Melon as well, playing the Freya to search kill shot, so probably having like essentially like 5 copies in the deck. And once again with his classic Kasim forged weaponry hand, I don't know if I've ever seen someone go for like forged weaponry so consistently on the stream.
No, it's like, I forget when this became a rune card. I mean, a portal card and not a sword card. What happened here?
Yeah, and not to mention seeing it, but getting away with it as well. Like it's both that he's ticking, which is just really stupid that it's happening. But I mean, that's just Melon, right? He's able to get away with it. Nautilus, though, we're going to get some custom revenge. Finding it to chuck one back Melon's way, which I think maybe a few people at home would be happy to see after being on the reverse end of that. And they're going to get that advantage while getting it clear. And we send it back to Melon here.
This is my decision.
Yeah, both of these players having really good early game hands. It's definitely going to be interesting to see like where someone can make a small difference to finally get the edge when this game has been so close so far.
Literally playing the same card into the same card of each other. This and both drawing kill shot enforcers. This is literally a mirror match.
And then I play the same card, and then I play the same. I mean, we're expecting, right? It's Puppet Portal, but we knew as well the numbers as well, and even some of the tech route was pretty much 1 for 1. I'm not surprised to see this Metatron come out though, because I mean, let's be honest, more likely than not, we're going to see very similar come out from Nautilus here.
Playing the Metatron is pretty good with another, like, into your opponent's Metatron turn, because that 3 damage can't go through the 4 defense ward, so that's going to be nice. But there definitely are cards in hand that can be used to still clear this board, like the Puppet Master of our own with the Metatron of our own. Well, that's interesting. I'd definitely be happy to be the player with the Orcus in this position who's gotten multiple fusions in, especially because it can come down next turn. That might slightly start to turn the tide in Nautilus's favor.
Yeah, and that's the last thing Melon wants, right?
I'm surprised to see the puppet here wasn't cleared with the puppet from Nautilus. I wonder why he decided to leave it up.
Yeah, maybe he's just recognizing his hand's kind of small and maybe thinking like the 1/1, while it does clear his stuff, it's not a big threat, and just trying to like save some of his resources to help like prolong the game and make sure he doesn't like run out of tools too early. It's much harder for Melon here because he has to decide which cards to play, and then all Nautilus does is copy him. So, I mean, in the order of progression of things from what we've seen so far. Maybe we'll just see the forged weaponry come down on the puppeteer.
I mean, we've seen crazier stuff, right, throughout, I would say, the history of some of this deck. And I mean, forged weaponry, again, I know we went to joke about stolen from Sword and what the hell it's been here and all that sort of thing, but I mean, it brings so much to Portal, right? It's brought so much to the cards, to a fair few cards, I want to say, throughout the Portal deck so far. But the problem is now, Melon's just dropped everything. Essentially, right? All he's got left now is Luciana and Killshot, so he's gonna have to make sure that, I mean, I don't want to say that this board's gonna like 100% survive, but he's able to find some other cards real quick to bring him back into it, because as you said, right, Trick, that Orcus is just getting further and further and further fused in. And it's going to come out now, and is that going to be a disaster for Melon's building?
Yeah, the Orcus is going to be able to lock up the board right now. I think that's pretty relevant. It's going to stop a lot of these big cards from coming in. The Shenna won't get like max value simply because the board is so full.
Oh, that's his
it
Orcus.
locked one of the puppets. Look, never mind.
Gamble lost. Wow.
It is my duty.
And some good hands though, some good cards in the hand of Melon. I feel like both of these players have never had to really worry. Like they've already had like their end game in their hands throughout.
It's lucky he's able to get his Orcus. I'll say finally online. Now he's able to try and respond to this, but the problem is there is so much health and so much damage he's going to try and run through now. And he's going to have to try and burn through a fair bit to be able to get to that. I mean, he could just drop his own Orcus, respond in kind, right? Just trying to deal, you know, with Lloyd and then just run some face damage if possible and lock down the Orcus for now. But he's going to go for the Lashana Evo. Look towards getting those back in hand. Maybe look for the Evo here for Lashana. We'll start cutting down the cost of those amulets, which could actually be a potential way to turn this game around more back in his favor and even set up for a win. Because there's a Cassim. Obviously, love to see him make a return.
Oh, but is this Orcus going to be left up? Oh no,
Yeah,
there's the
that's
spell.
not-
Okay, we're good. We're good. But like for a second there, a little worried that the board would stay, but now that it's being removed, I feel like Melon's in a great spot moving forward. One
Yeah.
of the key things in this mirror matchup is getting your amulets online first to be able to like have that healing and damage. And so with similar cards in hand, that could be really strong for Melon.
But that's the easiest kill shot in the world, right? Just easy double clear, easy heal, easy 7 damage. And now Melon is in, you know, that danger zone, right? In lethal range, where if he doesn't fix this real quick, Nautilus has won the grand finals. He's won the February Cup.
I stepped on more confidence.
Dang, he didn't even consider the wielder of the Cosmos. Just played kill shot right away.
I
Oh
thought
no!
the wielder was coming
oh
out.
no! Okay, that puppet is like a lifesaver here. Getting the bad hits, but having something in the back. Whew.
That was slightly terrifying. Only a little bit, only a tiny amount, small amount, but enough, I think, for Melon there. Luckily as well, he had those Lashana amulets as well, right, to kind of help out with the healing and some of that damage, because he's not going to get the heals
and-
off of kill shot.
Just as I was about to say, now Nautilus like just has his own Lashana and he's kind of behind. He draws an Orcus, so maybe staying in this. But I definitely, with like similar health totals and things, I'd definitely be the player who already has the amulets online.
Yeah, everyone's drawing right into the cards they need right now. But like you said, Melon having the amulets established already, it's like a ticking time bomb. And it might come down to just the last kill shots or the one copy of the Cutthroat in Nautilus's deck that will just make this big burst of damage.
Man, if Nautilus wins with Cutthroat and go, that's how the 2-0 happens, that will be insane. Again, one copy in the whole deck has to be 9 play points as well, I'd use to send that one out. Like, I mean, we've had some crazy moments so far, but that will definitely be up there for today.
It's either gonna come down to Cutthroat or Wielder of Chaos. I'll take either or.
Let's see how Melon will be able to respond to this one now, though. Has to try and find 10 damage with 1 full ward and no Evos. I mean, Orcus is there, Lashana's there, Puppeteer's there.
So do you ever
Cosmos is there.
board lock your opponent and then win next turn with the amulet's damage and your Orcus?
I mean, I don't see why not, right? I mean, he's actually
Unless
gonna-
we're playing it here early.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it kind of works, right? Because you lock them from attacking. He was able to get the Orcus out, so it kind of fulfills.
Oh,
a
I guess they
similar
wouldn't
role,
be locked though with the puppet. Oh, so that would have gone out of the way.
Yeah, we already saw that earlier. The puppet stopped one of the locks. They could kill. Yes.
First, love and hate are both a part of me.
You're gonna be able to get the Orcs in and get that damage up, and obviously, importantly, the Evos.
You don't need an
I wonder
answer.
if he's gonna run the ultimate. The puppet gets destroyed. I wonder if he maybe should have kept one of the puppeteers up because it wouldn't be able to attack anyway. I mean, yes, it's got its effect, but I mean, you got the amulet. That's already going to do that damage there, right? So maybe it's more of just a precaution thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised the zero cost puppet didn't die and it locked the puppeteer and the Luciana instead. Now there's just more room on the board for everything to come out, including their own focus that they're generating.
And their own Luciana amulet as well, right? Which we don't expect. That's not really built up.
I won't let your memory wilt. Talk about I will beat you again.
Very worrying.
Some zero cost amulets can come down at the end of the turn.
Yep.
Still gotta like deal with the immediate threats though.
I think it's definitely going to be doable, right? He should, right? Oh, wait, no, because no emo points. I mean, is he going to have to rely on his own Orcus to fight off Melon's Orcus? Because at this point, yeah, he's still got a couple puppets, but...
Yeah, at least you can lock these followers even if they don't get evolved.
Yeah. Because I'm even thinking if Ukraine will come out, guess a lot. Ooh, okay. That's just changed a lot. But he's still gonna find 4 damage, and I mean, I'm not saying that wielder can do something, but like actually, unironically, at this point, could be an OP option, like to win here. I mean, yeah, like there's still the other Orca stuff on board, but your Lloyd is still gonna be there. These on the damage are at full health, so you're not in that range. Let's see, he's gonna go for it. No way.
Oh, no, Storm. No. I was watching the effects. I was like, the ward dies. Yeah. The damage is dealt. No.
But
okay.
That's still huge, honestly, for Mel at least, because it cleared a whole bunch of the followers, right?
He's still double wards.
Double ward as well, which gets the free Evo, which, yeah, I know, funny there was 10 more on the deck. But, I mean, one of those could win in the game at this point. That's how close we are. So...
Gonna clear this board. Like, definitely in a good spot for Melon.
At this point, you probably fuse those puppets with the Orcus, right? For sure. So now you got Orcus ready in the back pocket for next turn as well. You clear what's left on the board. And you're sitting quite comfortably.
Yeah, the 20 health and having your opponent start their turn at 2.
Like the law.
Well, 4 now, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure Melon feels pretty comfortable in their position. A lot of options here, and more kill options in the deck, along with 10 copies of Wielder of Chaos. I think he's sitting pretty well here.
Yeah, no healing. Nautilus knows it's coming. He just passes and takes the damage, and that leaves it at 1-1 for this final.
We've got a series, gentlemen. We're going to the final game here. But for this Feb Cup spot, I know Melon's probably breathing a sigh of relief after that one, making sure he's got an extra life out of the bag. Got those 100 Romper Fruit, right, to be able to get that extra life there. Melon and Nautilus. Again, we told you it was going to be a banger. We told you it was going to be a knockout match, and we're getting just that. Now it's going to be, once again, Puppet Portal against Sephi Rune. Yeah, whoever wins this one is taking out the finals. They're taking out that $1 grand US prize, right? They're getting those maximum points out of this event here. And this is going to be an absolute doozy. I hope you guys are really behind both these players here, because I don't know, boys, I think there might be a slight chance next time we see these guys might have a little team name next to maybe one of the, or 2 of these players here.
Yeah, definitely the start of the season, a good time to find those teams and those practice partners so that you can earn the maximum number of league points throughout the season and, you know, like make it to those invitationals.
I'm loading both openers right now. I see so many Metatrons. We got a turn 1 Gobbo. I don't think anyone can ask for any better starter right now.
Start strong, curve strong, maximum play points usage. It's literally just coming down to the basics, right? At this point here, this grand final stuff now, and I mean, he's actually going to use that, right? Use that time to really think about, right? What he can do with his hand. Can maybe even make a bit of a strategy for how the next turns can play out. I mean, there's plenty of time on that timer in his first couple of turns to really do it. And if there's any time now, I'd say to kind of drag out those early turns, right? And kind of chill and take a breather, it's now.
So now this is a really interesting spot though for Melon. Will he decide to fuse into Sephi to get that game plan going faster? It looks like that's the play. And I think I'm really happy with this. Going first, you'll be able to hopefully get some chip damage, or at least like maybe you're hoping for that. And if you do, having these test subjects down early could potentially like open up you to have earlier lethals. So definitely glad that this line was chosen.
That's Cutthroat.
I can't wait to see this Cutthroat come out.
Oh no. Cutthroat for the win in the last game.
Well, it's literally there now. Like we literally cannot not address the fact that it's there now, because we're in a grand final set, because we've seen it happen with Kashima plenty of times now, and it's that one tech, right? It's not going to be fused into anything, right? It's not going to be like probably played out on its own. It's not going to be used for its evolve effect at all either. So there's a very high chance that even if Cutthroat doesn't win, there's a high chance it can come out as an enhanced, right? Get that damage and even just be a big body that has to be dealt with.
I like that Melon's really thinking about whether or not he really wants to run this Goblin into the 1-4.
But is it worth it? I mean, to be fair, Goblin got max usage, right? So it's probably just going to be chilling there, probably be knocked out anyway. And you've got Uranus there, right, to banish out the Jupiter as well. Not knowing that Bad B is making a return here, of course, for the final game. Buffing that one up and just throwing a spanner in the works there. Melon's not really going to be happy about that one. But we'll get a nice draw off the puppet there, and that is a nice pull to have.
I'm loving the interaction between just an early Orcus with the puppets running into the test subjects. It's almost like it's all a direct counter in the early game, and I like this back and forth that goes on in this matchup.
They said it's a war, right? They said coming in, it's going to be a war.
The Goblin trade paying off, doing the 1 damage that they needed to have that 5 health before health.
To nurture and destroy.
This is actually the earliest the Shadow Hunting we've seen, right, all day. Just playing on that 4 cost now and choosing, I believe, that is new destruction. So Nautilus just not wanting peace, just wanting war at the end of it. And obviously going to be able to start cutting that down real quick. But of course, also knowing that if he doesn't get that damage in fast, those test subjects are just going to become more and more of a pain to deal with, especially now that we've seen they've already got Rush active. They're only a turn or 2 away from being those 5/5s that are going to be next to near impossible for Nautilus to keep up with.
Yeah, and the anti-destruction here really strong, when normally you'd use your devoted researcher to like evolve, give Bane, and like kill the 4/6. But without that option, you're gonna have to get creative here to deal with this board, or just not be able to.
Of knowledge.
Well, we know now the research will come out. Those are those 5/5s, which would definitely be nice to have. And probably going to see the Bane, I want to say, maybe even used on, what, one of the 5/5s, or maybe even the 2/2, right? To just take out that Metatron and then just get rid of the Shadow, get her out of here.
Yeah, if we do the Bane on the 2/2, we can trade it in the Metatron and then like put the researcher over the other 2/2, then just double trade, I guess, in the 4/6. It's bad stats, but it does clear the board.
Righteous path.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, right, that's all he cares about. He doesn't care about here. That plus, again, building up, right, those test subjects. And he's got double selfie, he's got Yukushima, he's got Giant Pig he can go into next turn as well. Get some of that health back, which of course he's going to need here. But, I mean, obviously, unbeknown to Melon, right, we're seeing what Nautilus has got. There's a kill shot, there's treasure, there's Orcus. There's so many powerful portal cards in Nautilus' hand he's able to play with here. But he's more than happy to run into whatever Melon's bringing.
In abundant multitude, it is my
Evolve
duty.
on this. The 3/4 was very surprising. Probably just to make sure to clear the boards. Nautilus knows that all their endgame is ready. The curve of Orcus into kill shot into probably the Cutthroat to finish the game. This is going to be a very interesting next 2 turns for Nautilus.
Kill shot, you got Cutthroat. I mean, even Treasurite, hypothetically, right, if he needs it, could play it out as 7. That's going to protect him from test subject damage, right, from that OTK. It's going to cut some of that damage down big time, not to mention the wards that do come out. So not only does he have a win con set up, and plenty of it, he's also got a lot of defense and survivability set up here. So Melon is gonna have to open up that third eye, man, and find the perfect play to not only stay in the game but try and drag this one out from Nautilus. Because at the moment, Nautilus has all those pieces. Like, he's got that Infinity Gauntlet, he's got those stones lined up, ready to go.
Yeah, we really saw that benefit of being able to fuse puppets into the Orcus early to clear the test subjects, as Namian was pointing out. Because of that, even going second, the Portal player was able to take the lead and put his opponent to 11 while keeping a high amount of health. And so now, like, even though Sephi could have come down this turn for 12 damage with 19, like, that doesn't matter. And now we're so low that we're worried about dying than we are about setting up our own lethals.
Devour.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, Melon's third eye opened up, sensing some danger, going back to 20 health. Something didn't feel right, so Melon decided to play an extra safe route just to make sure they're capped at full and going into the next turn.
I'd say probably definitely the correct option. The problem is they're going to have two followers and an important 7-2 drain right, potentially just completely locked down by this Orcus and Lloyd coming out here into the next turn, which I wonder if that board lock might even spell curtains here for Melon, unfortunately. And that's not even like a bad play or anything. That's not even a problem on his part. It's just the fact that Nautilus just has that direct counter to what's here available for Melon. He's gonna go for the extra Lashana instead, still able to get that big clear. It'll be a safe clear because we have to build up his own other amulets and get his own health going with new prayer. And that's actually, I feel like a very, very safe option here for Nautilus. I don't actually know if I agree with 100% here.
Let evil burn in the fires of righteousness.
Yeah, interesting. Definitely a good play because Rune has so much healing that a lot of what Portal does is like chip over several turns, and a lot of their followers, they come down and do like 6 damage, 7 damage, and so maybe Nautilus is just thinking like he needs these amulets to be doing like 8 damage so that when he plays his other cards with them, he can kill his opponent in one turn who might be healing otherwise.
Gaze on me and
This is a very reactive few turns here. Since Melon healed back to full, Nautilus probably decided to take a different route after drawing the Lashana and hovering it. Probably if the Lashana weren't drawn, the Orcus might have been the play there to lock down the 2 units, as Baz was saying. But they're just trying to react to each other's plays, and I think this is like a really fun back and forth.
What a turn out of Melon then as well. I think that was actually 1-for-1 perfect. Use that extra Yukishima, right? Get Jupiter out. Still manage to get, you know, your 5-5 test subject out at least, right? So even if it gets destroyed, you've got an extra draw there as well. And while Nautilus has a full hand, so much to work with, I mean, personally, I'm even looking at it being like, I have this awesome card and that awesome card and that awesome card, but what the hell is my play order? You know, how do I actually get around this? Because I can play this card, lose because of this reason. I can play this card, lose because of that reason. That could be some of the thoughts going through Nautilus' head right now. Again, you're in the final remaining turns, the final match, the chance to get first place here in the February Cup. Everything, you got people watching at home, all that pressure on you as well coming through. Every small turn, every small number's gonna matter here. It's gonna get the double lockdown, gonna get big damage in onto Melon. But at the moment,
that lockdown is so strong. Like maybe this deck is the counter for test subject, because now with only 3 spots, like the most damage you can do even with 12, and so just like locking the board just is really like keeping the opponent from being able to reach a win condition.
But I mean, even look at Melon's hand, right? I mean, there's Uranus there to clear and heal. There's a Goblin, at least healing that as well. I mean, yeah, we kind of do look at, you know, the pig being an option, but it's not going to get a lot of that healing, right? Because you have to burn that Evo there. You kind of get them left out. And at this point, I think it's safe to say Melon's going for that Yukishima game plan win, right? I mean, he's been playing around the boards where he's more than happy to fuse 1 or 2 different cards. He's going to fuse Goblin.
For the pursuit.
I wonder if Melon he's going to try and search for something. I don't know if the fuse on Goblin was the correct play, though.
I'm pretty sure they were setting up for their Uranus to make it a double clear. Probably so that maybe Melon... Sorry, maybe Melon's expecting Nautilus to set down some amulets and throwing in a surprise win with the Yukishima.
Sucker here.
I mean, the good thing is at least get some buff, get some healing. That Gillis earlier would have been so good if he was able to have that earlier. And now, I mean, this is it. He's going to try and survive 14 damage. It's going to be a lot here. And here's what I was talking about. That protection from Divine Treasure will come out. So now that Yukishima's game plan, that's offline for the next few turns.
Yeah, definitely a strong card, Divine Treasure here. One more way to lock down the opponent. I thought it was interesting seeing Divine Treasure in both of the lists for our Puppet Portal players, and now it's starting to make a lot of sense. Like, it's not just here for like draw or damage like it might used to be, but it is like a tech card to like stop the top tier decks, which do large amounts of damage on their own turn.
Will rise again.
You already know that Cutthroat's on my mind with this 10 HP melon right here. I'm sorry, it's the only thing I can think about right now.
I mean, the funniest part is next turn it's viable, right? He has to, like, Melon has to try and heal, but can't use Guild Release. There's nothing to run
And
into,
how much
right?
can Melon heal with only 3 healing in the hand at the moment? When the amulet does 4 damage, Cutthroat could just be the game.
There's no, guys, there's no way. There's no way.
How
we're
did this
actually
happen?
doing
This was
this.
so scripted. Nothing on board for Gillen Elise to heal off
Oh my.
of. What do you do?
I mean,
Yeah, and
okay, don't get me wrong.
The test subjects here, it would be 20 damage, but with the amulet in play, you can only do 4 at a time. Like,
Yeah.
Challenge shielded.
oh
Man,
my.
this-
Oh,
double
Sacred Bird.
burst.
That
Sacred
could
heal.
change
Oh.
things.
Sacred Bird, all right. That
Huge
is
pickup.
definitely what he needs right here. The problem is that 3-cost random discard. If that heats Yukishima, if that heats Sephi, we're in trouble. Like, we're in trouble anyway, but like, we're even more trouble, right? It's gonna be tough here. So now he needs to try. I mean, at this point, do you just play a Sephi, just play one bird?
Dude, I just played the Yukishima to get my play
Oh,
points to
Yukishima
the right
out there.
amount. Yukishima
Yeah.
into Gilnelise into Sacred Bird. The timer's going down, and if I don't heal, I die.
Yeah.
Oh man, the timing on this is so
And
tight.
there's the animation. I think he did
Is it
maybe
gonna go
just
through?
get it in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he just got everything in. Yeah, he only got one of them in. No.
Dang. 1 away from the Cutthroat. Now we have to reassess. What are we going to do? Is
I
that
can't
going
take
to be
this
it? Now
seriously now. There's just like, there's no way.
it's hard to clear the board now. Like, you've almost locked yourself, and oh no.
Yeah, because the Cutthroat will only spawn 1 kill. That 8/8 test subject is looking really mean right now.
I mean, granted, if he can get out kill shot, if he can hit the test subject, then it's kind of okay. A little bit, right? If he can kind of RNG that, because then at least he gets, you know, the 5/5 ward up as well. I mean, obviously he's already at max health to get the healing. I mean, he's even hovering a potential treasure. I mean, the thing is, he's already got obviously some in hand. He's already got one out on board. He doesn't want to keep replacing it. He's even hovering a potential other new destruction just for that extra burn damage.
Oh, so I guess if you're capped to 4 damage,
Tribulations continue.
You know,
but 5 times 4, so yeah, Sephi couldn't. Yeah, your opponent still can't even kill you, even with an 8/8 and a 4/4 on the board. Is it going to be
Yeah.
Cutthroat for the win next turn? I guess they'll just die from the amulets.
I would love to see a Thunder God Tempest come out and break the amulet for lethal.
Imagine, just imagine. Oh,
That would be insanity.
I mean, you'd have to. Like, how would you even draw that though? I mean,
I
it's
don't
not gonna
think it's
happen, right?
possible.
It's not gonna. Like, you have to play bird, but you have to play it as 1 cost, obviously, which is not gonna happen. So,
Can you even heal enough with the goblin putting you to 9, but there's 9 damage on the board?
yeah.
Are you just
hypothetically,
gonna be
heal
dead to board
5,
for Melon?
Right? Yeah, I think honestly that's it. Like, the extra Lashana, the extra new destruction, right? I mean, you look at this board right now, ignore the health of Melon. Look at the board right now, you would be fuming at Nautilus, right? Why did you board like yourself with 5 amulets, you idiot? What are you doing? Why would you do such a thing? Oh, right? But then you show the health count of Melon and you go, and his hand and the board and his board, and you go, oh, right? It's like such a specific situation he was able to get this here. And again, that time is coming down just faster and faster, but that's it.
On cam, you can see Nautilus just praying that Melon doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna run everything in, but you can see he's cheering already.
Wow.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. He took out the Ziff Deck competition. He rocks up here to the February Cup for the West region, puts on an absolute show, and runs away 2-1 for the grand finals. A big congratulations there to Nautilus for taking out the February SVO West Cup for the 2023 season. Down to the wire, boys. Down to the last few turns. Unfortunately, we get cutthroat, but still an entertaining series nonetheless, and such an awesome series to wrap up the February season.
Wow, what a way to end it. I think the secret's out. Like last week, maybe we didn't know why Puppet Portal was so good, but after today, we know that Puppet Portal is like the Sephi killer, and everyone's bringing Sephi. Like, that is the deck to play. That is the deck that got our 2 finalists here, and that is the deck that won it. Wow.
Yeah, the importance of just Orcus locking down the field, all the amulets just casually healing and doing damage back and forth. Puppet Portal proves again to be so consistent in SVO.
There's so many key components right of that deck that really shut down that Sephiroth deck right in that final game, where it still could have gone either way, even with some of that tech that was available on the side of Nautilus, and that's why it's still game so very, very close. I obviously still going to give big congrats though, right, to Melon at the end of that one. Really unfortunate right now. The second time he got here to a top 2, he just missed shy again, right, only getting that second place spot. But he's still going to be pretty happy, right, still getting second, tons of points, plenty of cool, obviously US money heading his way as well, and tons of other cool swag heading that way for the man as well. Still going to be pretty happy with those results. But guys, just looking over, of course, the brackets here to wrap up the end of the day. What a day it was.
Yeah, crazy seeing Nautilus take out Ice Calibur, the Meme Legends, and then Melon all in this tournament today. And just like last week in SEAO, we see a player who, from what I checked, didn't even play last year once. And then they come today and they show up and they bring Portal and they win the tournament. For anybody watching this, if you're thinking about like joining Shadowverse, like these players, like they've never played before and they're here today, and like you can be here next time. So definitely like bring your decks, bring your tech. Who cares about the big 3? Bring what you're comfortable with, and you could be like the next Nautilus.
Exactly. Coming to this tournament, there was so many talks about the big 3, Shadow, Rune, Sword, and then we come here with Puppet Portal and Hozumi Forest. All these comfort picks, and sometimes that's just what you need to get you through the grand finals. You know what to do, you know what you're doing. Who cares about the meta? You bring your own meta into the game.
And don't forget Yo Rev as well, bringing Crystallized Haven, as all I want to say, as well, making the top 4 even with that. So we had so much variance because we had some cool dragon pickups. Unfortunately, we didn't see Disarm Dragon get too far in the end after the top 8 stage, but so many awesome decks we saw here at the end. And kind of funny, of course, as we're touching the next Shadowverse update, right, with the mini expansion dropping just around the corner. We have such a huge meta shakeup. I'm still keen to see what decks survive and what kind of new stuff we'll see coming up down the line. Again, especially when we got to the end of this meta, as we mentioned, right, a lot of the older decks that we saw at the start of the expansion came at the end to reclaim the throne, to reclaim, that crown at the end of it alongside Sephiroth and Loot Sword. But yeah, guys, I mean, final thoughts at the end of this cup, right before we wrap things up for good here, because Again, we saw SAO absolutely fantastic. We saw obviously like our region here, SVH, absolutely fantastic. We're only a couple weeks away from the March Cup.
Yeah, I guess my final thoughts are like 3-deck 1 ban is such a different format from like the 2-deck formats that we see across the seas, where everyone's like basing their stats off of that. And I think like the players who really have been doing well, they do the preparation and they come up with strategies that like might not be viable anywhere else, and they're so dominant in this format. And so I think, wow, there's still a lot of room in like Shadowverse to find an edge over your opponent and like find decks that are like underrated that work in perfect scenarios and ride that to victory. So I just I'm really happy like seeing this result today, just seeing that like even at like the very end of this meta, like we have the mini coming out in no time. it's not solved, and there's like opportunities for players like Nautilus to still prove us wrong and like show us something new, even in like the last tournament.
I completely agree. Do Deck 1 ban is probably one of my favorite formats. Just there's this meta strategy around it too. Not just bring the top 3 ever. It's just bring what you know will win, and you can just ban out what beats your more rogue deck. You know, if it has trouble facing one thing, you take it out of the way, and then your rogue deck suddenly becomes top tier in your own little world. So I love this format, and I can't wait to see what happens and the changes there are with the new mini expansion.
And we know the community are super excited to have our regular season back, right, guys? Back to plenty of 3 Deck 1 bans almost every month this year. We have some of that awesome action in the Contenders Cup towards the end. But before that, speaking of the community, how about you come and be a part of, come support a lot of the player base here with the Content Creator Community Support Program. Of course, to support you guys out there that are supporting us. Obviously here casting at the desk, and of course a lot of the pro players where we use a lot of your cool databases, deck breakdowns, reviews, so on and so forth, whether it be written, whether it be video or audio or what have you. Go ahead, create some awesome content around Shadowverse. Let these guys know, of course, over at SVO.gg. Submit your awesome work, and you can receive some awesome prizes, some awesome card packs, like we said earlier. Keep them for yourselves, be that little gremlin, or of course share it with, of course, your friends and family to get some of the cool newest card packs out there. I mean, again, guys, we can mention probably 100,000 different awesome names, right, that are part of this program that put out some awesome content that I feel like, again, like we said, right, people use that stuff every day. Like we look towards Ziff, look towards the guys at Shadowverse, the new Shadowverse website, sorry, shadowversemaster.com. We look towards Finalis as well. Like, guys have been doing it for years and years and years and making awesome content. Look towards Damien, obviously doing the awesome streams he does, right, over on Twitch and that as well, right? So definitely go check that out if that's something you're interested in, and be a part of this awesome support program. But that's going to wrap things up, guys, for us here today. Again, not only for the West region here, but for the February Cup of Shadowverse in general. Hope you guys enjoyed both the SEAO and West side of things. And we're only about 3-4 weeks away from the next awesome cup around the corner, being in that March Cup. We'll be kicking off with the West action first, followed by the SEAO region the following weekend. Go make sure to give those boys some love as well when we get to the March Cup, and go harass them a little bit. Let them know the West Cup's better, the West region's better, because of course we are at the end of the day. But big thanks to Trickster and for Damien for joining me here. So Trick, thanks man for being on the cast.
Yeah, it's been great to be here with you, Baz and Damien, and see you all again soon.
And Mr. Damien, the VTuber Swordcraft God here, thank you so much for joining us here as a guest for the Pep Cup.
Thank you, Baz. Thank you, Trickster, and hope to see you all again. It's been fun.
And a big thank you, of course, to you guys watching at home. We'll see you in March for the continued action of the 2023 season of the Shadowverse Open Series. Till then, guys.
There'll be plenty of evolves this match to where she'll be able to clear the board and then go face with Yukishima for 20 plus. So a different way to kill the opponent, but just as effective.
Failing wings.
So let's see, right? He's gonna have the Evo. He's gonna be able to run into 5/5s as well if need be. And I'm gonna say, it's pretty safe to say, if he's gone ahead with that, it's gonna be more than enough for Yukishima to get that big kill. Just a nice 28 damage boost. 28 damage. That's
Dang.
yeah, no way. Even some heavy cards on his age throughout the full deck so far. But the problem is now, Melon's just dropped everything. Essentially, right? All he's got left now is Luciana and Kill Shot. So he's gonna have to make sure that, I mean, I don't want to say that, he's able to find some other cards real quick to bring him back into it. Because as I said right there, that Orcus is just getting further and further and further fused in. And it's gonna come out now, and is that gonna be a disaster for Melon still?
Orcus is going to be able to lock up the board right now. I think that's pretty relevant. He's going to stop a lot of these big cards from coming in. Jenna, like max out.
Get those back in hand. Maybe look for the Evo here. Shanna will start cutting down the cost of those amulets, which could actually be a potential way to turn this game around more back in his favor and even set up for a win. Because there's a chasm. I would love to see him make a return to the
Is this Orcus going to be left up? Oh no,
yeah,
that's spell. Okay, we're good. But like for a second there, I was a little worried that the board would stay, but hits, but having something in the back.
Slightly terrifying. Only a little bit, only a tiny bit. But enough, I think, for Bell on there. Luckily as well, he had this machete ambulance as well, right, to kind of like to win here. I mean, yeah, like there's still the other Orca stuff on board, but your Roid is still going to be there. Based on the damage, you're at full health, so you're not in that range. Let's see, he's going to go for it. No way.
No. I was watching the effects. I was like, the war dies.
Yeah. You're in the final remaining turns. The final match. Chance to get first place here in the February Cup. Everything. People watching at home with that pressure on you as well. Every quarter, every doesn't matter here. You're going to get the double lockdown. You're going to get big damage in on the melon. Right? It's such a specific situation. You're able to get this here. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. He took out the Zip Tech competition. He rocks up here to the February Cup for the West region, puts on an absolute show, and runs away 2-1.